Good morning and welcome to Wantage Road, where we have Northamptonshire versus Gloucestershire. And to start the day, both teams will observe a minute's silence in memory of Josh Baker, who passed away on the 2nd of May. A round of applause from those that have made their way into the ground this morning. So that moment's silence in memory of Josh Baker, passed away on the 2nd of May at just the age of 20, and well, I think sent shockwaves around the professional circuit. The outpour from professional players and fans just showed how highly thought of he was as a cricketer. Someone that I think I commentated on last year. You were around for the One Day Cup as well, weren't you? So I think right. we both commentated on Josh Baker.
Yeah, very sad. Very, very sad. Thoughts are with his family and friends. It's a terrible time for them, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Northamptonshire versus Gloucestershire today. Northamptonshire have won the toss and have elected to have a bowl first as they make their way out to the middle, accompanied by the two Gloucestershire openers. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined all 4 days again by Phil Rowe, who's just going to have a cough. How are you, Phil?
I'm well, thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to be back in the hot seat, watching some cricket at the home of cricket, and the sun. I think that's what it's called. The sun is shining.
Yeah.
And Northampton have won what I think is going to prove to be an important toss. I hope I haven't put the markers on it. The wicket looks like it's got a good covering of live grass, and I would imagine that Ben Sanderson in particular is looking forward to getting the Duke's ball to misbehave off that surface as often as he possibly can.
Yeah, he's been in some form, hasn't he? As soon as that kookaburra has been kicked out of circulation, he's picked up 12 wickets in 2 games, picking up his 500th first-class wicket for Northamptonshire, and he's making his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire as well. And he's opening the bowling from the David Capel end. I've got nothing else to add to that, just in case you thought there was another point. But he will be opening. Cam Bancroft is on strike, and Ben Charlesworth is at the other end. That's, well, on the money straight away, isn't it? I'll just run you through the teams really quickly, Phil. Northamptonshire line up as follows: Ricardo Vasconcelos, Emilio Gay, Captain Luke Proctor, and the teams have just gone away from me, so I'm going to have to find something else now. That wasn't part of the plan, was it? Karen Nair, George Bartlett, Save, Lewis McManus, Liam Patterson-White, who is on loan from Nottinghamshire for 1 game, Siddharth Kaul, who joins the county as a replacement for Chris Tremaine at the end of his stint as an overseas, Ben Sanderson, who is bowling at the moment, and George Scrimshaw. Moving nicely first up. Gloucestershire line up as follows: Cameron Bancroft, Ben Charlesworth, Ollie Price, Miles Hammond, James Bracey, Graham Van Buren, Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, Marshant Dalong, Ajit Singh Dale, and I haven't written his name down.
Josh Shaw?
Josh Shaw. How have I missed? Oh, apologies, Josh.
I'm already intrigued. I mean, 4 balls in. Bancroft's had to play at all 4 balls. He's looking to get forward, get outside the line to try and dominate the channel that he knows Sanderson wants to occupy. it's already a really good contest.
4 slips in place for Northamptonshire and Ben Sanderson. I think that's Patterson White, isn't it? The numberless Patterson White at 4th. It's left alone nicely. That's almost looked like that's just seamed away from Bancroft and then swung back towards McManus.
Yeah, I think it did. And it's gone through nicely. He's caught that about waist height. They're fairly close, but he's caught it about waist height, and the ball's still got a bit of upward momentum to it. So that's what we find at Northampton. When there's live grass on the pitch, the carry really does benefit from that, and it aids good cricket.
And again, well left by Bancroft, that time left on length, through to the keeper, McManus. Well, let's hope we're set in for a few days of good cricket then, Phil.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I was wandering in this morning, coffee in hand. I'm really looking forward to it. The weather's set mostly fair, I think. I love watching Ben Sanderson bowl. I'm also looking forward to seeing George Scrimshaw bowl with a red ball, because I've not seen a lot of that, and I'm struggling to think I've seen any of that live. So I'm looking forward to that.
Nicely played by Bancroft, just defended down the ground for a dot ball. Maiden to start the day. Ben Sanderson starting his 100th appearance for Northamptonshire. Starts it with another maiden. Well, looks like you're going to have to wait a little bit longer for George Scrimshaw, as Siddharth Kaul looks like the bowler that's going to be taking the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre ends. Spent the money invested in bringing him over from India for a stint in the county championship. Makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, to give him a new one?
It makes perfect sense to me. I mean, I don't know where James Sales is in terms of his readiness for 4-day cricket. I'm not entirely sure on that point. But it's been something on my mind over many years, including when I was around, trying to be as active and busy as we can. We're a small county, and if we're small, we have to be agile. And this is an agile signing in that respect. It's short term, yes, it is. But this guy's got international pedigree behind him. I would imagine that there've been some conversations with Karen Nair as well. And what's this guy about? Is he going to put in? What's his form like? What can he do in English conditions? That conversation will certainly have happened. And it's led to him being here today. So looking forward to seeing him bowl.
Yeah, you list through the teams on ESPN Cricket Info. Obviously 6 full-fledged international appearances for India. 3 of those in ODIs and 3 of them in T20s. That looks like a good start, just on the money straight away. IPL credentials: Delhi Daredevils, Kolkata Knight Riders, Royal Challengers Bangalore, Sunrisers Hyderabad. They don't pick many bad cricketers in the IPL.
No, they tend not to.
So hopefully Northamptonshire have got themselves a good one here.
Very straight approach, quite a long run up, very straight. Follows through quite straight as well. Maybe Neil Bainton, the umpire, was having a little look at how straight that follow through was, but looks a nice, uncomplicated, well-grooved action.
Drifted down the leg side that time, and that's turned round the corner. First runs of the day. First runs for Ben Charlesworth. So that'll bring Cam Bancroft back on strike. Jack White played for the Twos in the last fixture, which is massive news for Northamptonshire fans that he's back on a cricket field.
Yeah, that's good news. That's very good news. There's something of Mohammad Azharullah about Siddharth Kaul's action. It's kind of slightish kind of figure. So there's a physical similarity. Long run, that's a similarity. Quite a choppy stride. It's not dissimilar to Crikey. If he's as good as Azharullah, that'll be a great signing. Oh, and he is quite good, isn't he?
Absolute beauty.
That was a beauty.
There's
Drew
a bit
Bancroft forward. He had to play. He swung a bit, didn't it? And then went with the swing off the seam as well. If he's as good as
a healthy round of applause from not only his teammates, but also
and he is quite good, isn't he?
The spectators that have made their way into the ground. That's done quite a bit, actually, with the benefit of the replay. No wonder there was quite as much encouragement from the slip cordon as what there was. Start talking him up again.
I think he can bowl, this guy. Looks like away from the right hand. It looks like his natural shape. Just inside mid-crease. That's lovely. I like that.
Yeah,
so it's Ben
Bancroft's.
Sanderson's 100th game, isn't it?
It is indeed.
And I was saying to a friend of mine yesterday, I saw the nice little interview you did with him on social media, actually, with Ben to sort of celebrate, I guess, his 100th game. And I remember his first game, which was against the touring Australian team. And he thought it'd be a good idea to try and pull Pat Cummins' first ball, did Ben Sanderson. And the ball hit him straight on the badge, went back down the wicket, 2 bounces, and Cummins fielded it on his follow through. Oh, wow, that's a huge in-swinger.
It's a big Yorker as well, wasn't it? I don't know whether he has gone over length there, but it was well played by Cam Bancroft in the end. Well dug out, nicely timed through the leg side, and Luke Proctor's tidied that up for a couple. So he's off the mark now this morning, but that's gone large.
Yeah. I mean, the expression is hooping. That did hoop. Bancroft, he gave the impression that he was just going to fall over that and it was going to hit him on the foot. And then, very good player that he is, he didn't fall over it and managed to get a good bat on it through mid-wicket for 2. But early in his spell, he's already shown he can swing the ball away, seam it away, and swing it back in. A bit wider on the crease. Okay, so this is... I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy this morning. Last ball over, he goes wider on the crease, and he'd bowled him one that pitched and left just a little bit short of length, so Bancroft was able to leave it alone. But this is a guy who is an aggressive wicket-taking bowler. He's not there to join dots up. He wants to get wickets with the new ball. And already in 6 balls that he's bowled some peaches. Yeah,
he's played 83 first-class matches. I think, but I'm not 100% sure. I think all for Punjab. 284 wickets, best of 6 for 27 at an average of 26.45 for his career stats in the Ranji Trophy. I don't believe he's played in the County Championship before. Ben Sanderson, though, from the David Capel end. Charlesworth. Looks like just got himself a little bit muddled there. He played that one into the offside.
So, yeah, 83 matches, 284 wickets. Not particularly exciting. But then you say at 26, and you're seeing a guy who's had to work very, very hard for his wickets on very, very flat pitches.
Down the leg side, well taken by Lewis McManus.
And he will enjoy bowling on a wicket with this much grass on it, and with a ball with that much seam on it. So, yeah, early signs are good. What he mustn't do, he might get it could be that he really wants to sort of show how skillful he is, and try and bowl the impossible. He won't need to do that. He get his grouping about right with his skill. It'll come through for him. Oh, that's nicely bowled.
Absolute beauty from Sanderson through to the wicketkeeper McManus. Yeah, I think there could be an element of that. I'm sure if you spent your career bowling on some relatively flat ones, get a dukes in your hand on a green one at Northamptonshire, you're probably sitting there going, "Why didn't I try county cricket sooner? This is good."
Where have you been all my life? Wantage Road. Ben Sanderson making another left-hander's life pretty miserable already. Bowled, well played.
Yeah, solid defence by Charlesworth that time. Drops it into the offside. Looks like a good toss to win so far for Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor. You can see on your screen there that there is a nice covering of live grass on the wicket at Wantage Road today. But you said earlier, didn't you? You said when you see that, when you walk in, you go, it's a good pitch.
The ball will come onto the bat, and good batters want that, so they can time through the ball. And there's something in there for the bowler and something in there for the batter, and that's kind of what you want, isn't it? That's not what we've been able to have, particularly in the first 2 rounds. We've talked enough about the Kookaburra, but you want it to be a contest, and there's various ways of getting that. And I think they're good cricket pitches at Northampton. When they've got a bit more grass on, they might look seamer friendly, and the ball will seam. But you want the ball to seam early on. It's a test of an opening batsman's technique and resolve. But what is beneficial overall in the game is that the ball will carry for longer.
Yeah,
and that's what good players want.
Change of angle for Sanderson. And there's an appeal for LBW from behind the stumps, but I think there's a lot of bat on that. Change of angle just posed another question for Charlesworth. End of the over, another maiden. 3 for no loss after 3.
Good start, isn't it, with the ball from Sanderson as per usual. 2 overs, 2 maidens. And he'll enjoy bowling with this guy as well, because this guy being Call will undoubtedly challenge technique. Where he's used to playing his cricket in India, the wickets are very, very, very flat. Sideways movement doesn't really happen. You have to find different ways to get people out, and it really does develop your skill as a seam bowler.
I wonder if that's kind of a comment to that in-swinging Yorker we saw that Bancroft had to dig out.
Mm-hmm.
I did mention, I wonder if he missed the length, but actually. Full again and slightly shaping away. Bites the drive.
It was 3rd or 4th ball, wasn't it, that he bowled a hooping in-swinging Yorker. Now, I really like that. That, like, tactically, that's saying to the batter, I've got this.
Yeah.
I've got, show it early. You don't have to bowl it again. Show it early. And it keeps the batter honest. What I like about that his first ball of this over, it was full, it was offering to swing. It was a half push drive, but you could see in Bancroft's decision making there was a little bit of uncertainty about whether I should drive this or not. The contest is on at both ends. Oh, that's lovely. And that's where he'll need to live. There's a lot of Azarullah in this action. As I said earlier, he's a kind of slight figure, quite an athletic runner, but also sort of a top of the ground runner. He's quite light and nimble.
Yep.
Skips through the crease nicely. Yeah, he's having a good chat with umpire Neil Bainton. I think that's not about running down the wicket. I think it's about his front foot. Neil Bainton is so far away from the stumps. I don't know whether he can see his front foot. It looks to me to be miles back from the stumps, Neil.
Nice carry through to McManus. I don't know whether this is a blanket approach for umpires, but when I went and did some content at Lord's once with the MCC, obviously the lawmakers of the game, they suggested that you stand far enough back so that the bottom of the stumps at the other end in your eye line are sat on the top of the stumps at your end, if that makes sense. I don't know whether that's a thing or not, and I couldn't tell you if I ever do that when I get the displeasure of doing it.
We need to talk about that.
Okay.
Nicely bowled. Well fielded too.
Shaping away nicely. Ben Sanderson doing the fielding. Go on then. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, if you drew a line from the bottom of the batter's stumps to the top of the bails at the bowler's end and continued that line, well, the umpire would be quite a long way back, wouldn't they? Well, they'd be miles back, wouldn't they?
I'm not sure.
Well, okay. So how tall are stumps? 39 inches?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, approximately. So the angle there from the bottom of the batsman's stumps to a height of 39 inches over 22 yards. How far has that got to go to get to 6 foot?
Nicely placed, nicely timed as well. Through the offside, Sanderson's going to give chase, and it isn't going to go. First shot of real aggression from Gloucestershire, and Cam Bancroft picks up 3 through the offside. Hey,
does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to be wrong.
Well, I don't think you're wrong. It's whoever told you.
Yeah.
God forbid we're trying to say someone at the MCC gave you poor information. I mean, Neil Bainton is not the tallest umpire in world cricket. I think he wouldn't mind me saying that. But yet still, if he looks over the top of the bails, he's kind of he's not looking far down the wicket, is he?
Very good point. Very good point.
That said, we'll come back to this after this ball, because there's something in this, actually.
Here we go.
Think about old black and white
Cameras.
images
Yeah.
of umpires. Where they used to stand quite a long way back and almost have both hands on their front knee and be very, very low. I think they may have got into that position that you're talking about. So maybe sort of inverted commas, technically, that's the best place to be. But it would break your back if you had to stand like that for. So yeah, so I think there's maybe something in that
Somewhere.
But umpires are too tall to make that happen.
We need shorter umpires. Sanderson from the David Capel lens. Oh my word, that started wide, isn't it? And that's moved a long way off the seam and then through the air. And McManus covered a lot of ground. And I think that was going straight to Karen Nair in the end.
Nair could have called mine there, couldn't he? Because it was going straight to him. And it wouldn't have been a wide. That shows how far it swung after.
It's gone straight from the hand, isn't it? But it's gone miles.
Yeah, and then went further, didn't it? Went past the bat. You've got to be good at mitting, to mitt out there.
Oh, there we go. Absolute beauty from Sanderson. Just squares up Bancroft a little bit. Slip cordon, arms in the air. Bancroft has missed it by enough. No appeal from the bowler. I'm hoping Sanderson has a good week because I've just put him in my county championship fantasy team. Rowie.
Leave him in there.
Well, I've gone quite Northants heavy this week. I've gone Karen Nair as well with the captain's armband. Sanderson's in there and Vasconcelos is in there. I think he's averaging about 106 in the championship this year, Vasconcelos.
It's come down the wicket there.
Sanderson just shows him the other one that comes back. It almost goes over the top of off stump.
But that's a really interesting bit of cricket there. Bancroft advanced down the wicket and he did it so early that he clearly wanted Sanderson to see that movement. Sanderson bowled him the one that ran back in. But because Sando just dragged his length back a little bit, and then the batter can leave that knowing it's going to go over the stump. So it was a sort of a moral victory. So there's quite a lot. It looks like a dot ball, doesn't it, in the scorebook? There's so much going on behind the scenes, as it were. And he's not gone down the wicket to that one.
He's an incredibly experienced cricketer, Cam Bancroft, and he spent a lot of time in the championship as well, hasn't he?
He has, yeah.
A lot of seasons or a couple of seasons at least at Durham, and I believe he did pretty well at Durham for his stints whilst he was there.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there will be some people around the world that would think that he might have been given an opportunity back in that Australian Test team. Obviously, they elected to go for Steve Smith up the top of the order, but I don't know how long that experiment will last for.
Wide of the crease.
Oh, and that's
just
flicked off the hip. Has it come off the glove?
I think he's gloved that.
And his runs, It's flown past McManus, hasn't it? It's gone a long way.
Fly, yeah. Sanderson wide on the crease. Another day, the keeper makes an incredible one-handed diving catch. I think that was just too wide for... And it absolutely flew. Yeah, not a chance at all to McManus.
No, he's got that wide enough, hasn't he? As you said, even at full flight, McManus was struggling.
Yeah.
First runs off Ben Sanderson, though, and Bancroft now moves to 9. Scored 10 for no loss, last ball of the 5th. That's defended into the offside. Outside half of the bat to George Bartlett, a backward point. 10 for no loss after 5.
So just watching Bancroft's movements and after he'd played the shot, just rehearsing the shot, there's a lot going on in his mind. There's a lot of questions being asked. Can I play him from the crease? Do I want to walk down the wicket? I don't really want to do that because I might be a little bit off balance and I don't know where my off stump is so well. But if he's going to bang away at that length, I don't know. I've got one off the glove down there. I got away with that. It's difficult. There's a lot to think about. So this will be, I think, only the second ball that Cole will bowl to the left-handed Charlesworth. First ball, he knocked it off his hip, so I wouldn't mind seeing him line him up over a few balls.
Defended back down the track. Only the 3 slips for Siddharth so far this morning, whereas Sanderson's had 4.
Yeah, and the extra man's gone into extra cover for both the left-hander and the right-hander when Bancroft's been on strike. Don't fully understand. There is plenty of carry at the moment with the new ball and the grass and the grassy pitch. So you don't want a chance going through fourth slip.
No, not at all. Is there an element here of kind of get to know your new colleague type moment as well?
Yeah, I imagine that's a factor. Yeah,
that's gone down the leg side. That's nicely placed by Charlesworth, well wide of McManus for the Gloucestershire opener.
There's no way that fine leg in any cricket would have stopped that ball. It's gone so straight. That said, the guy, I think it's George Scrimshaw.
Yep,
it has been placed at. It's not fine leg. It's deep backward square leg. He's so square. He must be in the wrong place there, surely. But he's still going.
Yeah, it's a long way wide, isn't it?
That's incredible. With a new ball, which is going to go finer off the bat. That's just he's so square there. He's almost square leg. Driven
to George Bartley, who feels that well at cover. Yeah, as I say, he's almost at deep backward square, isn't he? Where he's so square. I'm only playing devil's advocate, and I think all of your points are incredibly valid. I just wonder, with the pace that Siddharth and Ben Sanderson bowl, maybe they think if it is going to go off the hip, it will go squarer. But I don't disagree with the fact that the new ball traditionally will go finer and quicker.
I don't mind him being there after about 40 overs.
Yeah,
but I want him on. I like them fine. I don't like my fine leg and third man being beaten on the inside. Just don't like it because I'm old, I think.
It's not how it was done in my day. Is that basically what we're...
Yeah, exactly that. In that accent, that's how I think. I think in a Yorkshire accent, yeah. Happen.
4 balls have been bowled in the 6th. Just the 4 that came down through fine leg, the runs scored. Bit of a conversation there between Proctor and Sanderson for their new teammate.
It's nice, wasn't it?
Mm.
That was nice little, what's happening? What are you thinking?
Shot. Nicely placed, but I think that's straight at Liam Patterson-White, who is in there at point.
There are 2 Charleses, aren't there, in the Gloucestershire setup? Ben and his brother. His name escapes me.
Luke,
thank you. Sons of Graham Charlesworth, who for many, many years has run the cricket at Oxford University. Done a fine job bringing cricketers through that scheme when it was the MCCU scheme. And no surprise that these 2 boys have turned out to be very fine cricketers themselves. Last ball of the over. Quite gentle, that one, pace-wise.
Yeah, let me move that. Let me move this over slightly on our screen, because I've covered up the speed gun. There we go. We'll have a bit more of an idea of it.
If I remember to look at it, which I haven't
also
done
true
in the 8 days that I've done so far. It looks like back of a length is a length that is a natural length to it's an early shout. I've only seen ball 3 overs, but it's got that feel about it that back of a length is his natural length. So that's where his shoulders want to operate and his fingers. When it goes a bit fuller, it doesn't quite have the same nip. That's nipped a bit.
Yeah, nicely played as well by Bancroft. He just opens the face up and runs it past George Bartlett. Adds a couple of runs to the tally. Shorter side is towards that cinch stand where Bartlett's just done the fielding. The outfield is still... It's still damp underneath. Like those video clips that you mentioned of that I filmed with Ben Sanderson, he sat down on one of the end of the sight screens. I thought, it looks like quite a nice arty shot to use. Well left in the end by Bancroft, as that one's just nibbled back in towards the off stump. And
you just mentioned Ben Sanderson and arty shot in the same.
I did. Yeah. Almost as if it was teed up for me there, wasn't it? And anyway, so I was down on one knee, kind of getting the nice kind of angle there. And by the time I got back up, obviously my knee was muddy, and you think, oh, okay, well, I'm not quite sure how that's happened, but probably highlights the fact that even towards that short side, Bartlett was able to track that one down really without putting much of a sprint on.
Yeah.
That is too straight from Sanderson. That's turned around the corner. Down to Siddharth Kaul.
It's lush, isn't it? You'd say it's lush. Well, I'd say it's lush. I don't know whether you'd say it's lush, but I think it's lush.
I would agree with you.
What we'll see actually over the course of the game will be the outfield will dry out given the forecast, and it will become considerably quicker. It does dry quickly here, and when it's dry, wow, it's one of the quickest. Round the wicket, Sanderson to Charlesworth.
Okay. One almost went arrow straight, didn't it? That one straight through to McManus. So I did the Sunrisers versus Stars game here last weekend, and there'd been it might not surprise you, but there'd been a bit of weather about. So the ground staff had obviously done a brilliant job getting that ready and just echoing your points as the sun had been on it all day. By the time the Stars came round to bat, the outfield was considerably quicker than what it was at the start of the day when the Sunrisers were starting their innings at 10:30 in the morning. Get through this first hour maybe, and it's a beauty, isn't it? Just draws Charlesworth into the shot. Play and miss to the keeper.
Charlesworth looks very, I don't know what's going on inside the helmet, but he looks very relaxed and untroubled and looks very natural. There's nothing, there's not many manipulations or whatever in terms of his technique. It looks very, very natural, quite nicely grooved. Quite like it. Quite like his setup. Quite free. Oh, that troubled him on cue. Just left him. He tried to withdraw his bat, just rehearsing that, but it beat him off the wicket.
Yeah,
beautifully bowled again.
This has been a tough start, isn't it, for these two Gloucestershire openers? 17 for no loss after 7. Yeah, he's at the top of the order this week. Obviously, Gloucestershire didn't play last week. They had their bye week along with Northamptonshire. Chris Dent opened the batting with Cameron Bancroft the round before against Middlesex. So, yeah, Ben Charlesworth getting an opportunity at the top of the order.
Sanderson's gone round the wicket. He's left him twice, the back end of that over. How long before he runs one back in and hits him on the pad?
Full over-pitched by Siddharth, and that's a lovely shot by Cam Bancroft down the ground, a straight drive. Just checking to make sure it goes. There was a bit of a hurry up there, wasn't there, for the second from Bancroft as he had a look down. Saw that Proctor was in hot pursuit.
That was very, very full, right in the slot. And all Bancroft needed to do was to get the middle of the bat on it, which he did comfortably. But I don't mind that. He's getting the ball up there, looking to exploit some movement. Yes, it was overpitched. Yes, it was a full half volley, but I'd rather that really than letting it go on length. So not a problem.
Yeah, that's just squared up Bancroft a touch as he's defended that one down to backward point. So a good comeback by Siddharth.
You see the point there, I think, in those last two balls. The first ball of the over was quite floaty, quite a long delivery along the wicket. And the next ball, it just did his length and it just hit the wicket quite a bit harder, I think.
Yes, yeah, I would agree with you. Signed a 3-match contract at Wantage Road, same replacement for Chris Tremaine. Oh, that's a genuine play and miss that time from Bancroft, who's just motioning to himself that's just nipped away. I don't think he's particularly enamoured with himself with how he's played that one. But
if you look on the replay, Dan, look where he finishes, right? So he's completely outside off stump. So he's trying to cover off stump, fine. But his head has taken him right out. So he's off balance. The bat then comes back into the line of the ball. He was a bit disappointed with the way he played that. Credit to the bowler. It's a good delivery. And I wonder, that in-swinger that he showed him early, maybe that's encouraged him to get outside off stump. So credit to the bowler there.
So it went a long way, didn't it?
It did. Wide on the crease. That's nicely bowled.
Yeah, much straighter. They're going to take on Proctor. Charlesworth slow to set off. And Proctor, I think there maybe assumed that Gloucester weren't going to take a run. He looked a little bit on his heels there, didn't he? Although it's a hard throw to get from that angle down to McManus.
It surprised, the most surprised person actually wasn't Ben Charlesworth. It was Ben Sanderson, who did not move from his position at mid-off. And the ball ended up certainly on his side of the wicket, and he did not respond. Had he shown an initial intent to get to the ball, the run wouldn't have happened.
It's funny, they played the same shot earlier and showed no intention at all. Oh, and that's come back lovely from Siddharth. Genuine play and miss again from Charlesworth. But the ball goes through to the keeper without any trouble.
Yeah, the Gloucestershire dressing room will be saying, we're 22 for no wicket, a few plays and misses, it's a little bit green, we got stuck in. Yeah, happy days.
Yeah.
Northampton will be thinking, when are they going to nick one? That's the 5th player miss.
But it makes everybody's life a little bit harder, doesn't it, when you've got a left-hand, right-hand combination? You do have to change angles and lines, and you can't necessarily stick to a particular plan. And they have rotated to strike well.
Close to the stumps. And that's lost his line there.
Drifted too straight. Charlesworth has whipped that one off leg stump. Through mid-wicket for 4 to end the over. That's 9 runs off Siddharth's. It's 26 for no loss after 8.
That was a poor delivery, that one. He angled in to get close to the stumps from round the wicket, and that's a really hard thing to do because you get very cramped with your backside against the off bail at the bowler's end. And his line was drifting sort of into leg stump, very, very full, and left-handers just love that and tucked it away square of the wicket. Did Ben Charlesworth comfortably for 4. So he started that over with a boundary and finished it with a boundary, which is not what you're looking for, really. Didn't look natural around the wicket. He's got something on his mind, but what I'm seeing is someone who's looking to take wickets, and I applaud that. He's got to get his grouping a little bit better. Sanderson to resume, to Bancroft. Lots of questions being asked of these two Gloucestershire openers, and so far the answers have been forthcoming. I think I've counted 5 genuine plays and misses so far. That's not the end of the world, really, for an opening batter. That's going to happen. It's how you deal with that psychologically. Are you able to draw a line under it, not worry about it, not twitch at the next one? That's run back in nicely from Ben Sanderson. He will just have wanted that ball to be a little bit fuller. Bancroft up to that. He shuffles across the crease, Cameron Bancroft. A lot of Aussies do that. A lot of modern players do that. I don't have a problem with that. What you must do, and what he is doing particularly well most of the time, if you are going to get yourself across the stumps, you've got to get your head forward as a batsman, head towards the ball. He was beaten all ends up by Call in the last over and falling over. His head wasn't going back to the bowler. That's nicely played into the offside. And this time, Luke Proctor very responsive, very quick off the mark. And they thought about the run. It wasn't there. And that'll be something, that'll be something in terms of his movement, Cameron Bancroft, that he will be working on for his whole career. Will be just get my head back to the bowler. Don't get my head across the covers. Get my head back to the bowler. And we know he kind of fell over one, didn't he, from Call, an outswinger.
Yeah.
And he was cross with himself because he didn't get his head back to the bowler. So that's what he'll be trying to do. And he does that very well there.
Yeah, they're an interesting side, Gloucestershire. When you look at kind of what they've put together so far this year, they are bottom of Division 2. They've played 4, but they never got on at Derby in the first round. Drew against Yorkshire. Had first innings of 263, which you said, well, that's not going to be enough to get yourself there. And then a second innings of 405 for 6.
Wide on the crease.
They lost at Hove against Sussex, who I think are going to be right up there come the end of the season. I don't necessarily think there's a huge amount of shame to losing to that Sussex side. Gloucestershire's first innings, 417. Backed it up in the second innings with 205. it's nearly there by the looks of it for Gloucestershire. Again, Middlesex, the draw, 322, and then 127 for 3. And Northamptonshire haven't taken a huge amount of wickets so far this campaign.
Yeah. Well, that was interesting. We'll look at, if there's a replay available of that ball, that'd be interesting. It looked like it might have swung a bit from a leg stump line. This is now going to prove me absolutely wrong, I'm sure. Really, just fell over, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just fell over that, but held on well enough. You know, it's not a game of perfect, this. It's about, if you do get yourself in a poor position, don't panic as a batter. And he will have known, these things happen in an instant. I'm falling over this, hold my line, hold my as far as I can. Got sort of thick half of the bat on that. So there's going to be a change of bowling. At the Lynn Wilson centre end, George Scrimshaw replaces Siddharth Kaur, who bowled 4 overs, 0 for 19, his last over being his most expensive, which has brought George Scrimshaw into the attack, and that's good. Get him in early. I quite like that. Ball's still very new, he's only 9 overs old. And it poses a different question because neither Sanderson or Kaur are particularly tall, whereas Scrimshaw, he's tall. Nice start, back of a length, nicely covered up.
Yes, Scrimshaw is a rather tall chap, which I hope those cameras are giving justice to. Bowls quick as well.
So here's a question for you. How far away from the stumps would George Scrimshaw need to stand?
Probably just beyond the rope, I think. It looks good from here. Pitched in line.
You'd have to have a pair of binoculars. Very economical run up. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Kiss the surface, zip through.
Yeah, he moved over the winter, didn't he, from Derbyshire? Would have played here in the Blast last year for the Falcons against the Steelbacks. Made his debut last time out at Grace Road against Leicestershire. 17 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 85. So expensive, but only 2 innings were completed at that fixture, and both teams scored 450 declared.
Just looking at his action, it looks okay. So he's warming up. That's interesting. He's warming up in his action. That ball was a little bit heavier, and he's just having a look back at his front foot there to see where he was on the crease. When I've seen George Scrimshaw in the past, and it's been fleeting, I would say, I've picked up that he falls away at the crease a little bit. So his top half goes away. If he's bowling at a right hand, his top half kind of goes away to the offside a little bit, which I think may be a factor in some of the injuries that he's had. That's a nice shot down the ground.
Yeah, he's not fully timed it though, has he?
Just pushed it. Oh, no. In fact, not timed as well as certainly Cameron Bancroft thought, because he touched down at the batter's end and was coming back for 2, and the ball was on its way back in. So, yeah, he will be conscious, George Scrimshaw, conscious of trying to keep his top half more upright. It's a common thing for fast bowlers to crunch on the foot, which is called crunching in the game, where you pull your front side away from the stumps to the offside. That can lead to a number of things, including some back injuries, which I know he has suffered from over his career. That's nicely played. Picked up length very quickly there, Cameron Bancroft. Wasn't massively short, but it was short enough, and he comfortably pulled that away behind square for 4. Scrimshaw just indicating that he lost his wrist a little bit on that one. Lost his wrist, meaning fingers just come across the back of the ball. Really what you want him to do is, as much as you can, keep your fingers behind the ball so that they're right behind the ball, letting the ball go exactly where your arm path is. If your fingers come across the back of the ball on release, that can slide it down into the leg side and you lose length, which is what happened there. Okay, so an uneventful over, but he'll be better for it. Just the 2 scoring shots, the dragged down delivery where he lost his wrist a wee bit.
Great to see him out on the field at Wantage Road. He had a frustrating start to the season, not being able to get on the field. And I suspect a lot of people would probably look at George Scrimshaw as he's coming to bolster the white ball sides. I had a chat with him media day and had that same kind of thought really, and kind of just asked him. I said, "So what's the plan?" He was like, "I want to play everything."
Yeah, I didn't know that, so that's interesting because that was on my mind there when you were saying he's in the red ball team because he wants to be. You know, he's predominantly going to be a white ball specialist in that sense. But isn't it lovely? What a lovely shot that is down the ground by Ben Charlesworth, over pitched by Ben Sanderson around the wicket and driven for 3. If they run well, and they're not particularly running brilliantly, these two. That's not the first miscommunication between the two of them, but in the end they get comfortably back for 3. But back to George Scrimshaw, yeah, he could easily communicate to the coaching staff that maybe red ball later in the year. Let me. But he wants to play red ball, and that is love for an old timer like myself. That's lovely because it's unusual. It's unusual, particularly in modern fast bowlers. You know, the money in the game for fast bowlers and for all cricketers is to get into franchise cricket around the world. And in order to do that, you've got to stay fit. Playing 4-day cricket doesn't really help with that. So good on him, and hope it goes well for him. Bit of balloony tennis ball bounce there, Ben Sanderson. He looks so upset with that delivery, Ben Sanderson. Looks like he's just bowled a treble bouncer or something. He's sloping back to his mark, thinking, "What on earth was that?"
There's always an element when you turn up at a cricket grounds, and obviously I'm speaking from a very, very different standard, and you see the pitch and you think, "Oh my word, that looks like it's going to do all sorts." And sometimes you can get disappointed a little bit quickly, can't you, if you don't get the rewards you think you're going to get.
Absolutely. No, that's very well said. You've got to get the ball in the right place, and that's simply put. I think simple plans are good plans. And simply put, I think it would be fair to say, in the 10.3 overs that have been bowled so far, Northants haven't quite done that. They started very well. First 3 overs were fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm thinking out of those 18 balls, there's probably 15 of them in the right place. But since then, it's been a bit 50-50. 3 balls and over have been on the money and 3 balls haven't. They need to get the grouping back together. That's a good ball. That's where he needs to live. He knows that. Creating problems, thick outside edge. Cameron Bancroft's entitled to get a thick outside edge. Good technique. Head over the ball, knee bent. Well played. But yeah, just not quite been there. The over-length balls are very forgivable. Wanting the ball to be full, that's where your edge is going to come from.
Yeah.
There's been a few too many easy leave balls. Someone's car's been broken into, it sounds like in the background. Punched off the back foot this time. I think they're going to pick up 2 through cover. And that's an example there, really. Ben Sanderson, for Ben, bit of a nothing delivery, really. Just too short. About 5th, 6th stump from Bancroft, just punched that away for a couple. But to reinforce your point about the slowness of the outfield, and that was never going anywhere but 2, was it?
No, it's just hasn't got the legs in it at the moment. I don't know whether you spotted, but there was a little bit of hesitation with Charlesworth on the comeback for 2, actually, just waiting to make sure that Bancroft was definitely making it back.
Well, that's a nice ball from Ben Sanderson. A little bit wider on the crease, not as wide as he goes sometimes. Fuller drew Bancroft forward, pitched and left him. But he will know, Ben Sanderson will know, whilst there was an ooh and an ah from the slip cordon, that was a stump too wide. It needs to be a stump straighter than that. So not quite at his very best, but still 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 12.
Yeah,
I would be likely to give him another one, but I don't know whether he'll get another one.
Yeah, well, their other seam option, unless, of course, they have a look at Siddharth from the David Caper lens, which, as I've said that, Rowi's just kind of gone, yeah, I like that idea. But obviously would be the captain, Luke Proctor himself. And then 2 spinners available to Proctor in Liam Patterson-White and Safe Sabe.
It's nice to have the variation, isn't it, with in the Northampton attack, with Scrimshaw being taller and quicker. Pace, genuine pace, has been something that I think, like a number of teams, really. It's not a criticism. Like a number of teams, hasn't been available to Northants for a while.
Yeah,
Scrimshaw offers that. Sorry, Dan.
they're fairly rare, aren't they? Particularly English seamers that can really bend their back and get it up there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and and people might think, well, why is that? And one of the reasons is the calendar of when we play 4-day cricket, which is early season, late season, and the grind of and also franchise cricket. You want to be fit to take those opportunities when you can, because that's where you make your money, and that's understandable. Scrimshaw slightly wider, banged in again, just back of a length. Charlesworth very watchful, rehearses a punch on the back foot, but I think the way he played that was just to drop it into the offside. It was the right decision on that particular ball. And Scrimshaw will probably want to be getting this red ball a little fuller, I would say. I'm not seeing that length really troubling either of these two. Just has a little bit fuller.
Yeah, I think he's probably settled in on what would be his natural length, isn't he? Shorter, obviously being the taller man.
There we go, a little bit fuller. And we noticed there, Charlesworth a little bit slow coming forward. First time we've seen any real hesitancy from him in terms of getting forward. And he played it pretty well in the end, but it wasn't as authentic a defensive shot as he's played, certainly to Sidduth. So posing different challenge when he gets his length right. It's been a better over so far. Just keep it around there if you can. Get it up there. Unfortunately, that's just a hit ball. So that length, I think, whilst I think you're right, and in white ball cricket, that's a great length, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, over the bails, don't leave the stumps, that kind of thing. With red ball cricket, as he changes to coming round the wicket for this last ball of his second over, just need to be a little bit fuller. That's where the majority of red ball wickets come. Sort of knee roll height, that kind of length. That's nice enough. Well played, well left.
Good set by George Scrimshaw, mate.
Decent. Yeah, decent. I mean, decent, but unexciting.
Yeah.
In that, so unthreatening. And there hasn't been as much seam movement, has there, in the last few overs as we saw early on. Ben Sanders is going to get one more over. I like that. As I sit up here playing sort of cricket captain, I would have certainly given Sando one more over. But then I wouldn't hesitate to get call on to replace him after this one. Finished his last over very well, Ben Sanderson, bringing Bancroft forward, taking the ball away from him. Wouldn't surprise me at all if this one runs back. Hits him on the shin. It's a good length.
It certainly came back as well.
It did.
Sticking with the 4 slips as well. So Proctor and Sanderson have seen plenty of encouragement to not change the field. Gloucestershire going pretty well, though. Just under 36 for no loss off 12 overs.
Yeah, they've scored when they've had opportunities, and they have been given a few opportunities, haven't they? There's a couple of genuine half volleys, which is fine. A couple clipped through the leg side, one inside fine leg. That's a nice run. That's nice cricket. That's probably the best single they've taken. They were both on the same page there, Bancroft and Charles. It dropped into the offside. It was a sort of on the nod, as they say. Through they came. But I don't mind this matchup. I think this may well be Ben Sanderson's last over of this spell. We've said many, many times how effective Ben Sanderson is against left-handers. He's around the wicket. As you say, there are 4 slips ready to snap up any mistake that Sanderson might be able to draw out of Charles. That's very well played. Around the wicket, that angle, the ball is angling in towards kind of 4th stump, pitched and then left. Charlesworth, but he showed no interest in that ball at all. That's very, very good batting. And he left it comfortably as well. It wasn't a challenging leave or a late leave. It was left pretty early and communicates to the bowler, you got to do a bit better than that.
It's really hard to say for certain from this far away, but it looks like he's outside of his crease, and it looks like he's got his toes on off stump as well.
Yeah. Oof.
So he knows, or should know exactly where that off stump is. But it does line you up slightly, doesn't it?
And there we saw those. You may have heard there was new and R on the effects mic, because that one caught the inside quarter of the bat and ran away onto the leg side. It looks, yeah, Sando can get the ball to go either way at will. But Charlesworth has left him very, very well. LBW looks the more likely, but he snicked off the best for a long time. And there, beats the defensive push, hits him on the top of the back leg. There was a stifled appeal from the cordon, but it looked a little high. There might have been some bat in that as well.
The way he's rubbing his knee there, it's kind of gone straight across the top of the knee roll, hasn't it?
Yeah. So it wasn't a genuine appeal, but it was a nice bit of bowling from Ben Sanderson. Got the ball to nip back at Ben Charlesworth. Last ball of the over. Oh, again, a thick inside edge. Goes away square of the wicket for a single. So that's the conclusion of Sanderson's 7th over. A very good over that it was. I would imagine that might see him going down to pasture. Gets a tap on the backside from Lewis McManus as he passes. Looking around for any communication between the captain and Siddharth Kaul to see if he is going to replace Sanderson. And there's, what's that going on there? That is someone doing some warming up, and that is Siddharth. So hopefully we get to see him from the David Capel end. So George Scrimshaw is loose now. He's got a maiden under his belt. He's got Charlesworth facing him. I don't mind seeing him trying to get him forward. Get him driving a little bit if he can. He's round the wicket. It's just back of a length, and it's just too straight, just tucked away down to fine leg for a single.
It's certainly it's the pitch for it, isn't it? Get it up there is what you would say really easily. And I mean, I think you could see there by Scrimshaw's reaction from that ball. He was disappointed. He knew he'd missed it.
Yeah.
He's going to exactly know what's going to be needed here. He's got Siddharth on one side of him and Captain Proctor on the other. And he'll have watched the 7 overs that Sanderson had bowled. Very different cricketers, but he'll know exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah, it's a little bit better length. His line wasn't great there. Nice piece of batting, wasn't it? It was a nothing ball in the sense of anything happening, but I've seen batters try and cut that ball sometimes. They've got a bit of width and want to get away, but Bancroft's played a lot of cricket. Just let that one go through. He's early into his spell. George Scrimshaw hasn't played a lot of cricket this year. He's not quite going to be absolutely at his best. That one was back of a length, and it was short enough to cut. Bancroft attempted, got an under edge, one bounced to second slip. So got away with that one a wee bit. I wouldn't mind seeing a bouncer as well, by the way. You know, I'd rather see more balls challenging the knee roll, challenging bail height. But if you are going to go short, well, bang one in. I mean, he dragged one down earlier and Bancroft dispatched it. So I'd rather see him challenging the bails, which he does with that ball. And it's come back in a long way, as Bancroft indicates to his opening colleague, just indicating the ball ran back in nicely off the seam. It's a good delivery, that.
I think, yeah, a bouncer possesses a lot of power, particularly for someone like Scrimshaw. Everybody knows it's going to be quick. Everybody knows it's going to be steep, and everybody's going to know that he's got it up his sleeve as well. They're going to be wary of it. If it does just push them back a touch, although I don't think either of them are batting outside of their crease to Scrimshaw. That's what I would say.
Yeah. We saw Charlesworth reluctant to get forward earlier, and that's just a poor delivery, I'm afraid. Well dispatched by Cameron Bancroft. He missed out on a cut ball earlier in the over. He under-edged it. That one, a second invitation to play that shot was gleefully taken. Could have played the same shot to a ball earlier in the over, but it wasn't quite as short. So there was an element of risk that Cameron Bancroft decided, no, I'm not going to take that one on, actually, but I'll take this one on because it's a bit shorter. I can definitely get on top of this. And he pumped it square of the wicket. So it hasn't really brought the batter forward in this over at all. But does there for the last ball of the over, and it goes too long. Bancroft pushes it up to Luke Proctor to end that over. That is the end of the 14th over of the innings. It's 43 for no wicket. Cameron Bancroft is not out on 28. Ben Charlesworth is not out on 15, and he will face the returning Siddharth Kaur from the David Capel end, who will look to improve on his last over, which was from William Wilson end when he went for 9, a couple of boundaries, bookending his over. So, yeah, as we approach the end of the first hour of this match, Gloucestershire will be very, very happy with the way they've gone about their work. 14 overs, gone 43 for no wicket, and the no wicket is the important statistic there.
So far, they'll be thanking their lucky stars having been put in on this one. I'm sure. Well, I'm not sure, but I'd be quite surprised if the coin had fallen down the other way, that Gloucestershire wouldn't have done the exact same thing.
100%.
And to be 43 for no loss after 14 overs and basically an hour.
Well, it's nicely bowled by Cole. Round the wicket, first ball of the over to Ben Charlesworth, brought him forward. And that ball's fairly straight, I think. It'd be interesting to see the line on replay. It looked like it might have nipped back in. Charlesworth was good enough to get a fine inside edge, and it was fielded down at fine leg, so only a single rather than the boundary, because fine leg was in the right place.
Came back really nicely, didn't it?
It did. It really did. But yeah, I mean, overall, first hour nearly gone. You know, I would imagine Rory Kleinvelt's thinking we've just not really grouped the ball very well. You know, we've not really challenged the top of off. I haven't seen a genuine forward defensive shot for a number of overs. As I've always say, that's a proxy for how well you're bowling. I haven't seen one. Back over the wicket to the right-handed Bancroft. That's full. It's a nice length. And Bancroft, again, just sort of falling over it slightly. Rehearses a much better version of that forward defensive shot, but no damage done. It runs off a thick outside edge to Liam Patterson-White, who's at point. It's now 2 slips and a gully, a point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep, fine leg. That's the field for the new loanee. He'll be hoping he has better fortune than the guy who replaced Chris Tremaine, who bowled with enormous heart in his time here during his spell. First 4 matches, and to no avail, really. Wasn't able to buy a wicket, but it was through no lack of endeavour.
I think he picked up 2 wickets in 4 games for Chris Tremaine.
Yeah, which is crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And I would say, I don't think he bowled badly either.
No.
You know, there'll be people saying, well, Phil, I think you've lost the plot eventually. 2 wickets in 4 matches for an overseas signing is not a good return. Of course it's not. But I don't think he bowled badly. Tight to the stumps, full. Bancroft trying to get that one through the offside. Didn't really time it. I said earlier on in Call's spell, it's still quite early in his spell, only into his 5th over. I said I thought he looked a little bit hungry for wickets, and actually maybe he needs to just group on a good length. And it's still what I'm seeing. Somebody's just maybe searching a wee bit rather than, with the skills that he possesses, recognizing that if I get enough balls in that business area and hit the seam enough times, something's going to happen for me.
Yeah.
And here we go. I mean, just on cue, really, an indication of thinking that might not be absolutely bang on. Mid-wicket goes back to a deep square leg, indicating possibly a short ball coming up. It's not. It's a double bluff. It's that's where it needs to live. That's a top of off ball, a little bit of shape on it. Bancroft hesitantly forward, but there's no pace in the bat as it meets the ball. Very soft hands. The ball just runs off a thick outside edge all along the floor. No run. There's a number of ways to get wickets, but as we know, in the history of the game, the guys who get the most wickets are also very, very accurate, and they group the ball very, very well. So if something does happen, they make something happen. They're in the right place for it to be more likely to be successful. It's the last ball of the 5th over then. It's well left by Bancroft. So I think it's been a kind of a, just wrap this first hour up. I think it's been certainly Gloucestershire's morning so far. It's 44 for no wicket. 2 guys are in. They've both played quite nicely. They were challenged early, with Sanderson in particular going past the outside edge, and Call as well, showing some good skill, but actually the grouping hasn't been there. There have been release balls both sides of the wicket, and Northampton need to tighten up really on their accuracy, I think.
Yeah, I think I'd echo those points. I think after those first 3 overs, I think Northamptonshire have been pretty disappointing with the ball. I did mention earlier, I caveated, didn't I? You can get a little bit excited when you turn up with on a green one. You think, wow, it's going to do all sorts. Whoever we're playing, there'll be 3 down in the first hour because the ball's just going to do it all for us. As you just said, you do still have to put it in the right place. And Northamptonshire haven't done it enough to build that pressure up to allow that pitch with a bit more life in it here at Wantage Road today to do that work. 2 slips and a gully for Scrimshaw. That's a drive ball. That's straight at Bartlett, who fields well at cover.
I'm not seeing a lot of George Bartlett, obviously, because he's new to Northampton this year. But he fielded that ball so comfortably. It was getting to him on the second bounce. It was really well struck down to his left, and he fielded it like someone had just rolled him a tennis ball. I mean, I don't know. He may well be a fantastic. I don't know what his fielding pedigree, but that looked quite impressive.
Oh, there we go. Scrimshaw gets the first one, gets the shoulder of the bat. What a beauty that was. Charlesworth has got to go for a well-made 16. McManus takes the catch, caught behind, and almost out of, well, nowhere really. Charlesworth's just had a little poke at that, which I think he's had to, and Scrimshaw's got him with a beauty.
Length. It was an in-between length, wasn't it? It wasn't the knee roll height that I've been talking about, but it wasn't back of a length either. It was between the two. It pitched and left Charles. I think he had to play at that. It's just that's a got out wicket. That's a really lovely piece of bowling. And whilst I want him to be a little bit fuller than that, it was fuller than he has been bowling.
Yeah.
If that ball is another 10 inches shorter, he doesn't get out to that. It's a lovely bit of bowling.
Yeah, and it's coming with the arm, isn't it? The angle's kind of brought it back into Charlesworth, and as it seemed, it's just done enough off the seam to get that outside edge, and it's a good catch by McManus behind the stumps. So as we've just been sat here talking about how Northamptonshire have been a bit disappointing and not had the breakthrough that maybe they'd have hoped that they'd have got, I don't necessarily think we'd say that they deserved in that first hour. They've got one. Charlesworth has gone. He's gone for 16 off 39 balls, batting for just over the hour. And the next batter at the crease for Gloucestershire is Ollie Price.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for George Scrimshaw. That was a nice bit of bowling, wasn't it? When you're that tall, your margins are a little bit bigger than someone who's shorter. And so that was in his business area. He doesn't need to be any shorter than that. A lovely bit of bowling, and Charlesworth had left him well, and it left well. It knew where his off stump was, but he had to play at that one. As you said, Dan, it pitched and just held line, just offered to go away from its original line enough. Only a couple of inches, that's all it needed. Caught the edge, and it actually went quickly to Lewis McManus. Took a fairly comfortable catch away to his left, and that's just what Northampton need, because they will know clearly. If us two can see what's going on up here, they will know that they've not been at their best. They've not made best use of the first hour of of a greenish pitch and a new ball. They absolutely needed that, and you can already hear the chatter has increased. You know, the intensity is getting back there. The body language is a little bit more purposeful.
Yeah,
got a new one in.
That gully field has come back into a third slope. Oh, and that's well left in the end, and that's really kind of lifted, isn't it, and flown through to McManus that time. Scrimshaw, maybe he's just taken him a couple of overs to get loose. Second over was, well, obviously a maiden, wasn't it? It was much better than the first, but the start of this over has been, it looks like he's just found his groove.
Yeah, that was a banged in ball. That was welcome, wasn't it? Welcome, Ollie Price. But he did it with no discernible effort. Sometimes you can see from a bowler's action that he's going to bang one in, and you couldn't pick that up.
Again, shorter, but that time wider, much less challenging on that line, but unlikely the new batter is going to take advantage of that and play that cut shot. Just lost his front side a little bit then. His shoulders just opened a wee bit, and he just drags that ball down. I've seen that a couple of times. It's really important for all bowlers, trying to keep that front side lined up on line for as long as you can, staying as tall as you can. Defended that time into the leg side. So we'll talk a little bit about it at the end of the over, Rowie, but Northamptonshire welcomed in Jeff Cook into their Hall of Fame. So we'll talk about him a bit more at the end of the over, but 774 appearances for Northamptonshire, 376 of those as captain, and over 29,000 runs as well. And that's come back a long way. Good take by McManus. End of the over, successful one. Wicket maiden for Scrimshaw and Northamptonshire. They've got their first. And after 16, it's 44 for 1.
Yeah, well, firstly, congratulations, George Scrimshaw. It was a lovely piece of fast bowling. It was a proper wicket, wasn't it? Pitched left the left-hander. He didn't know whether to come forward or back. He was trapped a wee bit on the crease, and caught the outside edge, just what Northants needed to get a breakthrough in this game, get a new batter in. Yeah, Jeff Cook. I mean, what a legend of Northants and Durham cricket. I think Jeff Cook, who is a Durham man, came down. Northants used to have a bit of a conveyor belt. This is before Durham were a first-class county.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well before that, Northants had a very good scout whose name has escaped me up in the northeast, and Northants benefited from that. Jeff Cook being the longest serving of those, but there are a number of guys came down from that neck of Alan Hodgson is another one, and others. And yeah, Jeff captained the club, as you say, well over 300 times for a long time. And that and spanned really at the end of his career. He would have had a coach, but for the most part, he would have been effectively the captain and the leader of the group. And before my involvement, but I worked very well with David Ripley. As David was a young cricketer, David Ripley speaks very, very highly of Jeff Cook. And I don't hear too many bad words said about Jeff Cook. A real cricket man, a great thinker about the game, great opening partner with in particular with Wayne Larkins. You know, Cook and Larkins was the opening pair when I started watching cricket at Northampton many years ago, and a great servant to Northampton cricket and a great servant to cricket overall, because when he finished playing here, went back home to the northeast and coached Durham successfully for many years. When encountered a little bit of ill health, ran the academy there for a while, and has been around all the time in Durham cricket. It's nicely bowled, back of the length, good length, really bringing the batter forward. And yeah, I think Jeff's father before him was a bit of a stalwart in Durham League cricket, and so Jeff went back up to the northeast, and I took second teams and with the first team. Jeff was always at the ground, always talking to young cricketers, always wanting to talk to myself and Rips about his young players coming through, really enthusiastic. At lunch breaks, out on the outfield, hitting catches. Just a very, very fine cricket man and a lovely man to spend an hour with over a cup of tea. And I learned a lot from him in my albeit brief encounters with him. So what it would have been like to play under him would have been quite something. Many congratulations to Jeff. And I think in Northants, under his leadership, the Sun cricket team for many, many years, both the runs he contributed and the way he looked after the young players in particular, I think.
Yeah, obviously the calendar would look pretty different, wouldn't it, to what it does now?
Absolutely.
But 29,000 runs is quite a ridiculous return for
a few, isn't it?
Yeah, it's some. It's well batting, I think, probably.
It's well batting. I'd forgotten that. Brilliant.
Nicely bowled again by Siddharth.
This is a good start to this. Well, it's nearly finished this over as we've been yabbering on. But he's this over, he's kind of gone back to basics.
Do you know, I'm not surprised that he's kind of settled into that David Capel end a bit more comfortably. It's the end that Sanderson operates from. They're a similar kind of bowler. I can't believe there's a huge amount of pace difference between the two. Siddharth might have a little bit more on Sando. But you normally see that taller bowler running in from the Lynn Wilson centre end, don't you?
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
And there must be a reason why Sanderson doesn't fancy it. That's shaped away nicely and nicely taken from McManus. He's covered a lot of ground, left alone by Ollie Price. End of the over, 45 for 1 after 17.
My own Jeff Cook story isn't about cricket, it's about football. And he was a very good footballer, Jeff Cook as well. Played for Wellingborough Town in the Southern League. When that was quite something, it was a strong football league. And he played some Sunday football. I played against him. And he played in midfield and I played in midfield. And we kind of knew each other. He knew I'd been a wannabe cricketer. And so we nodded and said, hello, how are you doing? That kind of thing. And I thought I played pretty well, actually. I think we lost 1-0 to Jeff's team and thought I had a pretty good game. And I bumped into Rob Bailey a few days later. And we were chatting. And he said, you played football against Cookie. You mentioned that. And my chest stuck out a little bit.
Really well bowled by Scrimshaw. That bit of extra pace, just looks like it's just hurrying the Gloucestershire batters at the moment. Carry on.
I said, you mentioned that, did he? He said, yeah. He said, played football against you. So I thought, what did he say? And Rob said, one paced. Fair enough.
Box to box midfielder.
Which was absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Never gets out of third gear.
Other criticisms were available, but that's what he fell onto. It was quite right.
That was the polite one.
Yeah. That's length. Brilliant.
Really nicely bowled by Scrimshaw. Just shaping back into Bancroft. And well played, actually, in the end. He got a big stride forward, didn't he? Which he didn't do the ball before.
And what he did well as well, he got his left leg out of the way. Because halfway down the wicket, I was thinking, could that be a shinner? But he got his left leg out of the way. And again, in terms of the technicians, you can't do that if your head's going across to the offside. Your head has to be coming back to the bowler to get that leg out of the way to access the ball.
Oh, and there is an appeal for LBW, but that's a bit too high. Two leg side as well. I think Emilio Gay at second slip was the one that was the most interested in that appeal. But encouraging signs still. And Scrimshaw, he's into his fourth over now, but really feels like he's kind of settling into a nice rhythm here up the hill.
Really does. He looks in the right movie, doesn't he? This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Since he's gone a little bit fuller, he will know that, and that he wanted to be the right side, the fuller side of his natural length, and he's settled into it, as you say. He's causing problems.
And that's well played by Bancroft in the end, but nicely bowled by Scrimshaw. Draws the Australian into the shot outside half of the bat. Well fielded by, I think it's probably Vasconcelos at gully it is. Good cricket all round.
Yeah, length is everything, isn't it? Because as soon as Scrimshaw settled into a better length, we've got a wicket and he's caused problems. There's a stifled LBW appeal, so that one's run back in. The next one is a thick outside edge. Well played, went down. But that we haven't seen this movement and challenge for a few overs because we haven't been accurate enough. And on cue.
Speaking of which, well teed up, Rowie. That's brilliantly timed, isn't it, by Bancroft? So well put away. I mean, he's going to be fairly well used to facing a few tall, nasty fasties out in the Sheffield Shield, and he ain't going to miss out on one of those from Scrimshaw.
You used to have a thing, don't let him get away. Don't let him get away. And that was a release ball, wasn't it? Just let him get away.
I mean, the quicker you bowl, the harder it is to have that control. So you do provide with a little bit of compensation there, don't you? But as you said, 4 really good deliveries.
Mm-hmm.
And that one there just looks like he's fallen away slightly to the left. And then we go back on it again. Nicely played, though, by Bancroft, who gets that between Vasconcelos and Patterson-White for a single. But it was the body felt like it just fell away to the left-hand side slightly and gave Bancroft an easy boundary. 50 up then for Gloucestershire, 50 for 1 after 18, and a gentle ripple of applause around Wantage Road for that milestone. And I tell you what, Rowie, if you look out the window, there's a decent amount of people there.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it? It is nice, yeah. I talked earlier about Cameron Bancroft, who will work all his career on trying to get his head back to the bowler. And it strikes me that George Scrimshaw, who's still really towards the beginning of his career, certainly not towards the middle or the end of it, that's for sure, he will be working on getting his head more upright and not losing his front side. In his first over, he indicated that his fingers had come off the ball and he dragged the length down. There's a number of reasons why your fingers might come off the ball. It can happen in a number of different ways. But one of those reasons is because your front side is opening, your shoulders are opening horizontally rather than vertically, and that can lead to the ball just sort of sliding out of your hand a wee bit. And it looks to me that is so important to George Scrimshaw to keep that front side honest, keep it upright.
Siddharth Kaul continues from the David Capel end and invites Bancroft into the drive, who plays that nicely. He's good, hasn't he? 34 off 61, 5 fours in that state on a green pitch, having lost the toss and been put in by Northamptonshire. He's looked very good for 34.
Every time the ball has hit the thick edge to Bancroft, it's gone straight down, which says to me, good body position and the bat is slowing down. That's just good technique, good judgment. Ran back in that one.
Yeah. And again, as you said, that ball's gone straight down. Siddharth has just had a bit of a stare, I think, with the Australian. Just letting him know that he has got the ability to move the ball both ways. Patterson-White's come into the team on loan. He looks like he's been given the task of chief shiner. If you look at the back of his trousers there, there's a rather large red stain down the back of it. I assume they would have been fresh this morning.
Oh, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Mum, can you wash my whites? Good shape away again. Left alone, through to McManus.
The other thing that Siddharth Kaul has in common with Mohammad Azarullah is the speed that he returns to the end of his run. And speed is a relative term. It's pedestrian.
It's a long run.
It is a long run.
It's a long way back down there.
It is.
Interesting, though, that Patterson-White's coming on loan and been given the job of chief shiner.
Yeah, it is. It is. He'll have had a good upbringing. He came through, although he's a northeasterner, actually, I think. He's come through the Nottinghamshire Academy. Wide on the crease. It's well played.
Really nicely played by Bancroft. He just opens the face, runs it down to deep third. Again, it's not going to go, so it's just going to be a couple of runs added for the Australian.
Liam Patterson-White, a product of the Nottinghamshire youth system and academy, and that's a good place to learn your cricket. You're getting great coaching from really experienced coaches in a pretty competitive environment there as well. So he will, whenever I think about Nottinghamshire cricketers, I think they're good cricketers. They understand the game. They're steeped in the game. They watch the game well. They don't just play it well. They're good cricketers.
Left alone that time. Much I don't think's changed really on the line or the length from Siddharth in this over so far, but Bancroft obviously feeling pretty confident right now.
What we're seeing in this over so far, 5 balls in, is some exceptionally good opening batting. And it looks like nothing, doesn't it? But it's about judgment. It's about where's my off stump? What's the length? Is it safe length to play? No, it's not. I'm going to leave it, even though it's a line that I could score off. When he's gone a little bit fuller, okay, I'm not sure where that ball might nip, so I'm going to decelerate the bat. If it nips back in, it's the middle of the bat. If it holds its line, it gets a thick outside edge, it goes down, I get 2. Great judgment, backed up with great execution. Oh, that's well bowled. That's well played. That's a great run as well. Wow.
Yeah. Bit of hesitation, wasn't there, to start with?
That was a good run.
And takes the single off the last ball of the over. I've had a question come in, and it's with regards to the Liam Patterson-White and obviously that lone move.
Yeah.
And I was kind of not going to steal his thunder, but it was something that was just kind of trundling through my mind. But I'd kind of value your opinion on it, really. And I mean, the question in specific says, what message does signing Liam Patterson-White on loan for 1 game send to and Alex Russell, given they both turn the ball the same way? Wider than that, how much of an impact can you have on a team coming into it for 1 game? Also, what kind of message do you get as a player from your county that you're not part of a match day squad, but you can go off and play somewhere else? I think there's a lot of, it's not like, he's gone on loan for 3 months here and he's available to the end of the season. It's almost a sticking plaster type situation. Proctor is into the attack and he's replaced Scrimshaw from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's a lot to unpack. I'm sorry.
I think there were 4.
Yeah, I apologise.
Well, that's good because I'll ramble on and probably cover all of them in one sentence. What message does it send? Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot. I've got to be careful here, because I might give the wrong impression. And so I would. I'm someone who has been involved in coaching, and I would like to think that the players that I worked with over the period I was involved with knew that I had their best interests at heart, and would hopefully do as much as I possibly could to get them ready to be the next man into the side, or to hold their place, or to improve, or to feel whatever it might be.
Yeah.
So I am on the side of obviously of the players, and you want your own players to be doing really, really well. That's you get a lot of pleasure from that. But this is not development cricket. This is first team professional cricket, and it's about winning. And if as a head coach, and I'd never had thankfully the responsibility of being a head coach, but if as a head coach you look at your resources that are available to you, Alex Russell being one, and there are others, but Alex Russell was the name mentioned, and you look at the loan list that comes around and you see Liam Patterson-White, and if you believe that, and this is one measure, there'll be other measures as well, which the question does indicate. But on this first measure, it's not the only one. On this first measure of...
it's a genuine edge. And it's gone wide of Emilio Gay at second slip. That's the first time, really, Bancroft has pushed at one. Off the bowling of Luke Proctor this time. I'm still not convinced it carried to Emilio Gay, but again, it was the first kind of almost chink in the armour of Bancroft. It's actually fallen a long way short, but I think for a while he was worried.
So it's very well bowled. It was very well bowled. It's a genuine nick. Another day that goes second slip. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Beautifully bowled. But have we been there often enough in the first hour and 25? Not quite. And that's what Mother Cricket does to you. If you'd been there all day, that ball goes to slip.
Yeah.
So back to the... bowled again. Yeah, back to the question about Liam Patterson-White. There's a number of different measures here. The first, and I'm choosing this as the first measure, might not be for everyone at every time, but is my team more likely to win this game with Liam Patterson-White at this moment than with Alex Russell? And we're looking out there and we're seeing Liam Patson-White. So that's the judgment that's been made.
Yeah.
Now, very quickly behind that are these questions that the author of this question asks, which is, so what does that say to Alex Russell and others that have not been selected? Well, it clearly says, and there's no getting away from this, right? And you can't dress this up. It clearly says you are not good enough at your form.
Yeah.
At this moment in time is not good enough to get you into this side ahead of this loan option. And that's a tough message.
Yeah.
That is a very, very difficult message. And it won't have been done lightly. It will not have been done lightly. So I don't know where Alex Russell's form is right now. That'll be a factor. And there may be other factors at play that we're just not aware of. But is that a difficult message for Alex Russell? Yeah, I think it is. I think it needs to be delivered carefully and with his long-term interests at heart. But your loyalty, firstly, is to the team winning the match. That's where, and very quickly is to the individuals. But it starts with the team.
Oh, it's a beauty. Oh, there's an appeal from Siddharth.
That's not out.
He was the only one that went up, wasn't he? McManus wasn't interested, neither with the slip cordon. But Price has just had a little poke at that. He's still yet to get off the mark. He's faced 11 balls.
I've seen this short-term loan thing work, and I've seen it not work. If Northants win this game and Liam Patson-White has a good game, does that mean it's worked? Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Because you've got to judge this also on the result of this game and what happens to Alex Russell as we go forward, and others who have not been selected who may not get the ball. So.
Well, I think the other thing, goes out there, scores 100, takes 8 for. He's not around next week.
Yeah. Well, we'll deal with that when we come.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And although there's no perfect answer here, and it's all about. It depends. It depends on where Alex Russell's form is. What do we know about Alex as a character? Will this inspire him? Does he think it's fair? Does he think he's been badly treated? We don't know. He might be thinking. I don't know. He might be thinking. Thank God for that. There's no way I was ready.
Yeah.
He might be thinking that's absolutely outrageous. I was ready to go, and they've brought this bloke in for one match.
Yeah.
I want to go on loan myself. That I've seen that as well. So we don't know, but it's complicated. And, ultimately, I think I'm trying not to sit on the fence, but I think you can't judge whether it's been successful until a little bit further down the road when you work out. You've got the benefit of how Liam performs in this game. You've got how Alex Russell responds to this, how the team responds to it, and so on, to take into account. But the head coach, he lives or dies by the first team performances. And you can't get away, and it's tough. Can't get away from that. So it's a great question, and people will have, as many people will have different views on it as there are opinions, and none of them will be wrong, because it's about flavours. Wide of the crease, it's about flavours, isn't it? David Ripley was head coach, and I've worked with David really, really closely for a number of years. Know him well. He's a good friend of mine. David will have wanted Alex Russell to play in this game if Alex Russell's ready. We don't know whether he is or not.
Yeah.
And will have gone into the loan market reluctantly. Is that right? And is this wrong? Is that right? And is David wrong? I don't know. You pay your money, you take your choice. It's a bold move. And we won't be able to judge it until further down the line.
Defended back by Ollie Price. Well, it's a bold move, but becoming less bold with the frequency that it happens. We commentated here against Glamorgan, didn't we? And we saw Brad Wheel on loan down for the Welsh side for one game, and he was straight back into the Hampshire starting 11 at the Oval the week afterwards against Surrey for Hampshire. I can kind of see that it becomes a really easy argument, I think, for the parent county.
Oh, I see.
It's just a case of, well, yeah, of course, go and play first class cricket somewhere. You don't fit the plan today. We don't think you're fit enough yet. Go and be I was going to say, go be somebody else's problem, go be somebody else's risk, go have a free hit somewhere else.
Yeah.
It's not going to affect your Nottinghamshire career. It's not going to affect your Hampshire career in the instance of Brad Will. And if it goes well, you've got some miles under your belt that you probably wouldn't have had if you'd stayed at your parent county and had played second 11 cricket, for example.
Absolutely. It feels like a positive. I mean, I don't know. Again, you don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but it feels like a positive. He's not getting the side. Do you want him playing in the second team in a mixed standard of cricket, or do you want him playing here? Well, it's a no-brainer. So yeah, absolutely, it's just down the road, so there's no great travel involved for him as well. So it makes perfect sense from Nott's perspective. And there's another thing which I've implied there, but I'll just cover it more explicitly. Is your loyalty is to the team first, and then the individuals in the team.
Yeah.
And what's good for the team is not always good for the individuals. For an individual, if that makes sense. But if John Sadler is aware that Alex Russell might not be at his best form, and again, I don't know this. I promise you, I know nothing about this at all. But if that is the case, and it is a hypothetical, but John feels so much loyalty to Alex Russell that he picks him, that's done to the detriment of the other 10 players in the team.
Yeah.
If he's got Liam Patterson-White not playing and he's available. So where's your loyalty as well? So it's complicated.
Yeah. In short, there's no easy answer.
I think I've demonstrated that.
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Its score is 58 for 1, just over 21 and a half overs, and Captain Proctor is into his second over of the day. Ollie Price on strike, yet to get off the mark. He's faced 18 balls. Takes a shuffle down to Proctor.
Let me give you an example. And whoever wrote that question may know a little bit about this. I don't know who wrote the question. It's probably best I don't know. So I won't ask. But there was we've spoken about this guy before. There was a young spinner on the staff many years ago called Tom Brett, who now plays his cricket for Staffordshire in the national counties and does it very, very well. And Tom was kind of the next man in, really, to the first team.
Oh, it's a big drive.
Oh, it's beautifully bowled. He's looked good, Proc, hasn't he?
He really has.
And what Proc has done well in the 2 overs that he's bowled, he's been really consistent, hasn't he? He's challenged that channel. A little bit of away movement. Might have picked up Cameron Bancroft. But he's gone past the edge as well a number of times. So Tom was due to be the next man in. And the team were due to travel to Colwyn Bay to play Glamorgan. And it always turned at Colwyn Bay. So people thought in and around the club, particularly in the club, that Tom would be the next man in, and he wasn't. And a loanee was brought in for that one game, a slow left armour. And the lad, and I'm not going to mention his name, so it wouldn't be fair, didn't go particularly well. But the effect that had on Tom was drastic.
Yeah.
Because he felt, I'm not trusted.
Yeah.
I'm not trusted to do this job, and it caused it affected him. There were many reasons why it didn't work out for Tom eventually. I'm not putting it all down to that one selection at all, but I have seen that where that didn't work for Tom, and it didn't work for the team either.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, as you said, there's no one cap fits all.
No, there's not.
Type situation. But a good question.
It's a great question.
Certainly taking a bit of time out of the morning, isn't it?
Well, I think it's just we could talk about it all afternoon as well, because it really does depend on so many different factors and nuances and a lot of stuff that we don't know and so on and so forth. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that was quite nicely bowled. They went wider on the crease, angled it in. Bancroft was good enough to get a thick inside edge on it. But yeah, I would start with, this is not development cricket.
Yeah.
I'd start there and work backwards from there. And John will be judged on win or lose, and he's got to be good to the whole group, not just individuals in the group. And sometimes that's a conflict. So it's a fine balance.
Just driven down the ground by Ollie Price.
Ollie Price has looked, he's been on zero for quite a while, but he's looked to want to accelerate the bat through the ball. And he's put a couple of false shots when Luke Proctor has bowled in from that in Wilson end, balls that have pitched and left the right-hander, and he's accelerated the bat through. Had a little look at that one as well. He'll know he's on zero, and he's been on zero for a little while now. He's just having a little look over his shoulder down the leg side, whether he's expecting a short ball or just wanting to understand whether he could pull one if it did get banged in.
I don't know why, if you're a Northamptonshire bowler, why you do anything different at the moment for Ollie Price. Just stay there.
Yeah,
he said he's faced 22 balls, and yeah, based on the last half dozen, he's just started to kind of become a little bit, well, outwardly showing that he's still on zero.
He's blinking a bit.
Nobody likes it, do they? I mean, I've played cricket. Crikey. I've played cricket with people that start panicking if they don't get off the mark first ball. They'll desperately try and get off the mark first ball.
Kevin Peterson, the red ball single, wasn't it? Wanted to get off strike first ball, and the Aussies knew about it.
Short and wide.
All well fielded.
Really well picked up by George Bartlett in there at cover.
Dan, it'd be interesting to see whether whoever posed the question, wants to come back in, because I'd be interested in their views on it. Yeah. They're great questions.
Well, he's definitely listening, so
right.
Certainly
let's talk about it some more.
Yeah,
because
I think from a fan's perspective and a supporter's perspective, I think that pill becomes slightly harder to swallow. I think because I think there's a really easy argument to say you're not developing our own players, and I think that's potentially difficult. Defended down the ground, but I think you've kind of provided a nice bit of context as to why there would be those thoughts behind the scenes, which obviously fans and supporters in whatever sport you might be watching aren't entitled to, don't get privy to those conversations.
Yeah.
But I do think there is an element of, well, what's wrong with our players?
And another part of that equation will be, what is the quality of the bloke you've brought in?
Also true, yeah. And you won't know until he gets out there, and he's only going to have one opportunity to show it as well.
But this guy's a good cricketer, right?
Yeah.
So he's known to be a very fine cricketer.
England Lions.
Exactly. So I don't know that. So for me, that we tick the box. He's not a guy who can't get in the Division 2 team somewhere else, is he? This is a guy who is a first division cricketer. He's done well in first division cricket for Notts. There's some pedigree about him. Still a young man, but there's a bit of pedigree about him. So if he was available for transfer, would we be looking to sign him? Well, probably would. So that's fine on that one. Not so easy to make that argument if it's someone who's been left out of an unsuccessful team.
Yeah, of course. Single taken, shorter ball that time from Proctor, I think possibly just to let Bancroft get off strike. He's now on 44. He's going to have 4 balls at Ollie Price, naught off 24. Not convinced Proctor's going to bowl one on the hip for Ollie Price here, just to turn into the leg side. Suspect a few might be mentioning that he's yet to score. It's on the money, defended down the ground. Solid connection by Price. But I think that's where I can see from a fan's perspective. I think the length of a one game loan, I think is I understand it, but again, from a fan's perspective, I think really, and as you said, you win this game in front of you, it's worked fine. But actually, does it fix any long-term issues?
And please,
it's gone down the leg side.
Please don't get me wrong on that. I'm absolutely 100% not saying if we win this game, it's been a good decision.
No.
Well, I'm saying there's a broader set of judgments to take.
I think,
but that is important.
Yeah.
Let's not get away from that. Winning this match is important.
Well, I think the other thing, just to add a little bit more to it, obviously I spoke about the Brad Will loan from Hampshire to Glamorgan and amongst others, because they've got quite a serious issue when it comes to their kind of seam bowlers that just aren't fit at the start of this year. Defended down the ground, nicely played actually, that one by Ollie Price. But obviously the hope is that Rob Keogh is back and available next week.
Yeah.
So therefore, bringing somebody in on a month's loan who then is potentially just going to carry drinks or play twos or whatever becomes a waste of resources at that point. So it's not like Northamptonshire are looking for a player to fill a massive hole.
No.
They're looking for a player to get through a week to bring Rob Keogh back.
Yeah, I agree. That's well put. Yeah. It's interesting with supporters as well. I always imagined that our supporters would really want us to have a bunch of homegrown players through our system and so on.
Relatable. Oh, he played at my club.
Yeah.
Oh, he played with my boy, etc.
But there are a range of thoughts on that, and from supporters that I've picked up over the years, that whilst some definitely are there, and I'd say I have real understanding for that, being a local lad myself. It's not universal, that, and then there are a number of supporters, lifelong season ticket holders at Northampton, who I wouldn't say they don't care, but if Northampton are being successful, they're not looking at where these guys came from particularly. So, it's not one size fits all.
Yeah, Sanderson replacing Siddharth from the David Capel end. And Bancroft looks to turn that one into the leg side, but Safe Zabe walking in quickly to pick that one up. It's romantic when it works, isn't it? And you get he's one of our own, and it's nice. But ultimately, as you said at the very start of this conversation, the crunch point is how many games of cricket or football or rugby are you winning? And whether they all come from Northampton or whether they come from 11 different points of the UK, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a beauty. It's, again, Bancroft, probably only for the second time, really, that's had that longer walk out towards square leg just to gather his thoughts, has got himself carried away a little bit. Still the 3 slips in place for Northamptonshire, the ball offering plenty for the seamers still.
I really like this move to bring Sanderson back. So I think it's a really smart bit of captaincy from Luke Proctor.
Defended that one into the leg side. Yeah, I think it's what's Sanderson going to bowl here? 3 before lunch, maybe, which would be 10 before 10 in the session. And obviously then gets the benefit of having a 40-minute sit down and doesn't have to start straight away afterwards. But consistently wise has looked unsurprisingly the most threatening of the Northant seamers.
Shock.
Scrimshaw looks like he's had the most threatening individual delivery.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a waft at that one. That looked like that can't have been far away, almost from the toe of the bat, I think, from Bancroft, as that's gone sizably away from the Australian.
It bounced and swung and left him, didn't it? He ended up chasing it a wee bit. Ooh, and it's gone a long way after the bat as well. So there is still movement there. We haven't seen as much movement as you would expect in the second hour as we did in the first, but there is still movement available.
Leg by that time for Bancroft to get down the other end, which brings Ollie Price back on strike. And I think the other thing as well, sorry, this is kind of my final kind of thing about it.
That's a great question.
Obviously, Patterson White's in for 1 game.
Yeah.
Is it the right thing? Isn't it the right thing? Siddharth is in for 3 games. We're not talking about a huge amount of difference in kind of calendar time here, are we?
No, agreed. He's away.
Yeah, that's the first kind of real, well, one that Sanderson's not that happy about and he's given Ollie Price a bit of a freebie, isn't he? Just on the ankle, just turned round the corner, gets off the mark, gets up the other end. We'll keep the strike. 66 for 1 after 25.
He looks a very relieved young man.
Mm.
So happy was he to get that single. He ran straight down the pitch there. And actually, the umpire might have known that I had a word with him. But I think that was purely because he was so relieved. So, thank goodness for that. I've actually got some bat on that and I can get down the other end. But that's the good news. The bad news is that you kind of think Luke Proctor's got his number because he's bowled beautifully at Ollie Price and really consistently nagging away on that challenge in top of off with the ball offering to go away at a decent pace as well. More of that, please.
That's either not carried or that's just got the toe of Ollie Price's bat as it's gone through. Price is just indicating that that's just shot through.
Yeah, I think it did. I think it did grub a wee bit, didn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it is. Well, you can see how much moisture there is underneath it. We've had 25 overs, and you can see how exaggerated those footmarks are. Going to take on the fielder. Scrimshaw had a couple of stumps to aim at, but quite an easy, comfortable single in the end. But you can see how wet it is underneath. Like the footmarks outside what is now Bancroft's leg stump, pretty pronounced, aren't they?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's been wet, hasn't it? You know, it's been, whilst we've had 2 or 3 days of sun, we've had a terrible amount of rain, water. Oh, that's well bowled. That's well played as well. He's bowled very, very well here, Luke Proctor. It's been good to see. But I say well played because he managed to get it down. It didn't carry. Softer hands.
Nicely picked up, wasn't it, by Vasconcelos at third slip as well.
It was, yeah.
Certainly a big challenge, isn't it, between Scrimshaw and Proctor? 2 very, very different cricketers.
Oh, that's gone the other way. He's done him on the outside, and he's actually done him on the inside. And that got a thick inside edge, and flew away through square leg for 4. It's not entitled to get 4 runs for that.
No, that's you spoke and you complimented Bancroft a lot, didn't you, at the start about the bat kind of decelerating at the point of impact. That one there is really accelerated at the point where he's made contact with the cricket ball.
Yeah. And Prox looked nippy this morning as well. I've said numerous times, he's deceptive, Luke Proctor. He's a lot quicker than he might appear to be. This is good stuff, Proc.
Again, he's one of those leaders, isn't he? He leads by example. He's doing exactly what he'll want all of his seamers to be doing. And I'm sure there'll be a message that will be sent through the ranks and just say, this is what I want you to do.
Yeah, there's no better way, is there, than this is the template. I mean, I don't know how many times he's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 11, and he's caused a lot of problems. I don't know how many times he's been left. Bowled very few leave balls.
Without knowing the exact answer, I think you could probably count it on a couple of fingers.
I would think so, yeah.
If even needing any of them.
Yeah, exactly. That's been a really good 4 overs so far, and another day could have had 1 or 2. What have we got? 10 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, just over 10 minutes. So maybe three overs to go. Sanderson has got Ollie Price in his sights. It's left alone. Still just shaping nicely away from Price.
Lunch will be a lot nicer for Northamptonshire if they can get one more. Because, one at lunch, having stuck them in, the session is comfortably Gloucestershire's. I think 2 at lunch, the session is still Gloucestershire's, but 60-40 maybe at that point. Whereas 1 down, it's kind of 80-20. They've won that session. 4th slip comes in. The guy we've been talking a lot about, Liam Patterson. Right, it's not his fault, by the way.
No, not at all.
Very well fielded by Liam Patterson White, diving away to his right. That fourth slip just brought in for that matchup, Sanderson against Price. How many balls? We've got 4 balls left this over. I'm fancying the run back. I'm fancying the LBW.
He's just not really been able to set them up just yet, has he, Sanderson?
Oh, did that carry? I think it carried.
Well, have a look. I don't know.
I think it carried.
It was certainly Vasconcelos' catch.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I just saw Emilio just poke a hand out at that as it came through, which may have put the number 3 off. No, I don't think it has,
carry.
is it? No,
it didn't carry.
And Emilio didn't poke a hand out at it either. He got out of the way. What do we know, Rowie?
Just the way it hit his hands, it looked like it. But no, it didn't carry at all. It's a good stop.
Get back in your box.
Yeah.
Both of us.
Sorry. Well bowled.
Well fielded.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one. That's well played, actually. Very well played by Ollie Price. He might not have scored, but he's still there, and that's the job, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Whilst these conditions are challenging, and he's 2 off 35, which highlights just how hard it has been in this kind of final half an hour of the morning session. Northants just feel like they've just settled into their work a little bit better than what they had done in the 90 minutes preceding this.
Agreed.
And there's an inside edge that time, and that could have gone anywhere. As it is, it's just been dropped down to fine leg for a single.
Also, I think Patterson White, no, talked enough about him. Ollie Price. Ollie Price has had to take a lot of Luke Proctor, hasn't he? Yeah. And Proc has been absolutely brilliant. He's not giving him a ball off. So whilst he was stuck on 0 for a long time, he's actually defending really challenging balls from Luke Proctor for most of his innings. Bancroft before lunch would be lovely. Ooh, well bowled. Well bowled. Cameron Bancroft's giving that a bit of a stare. I think he did leave that and it didn't hit the off stump. And as the old saying goes, there are 2 sorts of leaves, a good one and the other one. So that was a good one, but he was uncertain about that ball. It did nip back. And I think he feels that's one where he might have played at, but he got away with it. He's batted very well. He's on 48. Ollie Price is not out on 3, 72 for 1. 27 overs bowled. Northants desperately will want to pick up a wicket in this remaining 7 minutes. This looks a good opportunity, doesn't it, this matchup?
Just hits the bat hard, doesn't he, as well?
He does.
Proctor.
He does.
It's now got to a stage with Ollie Price as well. He's 3 off 37. There's 6 minutes to go till lunch. There's kind of I can't really accelerate because, we need to walk off. Actually, my strike rate probably only going to go one way between now and lunch. Am I going to be walking off here at lunch kind of 3 off 55, 3 off 50 or something? But he's still there. And you can't score runs sat back over the other side, can you?
That's true. His job is to be not out at lunch. Whatever number he's got, it kind of doesn't matter. Well, it really doesn't matter. If he's there after lunch, then he can play, can't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he's played badly. I think it's been credit to how well Northants have bowled at him. Slips have just edged a closer still. The cloud cover.
Left alone that time by Price. 72 for 1.
Northants will like this little bit of cloud cover. You see the wicket change colour with the clouds come over,
It just looks a bit greener, doesn't it?
It does. Bit of a tinge to it. A little thin one, please, Proc. That'd be nice.
Down the leg side. There might have been a tickle of pad on the way through.
Yeah, there was something, wasn't there?
Good take by McManus. One thing that has been quite noticeable is Price's almost movement at the crease. We've seen a lot of cricketers so far this year at Wantage Road have batted outside of their crease, haven't they? They've taken that to negate any kind of movement. Price has been pretty proactive and actually taking a step forward during his 42 ball innings so far.
And he's just faced another maiden. Well, not another maiden, the first maiden that Luke Proctor has bowled, but another 6 balls that he didn't really have any opportunity to score off. And most of them were challenging as well. Just lost one down the leg side, but they were mostly challenging balls. Again, from Luke Proctor, it's been a really good 5 overs. Another day he bowls those 30 balls. He gets a couple of wickets. And he's perhaps slightly unlucky that he hasn't picked one up.
It's left alone by Bancroft. So yeah, 4 minutes to go until lunch. So unless this ball disappears a couple of times, I think there's a chance we'll get possibly another one, depending on how quick the umpires are between their positions. It's going to be one, nicely played by Bancroft into the offside. 73 for one now, 28.2 overs.
It's been very efficient, hasn't it? He's on 49, Cameron Bancroft. It's been totally, and this is a compliment, it's been a totally unspectacular innings from him. It's been unremarkable. It's been very fine professional opening batting, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's been good to watch. Like I said, he kind of possibly people with a different school of thought would have thought, well, instead of Smith, is Bancroft the guy? Maybe, don't know. But he hasn't turned up yet for Gloucestershire this year. Best of 70, which came in what was their first game in the end after they never got on the field at Derby against Yorkshire. Other than that, that's nicely played by Ollie Price. Just shimmies down the crease and just runs it between third slip and gully. 78, 27 and 5, 12 and 32 for Bancroft for Gloucestershire in the Championship so far this summer.
He's due, isn't he?
He certainly is. He's got 26 first-class hundreds and he averages 42, 43.
It's good for an opener, that. Not quite on it, Benson. Not at his very best. We're so used to seeing him at or very close to his best most of the time. It's not quite where he typically is. But he's still, what's great though, is this is the last ball of his 10th over. He's only gone for 19 runs. So they're going at 2 and over.
Yeah.
Oh, that one nibbled a bit.
That one's left alone. Well, Northamptonshire want another one, looking at the way that the slip cordon have sprinted down the other end. Time is 12:59. Well, the umpire's making pretty good time to get across.
Isn't he? Neil Bainton is rushing in.
Having a look at the digital clock down below us, and he's made it just in time. Proctor was there with his cap waiting, ready to go. So we're going to get one more then before lunch, which will be 30 overs bowled in the session. Bancroft currently on 49. And Ollie Price on 5. Bancroft is on strike. He drives Proc through the offside, takes on Scrimshaw, gets a single and picks up 50. His second 50 of the summer for Cameron Bancroft at the top of the order for Gloucestershire.
Quality, that. Did he dominate the proceedings? No. He went quietly about his business. If he got a ball to score off that he felt he could score off with no great risk to himself, he did that well. Didn't miss out on too many. Left well. Played softly in defence. ran pretty well, and there was a couple of confusions early on, but I don't think that was down to him particularly. I think that was more down to Ben Charlesworth, really, or the communication between them anyway. But that's just a very nice 50, and he'll be looking to build on that and convert that during the rest of the afternoon. He'll be happy to be at the non-striker's end as well for the next 5 balls, I'm sure.
Big drive that time from Ollie Price. That was a big stride in there, wasn't there? Half a stop at cover and well fielded by Scrimshaw to make sure that was only a single.
Yeah, again, the ball not running very fast over the lush outfield here. But it does bring Bancroft back on strike.
Well, that's half of the bat, and that's really nicely timed. Patterson White's going to give chase down towards the coffee van. I think he's going to win. It's going to hold up, isn't it? Bancroft's going to add another 3 runs to his tally before lunch.
That zipped off the outside edge there again, didn't it?
Flew, didn't it?
A thick outside edge, and Bancroft will say, well, I've run that down, and he probably has just opened the face somewhat. It did go away from him off the wicket, and he adjusted nicely. That's a nice on drive by Price.
Yeah.
Slightly over pitched by Luke Proctor, but looking to hit that front pad of Ollie Price. Seems to have been there a long, long time.
He really does. He's got himself onto 6 now.
The partnership is 36. He's got the 6, but he's there. And he has been very, very well bowled at.
Yeah, he really has, hasn't he? What have we got? 1 ball left then before lunch. Price will face it. 6 off 49, as you say, at the moment. Proctor just going under 3s. Looks like there's going to be a change in the field here for the last ball of the session as well. Patterson White's going to go back into 4th slip. Bartlett's gone across from the leg side to backward point. Last ball by Proctor. Driven down the ground. Dot ball then to finish the session, fielded by Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw, the wicket taker. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Ben Charlesworth for 16. Gloucestershire having, well, lost the toss, being asked to bat first here at Northamptonshire, have got themselves to 80 for 1 off 30 overs. Cameron Bancroft, as the Australian we've just spoken about, past 50s, 53. And Ollie Price currently on 6. And I'd say it's been Gloucestershire's morning.
Yeah, without a doubt. They would have paid a lot of money for that when they lost the toss and got stuck in 80 for 1. I think they've batted well. Particularly Bancroft has batted well, and Charlesworth shaped up nicely. Only got 16, but took the shine off the new ball. From Northamptonshire perspective, they've been very good in parts, but overall, over the 2 hours, they've been inconsistent on line and length. When they have got it right, it's been really challenging, and they might have picked up more wickets. They've gone past a few times and a couple have fallen short of slip, but on the balance of what we've seen, it's probably about fair. Gloucestershire will be enjoying their lunch certainly more than Northamptonshire will.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll go and enjoy ours, and we'll be back in about 40 minutes for the afternoon session.
Gloucestershire will resume their first innings on 80 for 1. Cameron Bancroft on 53 and Ollie Price on 6.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Wantage Road, where Gloucestershire at lunch are 80 for 1. Cameron Bancroft is 53 not out, and Ollie Price is 6 not out. Having been inserted to bat this morning, it'd be fair to say that Gloucestershire have had a pretty good start of it. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Phil Rowe, and Siddharth Kaul is going to open the bowling for the afternoon session from the David Capel end.
And he's got 3 slips, 3 men on the offside save in 1. Starts with a very well targeted ball right on middle stump. It's defended not with absolute ease and confidence by Cameron Bancroft. His feet were a little bit stuck in the lunch queue. But in the end of the day, guess what? Got most of the bat on it. And it rolled up to mid-on. He's played very well, Cameron Bancroft. I said before lunch, it's been... if not dominant and eye-catching, it's been certainly a demonstration of how you bat on a moving pitch in England early in the summer. And he's played very, very well. He has been tested, no doubt about that. And he's been up to that test.
Yeah, he had a couple, didn't he, before lunch that he had a little bit of a flirt or a poke at, and quite an elaborate kind of walk out towards square leg, actually, just to gather his thoughts and calm himself down. But to be honest, I mean, he's faced the best part of 100 balls, and he's kind of played 2, maybe 3 full shots, and I think 2 is probably the safer bet there.
Yeah. That's been very good.
Looked incredibly good value for 53.
Yeah, so he has been tested, and it's a good start. Only 2 balls in, it's a good start. Straight after lunch, Northampton would have wanted to regroup, had a little chat amongst themselves about lines and lengths, and that's close. That's out. Just as I was saying, Northampton have regrouped over lunch. A good start to that over from Siddharth Kaul. The 3rd ball of which is bang on the money, nip back, caught Cameron Bancroft on the crease, and Martin Saggers, after a little bit of thought, decided that was good enough. Had a great look about it from our vantage point. We see the replay. Oh, that's out. Yeah, catches him in line. He finishes outside the stumps, and that would have been the only question really on Martin Saggers' mind. Would have been, well, did that hit him in the line, or has he moved after contact? And absolutely bang on, Martin Saggers. Very good. He did move after contact. The contact was in line. The ball was going on to hit Midland leg stump, I would think. And that's just the breakthrough after lunch that Northampton needed.
Yeah, superb. Couldn't have been better timed, could it? 3 balls after the break, and Northamptonshire pick up their second, and Siddharth picks up his first in a Northamptonshire shirt. Someone that challenged, didn't he, through that morning session, but probably didn't provide Luke Proctor and his team the consistency that what they would have hoped for. Yeah, but you always felt like he had that delivery in him that was going to cause somebody a bit of trouble.
Yeah, for sure. There is movement available. And as we said, really, in the summing up, Dan, we both observed that we thought Northampton had been good in patches in the first 2 hours, but not consistent enough. And after lunch, it was interesting. It was bang on the money. First 3 balls, the 3rd of those 3 balls nipped back, beat the inside edge. And that was enough to get the very big wicket, the Price Cup. And just what Northampton needed at the start of that session. They would have been a little bit flat over lunch, a bit disappointed only to have got the 1 wicket, and disappointed to some degree. The wheels weren't off by any means. They just didn't bowl quite well enough, quite consistently enough. They'd have had a chat. It would have been very, pretty low key, no sort of thumping the table. Just come on, lads, let's get back on it. Let's group this ball. Let's make them play more. No easy leaves, and make it hard. And that is a great start. And it brings to the crease Miles Hammond, who has been in some decent form this year. He's a good young player. So we've got a left and a right-hander again. Siddharth Kaul will start round the wicket. Again in the business area, bringing Hammond forward. Plays it very comfortably up to mid-off.
He's led the way so far this season for Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond, 303 runs at an average of 50. Clear by 60 or so runs from, well, the man that he's out there with, actually, Ollie Price. He scored 245 runs so far this campaign.
That will be a great fillip, really, to Siddharth to get a wicket at home, having not started brilliantly. It wasn't terrible by any means. He just got a bit searchy, I think. He's in again from the David Capel end, on the money again, top of the Bales height, just rushing slightly, Miles Hammond, but he covers up pretty comfortably in the end. Yeah, I mean, this can set the tone, can't it? You know, you win the toss, you stick the opposition in, they don't get away, but they get to lunch only one down. You haven't quite bowled as well as you really would have hoped to bowl. Things haven't quite gone your way. And if the two batters get back in the next hour after lunch, then it looks like a long afternoon. But that hasn't happened. Bancroft is back in the pavilion, courtesy of a very good delivery from Siddharth Kaul, and Northamptonshire are back in the game. That's a lovely drive for extra cover, half stopped by a diving, tumbling safe save. Got a good left hand on that. Very athletic dive to his left. That would have been 3, maybe even 4, but he took the sting out of that. So just a single.
Yeah, he did really well, didn't he? I think was that Luke Proctor? I think backing him up.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure now I've said that. Was it Ben Sanderson under the brim hat? No, I think, but I'm not sure. I think that might be the first brim hat that I've seen of the year.
I like a brim hat.
I do.
I do like a brim hat.
Where would you... Thing is, and obviously I'm not kind of qualified to answer this question, but you're kind of talking about a county cap. Or are you going down the brim hat kind of route? Which would you go? Because I know Shane Warne was very much a brim hat kind of guy, wasn't he? He'd have the baggy green on for photos, and then the second it was done, the floppy was on.
It's a question that I have thought about.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah.
You're prepared.
Not making it up. Scrimshaw from the Lynn Wilson end round the wicket. Bowls a back of a length ball that Hammond defends pretty comfortably around kind of lower chest height. So this is. I had some lunch, haven't I? I'm a bit perky.
Yeah.
I've got a coffee in my hand. I would prefer, there's a book coming, I would prefer to wear a county cap, because I think everyone in a county cap looks fantastic if you're all out there in the same cap. However, the sun on the back of my neck is not a good thing for me. So it would have to be, for medical reasons, a brimmed hat. It would have to be a brimmed hat, because once I get sun on the back of my neck, I get sunstroke pretty quickly. And it's not very nice. Yeah, so for those reasons,
not a particularly good thing for a long career as a county cricketer. That is it.
No, that's the only thing that stopped me. Obviously, yeah, that and the fact that I couldn't bowl above 57 miles an hour, couldn't hold a bat, and was a pretty bad fielder. Those are the four but reasons.
Mostly it was the sunstroke.
I like to look at it that way. George Scrimshaw, a nice wicket earlier today, round the wicket to a left-hander. That one's banged in, and he's been dispatched almost dismissively, really, by Miles Hammond. It wasn't really a banged-in ball. It looked a bit just a wrong length. Didn't come out of the hand brilliantly. And Miles Hammond will say thank you very much, and swivel pulled that right out of the middle of the bat.
He bowled one of those really similar from this end in his first over of his first spell before lunch, and it did feel like it took him about 9 balls, didn't it, to get into it?
Yeah.
I can't remember who it was, but the pull shot went down towards the signal box.
It was Cameron Bancroft, I think. And that one again lacked rhythm. There wasn't a lot of. He looked like he was searching for a stride in his run up there. It's been played off the back foot by Miles Hammond. It's a slowish outfield, as we said. It's very lush because of the rain. So he only picks up 2, but just in terms of attacking the crease and rhythm through the crease, looked a little bit laboured there. He's a very tall young man, 6'7", 6.
Sure.
Options.
Got to be up that way.
He's tall.
He's taller than me, and I'm 6 foot. So
he's well tall.
Any more of them,
he's tall. sometimes that can make coordination a little bit difficult. Let's put it all together now. There's a bit more rhythm in that one, a bit quicker, catches the inside edge of Hammond's bat, goes down to fine leg where Siddharth Kaul shuffles around to his left, keeps it to a single.
6'7".
Yeah, that's tall.
Long trousers.
Yeah. Long arms. And it just sometimes, it makes coordination of those long limbs that little bit more tricky, I think. Very few, very few, very tall golfers for a similar reason. Let's see if he can finish this over well. His first after lunch over the wicket. Now to the right-handed Price, back of a length. There was a bit more in that one. That looked a better delivery. Punched up to extra cover, save. Busy as ever in the field. Prevents any run. So it's the end of not a spectacular comeback over. And Scrimshaw takes his cap from umpire Neil Bainton and wanders back to his fielding position at fine leg. And he's just wondering about the meaning of life right now. But he has got a home wicket. It was a lovely ball to account for
Charlesworth.
Ben Charlesworth, thank you. Well filled in there, Dan. That was a very good catch. Another good catch from Dan.
One-handed, low to my left.
That's a good one. So this is probably the matchup that Northants want. Hammond is a good player, and this is the time to get him out before he gets in. Siddharth Kaul is going to start this over the wicket. He may vary that as the over progresses. Going forward, driving up to mid-off. No run. So the field for the left-handed Hammond, there are 3 slips. There's a guy, Liam Patterson-White, at backward point. There's an extra cover, that's save. Mid-off, who's the captain, Luke Proctor. There's a mid-on, I think he's Ben Sanderson. A mid-wicket, George Bartlett. And a fine leg, George Scrimshaw.
Do you see this movement kind of carrying on as the day goes on? Do you think it becomes more? Do you think it becomes less?
I think it will become less as the day goes on. Oh, there's one that has moved right across the left-hander. Beautiful delivery. That's a fantastic delivery. Let's have a look at the replay. It certainly was angled beautifully across the left-hander. He has the ability to swing the ball back in, so you've got to play at that, and it goes the other way off the seam, beats the outside edge. Yeah, I think as the sun gets onto the pitch and as the ball gets softer, I think the combination of those two things will mean there'll be slightly less movement, and that there is will happen a little bit slower as the ball is softer. Generally goes a little bit slower. It's a nice delivery, well left. He looks in good rhythm now, Siddharth Kaul, doesn't he?
Just looks a lot more comfortable, doesn't he, from
that end,
from the David Capel end?
He does. Yeah.
I don't know how long he's been in the country for. I think I said earlier I was here yesterday making a few bits of content for the club, and I saw him out and about, and he'd had some real kind of gentle, almost walkthroughs. I didn't see whether he did then have a bowl in the net, so I don't know how long he's been in the UK for. I don't know what it's like to acclimatise from India over to the UK. He's picked probably the best time to do it.
Oh, that's a huge drive. That's the most aggressive shot we've really seen.
How far has that ball moved?
It's gone a long way. So it pitched and left the left-hander, and the angle, of course, was going across him, but it actually did, as you say, it deviated off the pitch considerably, and it's taken right in front of first slip's sort of left pocket.
He's quite wide as well, isn't he, Karen, there at first slip?
He is, yeah.
It's like swung from the hand, pitched, and then just carried on.
Carried on, yeah. So there is still movement there.
You spoke this morning. Siddharth's kind of taken a lot of wickets on some pretty flat pitches in India.
Yeah.
Maybe actually, if the ball starts doing a bit less.
Oh, that's gone as well. That's a good run. That's a very good single taken by Miles Hammond. It squared him up a little bit, pitched and left him again, a little bit short. He was on the back foot, just rode the movement into the offside. And it was a nod and a response. It was a good quick single. And that's good cricket because he was getting lined up there a little bit by Siddharth Kaul. And the best way to play that is get up the other end as quickly as you can. That's what he's done. He's moves on to 9. Ollie Price, who's been there for a long time, is still on 6. He hasn't faced much of the bowling after lunch either.
No, only a couple of balls.
Call in again. Pitches that one up. It's 7th or 8th stump and let go by Ollie Price. So he's looked good. I think there's been a little bit more zip, a bit more pep about Siddharth Kaul since the lunch break. I said earlier, he runs in pretty fast, attacks the crease. He's a slight guy. Obviously got a fantastic wrist.
Yeah.
We've seen him move the ball both ways off the pitch and in the air. The one thing he hasn't been is quite as consistent as he might have been, but he started this afternoon session well. 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 27 for his figures in the game so far.
Yeah, I think as I said a moment ago, he showed the skill set he had on offer during that morning session. Like that booming in swinger that he served up to Cam Bancroft in his first over, maybe the 4th ball of the day.
Oh, that's an absolute jaffer. That, it didn't look right to me in terms of there's a big pill for LBW. Absolute beautiful delivery around the wicket. George Scrimshaw, the ball is firing in to middle and off, pitches and leaves Hammond. I think there's a noise, so I think there's a genuine appeal. I think it might have brushed his back leg.
Yeah,
it didn't have a good look to me of bat. Yeah, that's it. It's back pocket. Yes, great decision by Neil Bainton.
It's a great ball by Scrimshaw again, though.
Good cricket all round because Hammond did well to miss it. It was such a great delivery. Back on it, back on the money again, George Scrimshaw. This is a good start to this over.
Yeah, I think he's going to be one of those bowlers, isn't he? I think whilst you said he's pretty young in his professional cricket career, and particularly even younger when it comes to 4-day cricket. But I think it probably is going to take him a little while to get going because he is a bit taller, because he is a bit faster. But actually, what we have seen in this kind of really small sample size here at Northampton, he's got the ability to bowl some absolute beauties.
He really does, yeah.
And they're rushing the Gloucestershire batters as well.
Yeah, this has been a great start to this over. So it's interesting. We're learning, aren't we? He's learning and we're learning about him. This morning, his first over was modest, but then quickly got into his work. He's a big engine, isn't he? It takes him a bit of time to get warmed up. He's certainly warmed up now because that was an absolutely beautiful delivery that nearly counted for the end of Miles Hammond, but it was a good decision by Neil Bainton. And there's nothing there against Miles Hammond. Second time he's played that shot, you've probably just heard the ball smash into the advertising boards, which are sort of 30 yards behind the boundary, which tells you how well that ball was struck by Miles Hammond. Just watch the replay now. It's back of a length and it's going down the leg side. He catches up with it and hits it very, very hard. So there's nothing there. He clearly wants to put bat to ball. We've seen him play a couple of big drives up hit fielders, and a huge drive at one in the last over from Siddharth Kaul that he missed by some distance. He's had 2 short balls and he's dispatched both of them, moves on to 13. He's obviously a player who wants to score. Oh, that one was a similar line. It was short, it was down the leg side, but it really died. It died on the pitch a wee bit. And in the end, I think Hammond will be happy that he played over the top of it because it could have looped and hit the glove and gone anywhere. It was a strange flight of the ball after it hit the middle of the wicket.
I wonder whether it did just brush the pocket again on the way through. I'm just going to have a look and see if I could find a strike rate for Miles Hammond. 52.
Okay. Oh yeah, I can understand why you had a look. Those 2 shortish balls that he's dispatched have led to a change in the field. So Safe Save has gone from mid-wicket out to deep backward square. We've got a long leg. Ben Sanson is the only man on the single on the leg side. Interesting response to that was that Miles Hammond came right across his stumps. Very interesting, that.
Well, I suppose Miles Hammond will be an experienced cricketer in this Gloucestershire lineup now, and he'll probably look at George Scrimshaw and kind of go, wow, if we can put Scrimshaw under a bit of pressure, We know that Northants haven't got their first choice seamers available. Siddharth is making his debut. Captain Luke Proctor hadn't bowled much last year, bowled more this year. Sanderson, obviously they can't bowl Sanderson all day, every day from the one end. So if they can kind of give Proctor a bit of a headache and go, well, you know what, can't bowl Scrimshaw to me. Just makes everybody's life a bit harder.
Definitely something to be said for that, Dan, for sure. I'm enjoying this challenge. The challenge that Call is posing to Price. No challenge there, as it's a fifth, sixth stump ball, back of a length, and Price can let that one go pretty comfortably.
It's been an interesting one by Price so far. 6 off 53. When you're out there, your whole purpose of you being there is to score runs, right? And 6 off 53, you could argue and say that kind of hasn't really fulfilled that purpose. But he hasn't looked scratchy or unorganized or panicked or phased or fussed or by the situation at all. But I mean, there's an elephant in the room here that his numbers just aren't moving.
Yeah. I mean, the good news for Ollie Price is that Miles Hammond has come in and scored very quickly and shown positive intent. They've put on 14, of which Miles Hammond's got 13, and there's been a leg by. So Ollie Price hasn't contributed runs to this partnership, but he has in terms of he's been there. But he's now faced effectively 9 overs for 6. First thing I'd say is that's credit to the Northants bowlers. He has been bowled at very well, but he hasn't at all looked to impose himself.
No.
He's been, if you like, passive in defence rather than dominant in defence. But it all depends what number he's on when he walks off. That's the name of this game. So Call again running the ball across the left-handed Miles Hammond. Can let that one go just on line as much as on length. But he does have the ability, Siddharth Kaul, to swing the ball both ways. And he will soon enough want to show him the in-swinger to the left-handed Hammond to show that he can't just leave those going across him, because he can bring the one back in. It's a vital delivery to have. If you're bowling at a left-hander, the ability to bring the ball back in, either in the air or off the seam or both. Call can do both those things. It's a matter of when he chooses to do that. And there it was. That was the one that swung back in. Just a little bit full. And Hammond was able to punch that down the ground. No run. But he certainly looks to be hustling in the style of, well, I guess in the style of Siddharth Kaul, but rather than anyone else. He's his own man, I'm sure. But it does remind me very much of a county ground favourite of my era, was Mohammad Azharullah. What a fantastic bowler that guy was. And a great bloke to boot. 2 balls to go of this over, the 12th Kaul bowl. This one is full of length. It's driven to the right of mid-off. They could have singled pretty easily. Proctor shies at the stumps, but it wouldn't have been out had he hit. Well taken run. It's interesting, the Gloucestershire running has been, I would say it's been positive. It wasn't altogether coordinated in the partnership between the two openers, Bancroft and Charlesworth. There were a few little harem-scarum moments, but it has been positive. A lot of good singles taken. Runs have been hard to come by. It's sort of it's well under 3 and over the scoring rate, but they have looked to take singles when they can. It's nicely bowled back of a length, pretty safe length. And Price happy enough just to drop a bat on that one. It runs us to the offside, no run. That concludes the 35th over. It's 95 for 2. Ollie Price is, guess what? He's still on 6. And Miles Hammond is on 14. George Scrimshaw having a little chat there with Saif Sayed. Some encouragement will have been given to him, no doubt. Very, very good man to have around the place, Saif Sayed. Always chirpy, always wants to be involved in the game. Always happy, as he did then, to go and get the bowler's cap, run it back to the umpire. He's fielding it deep, backward square leg. So he's done a bit of a shift there. But that's great. You know, that's great mateship, great teamwork from him.
Good for the pedometer as well.
Absolutely. Oh, George Scrimshaw. That's a beautiful delivery. Dan is indicating, does he think he...
I thought there was a little noise through the headphones there,
Oh.
Rowie.
Well, I clicked my fingers. Is that what
Was
it was?
it could have been that, but
Yeah. It was a very good delivery, let's say that. It was pitched up, which I like. Hammond didn't really move his feet, pushed firmly at it, and it only narrowly missed the outside edge.
tried his best to nick it, didn't he?
He did, yeah. He did, but it moved too much. It was a good length ball. Nice and full. This one is not a good length ball. It's short, it's wide, and it's smashed away by Hammond. Ollie Price is thinking two things there. He's thinking, great shot, Miles. Can I have one of those, please?
Yeah.
Because I don't think he's had a really poor delivery that he's missed out on.
No, I genuinely don't think he has. I was just having a look through the live chat on YouTube, and so thanks to everybody that's joined us so far during the course of the day. A lot of Cam Bancroft fans congratulating him on the 50 that he picked up this morning. Jost has just commented that said that Ollie's playing the long game. Hope it pays off. Mark Tremaine sent an email as well.
Has he?
Yeah, he's just said, quick shout out from Sydney in Australia. He hasn't said Sydney in Australia, and I don't know why I said Sydney in Australia. I'm sure there might be other Sydneys, but even though Chris has finished his stint over there, still keen to follow the fortunes of Northants. Always enjoyable to follow the coverage through the street. Mark Tremaine.
That's Chris's dad, right? I did meet him. What a lovely fella he is. Well, that's lovely snow, isn't it?
It's nice.
I like that.
Once a stillback, always a stillback.
I love that. That's great. Scrimshaw in again, bowls short, and it's kind of like flapped with a bit of topspin in front of square on the leg side save. Zaid does a fantastic job of preventing 4 runs on the boundary, flicking it back in, full length dive. He saves 2 as 2 runs are accumulated. It does bring up the Gloucestershire 100. They're 101 for 2. In the 36 over. And Miles Hammond is showing very positive intent. He's made a couple of errors in judgment on the front foot, where he's driven at balls that weren't really there, but on the back foot, he's played beautifully. Scored both sides of the wicket. And tucks that one into the leg side for a comfortable single to rotate the strike. He's obviously a guy who wants to drive the ball, and I'd be kind of saying to my bowlers, let's get him driving. Let's live there. You know, if we can get 4 balls and over in that kind of broad area, off stump length, maybe slightly full of a length, let's get him driving, because he's driven some nice balls that have hit fielders, but he's looked a little bit shaky there. Just wants to go at any width there. Scrimshaw into Price. It's a low full toss, and he gets away. He's now reached double figures. I think it was an attempted Yorker. It looked like it was an attempted Yorker, but it ended up as a low full toss. And Price, who doesn't really move a lot at the crease, was able to just kind of drop a bat on that, close the face on it, and got enough bat on it as it races away for 4. He'll be happy about that. Takes him to 10. And it takes Gloucestershire onto 106 for 2.
It was like a wry kind of way, wasn't it? Like a from somewhere in the crowd there.
There was.
I'm sure that's just taken a little bit of pressure off. And as you said, he hasn't really had a bad ball to face all day.
He hasn't. He's not.
I mean, that wasn't the worst one either.
No. I've seen those missed, and LBW.
You've been watching me bat?
I haven't seen that. I haven't had that pleasure. And a 6-ball boundary. Don't like 6-ball boundaries. It just hands the initiative to the opposition. This is not a bad matchup, though. I think Hammond wants to dominate the bowling, either in defence, mostly in attack. And I think Siddharth Kaul has lined him up so far. It's a no ball. Siddharth Kaul has been chatting, in particular, to Neil Bainton, the umpire, when he was bowling from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end, but he's definitely overstepped there from the far end, and he's inquiring of the umpire, how far over was I? The umpire gives him an indication, then comes down to check it. So that's a wasted ball, but as they say, make the most of the extra ball. I've got a nick off on a drive. It just feels that way. Got to get the ball across him. Oh, he's not nicking that off. He's smashing that through the covers for 4. It was the kind of area that I think is right for Northampton to bowl. It was just a little bit too wide and a little bit too full. It was very well played by Miles Hammond. Yeah, he transferred his weight very well through that shot. Head to the ball. His foot went pretty straight rather than to the pitch of the ball. That's okay as long as your balance is maintained. And yeah, after contact, he did not move. Rock solid through the ball. It's a lovely cricket shot for 4.
It's the first real scoring opportunity Siddharth has provided so far after lunch.
Tightens his line up there.
It's a good comeback. Ryan has just dropped a message through. So for Ryan and the benefit of anybody else watching / listening, it is free after tea at Wantage Road. Probably not many better places if you're in the area to come down on a Friday afternoon, is there?
I mean, if you can get yourself a Galoni's ice cream as well.
That's right, it's there.
Which you can. I think that's it really, isn't it? Doesn't get any better.
You'd struggle to beat it. You would certainly struggle to beat it.
Living the dream. Siddharth Kaul wants a wicket. That's his dream. He's not going to get one there, though. He's full. He's on leg stump, but he's tucked away to deep backward square for a single. There was a slight hint there of overbalance from Miles Hammond, but he did well enough to get the bat back onto the line of the ball. He was in no danger at all. Just might have missed it. Left-handers hate missing balls on their pads. He didn't miss it. He got his single, but he just toppled over a wee bit. He's looking to shuffle across the crease, trying to take the line of the stumps away from the bowler. And that's absolutely fine. You've just got to get your legs out of the way. So it brings Price back onto strike. His last ball for 4. Lets the next one go. Just a gentle bit of swing. There's still a little bit of movement in the air available. The ball is now into its 37th over, so it'll start to really soften up a little bit. Clearly the wicket, with the rain we've had, the outfield is lush because of that. The ball won't be particularly scuffed up. It won't be particularly soft, but it will start to go soft around about the 40 over mark. 50 overs maybe on a day like this. And that's when you want to bat, that's when you want to be batting. When there's a little bit of hardness in the ball, but not that nip. Nip is what Kaul is looking for. He's nipped that one back, actually. It's very comfortably played by Ollie Price.
I think the Gloucestershire top 4 have done really well on a challenging pitch. Yeah, okay, they possibly haven't been challenged quite as much as what Northamptonshire would have liked to have challenged them, but they've done really well. As you said, they've earned the right to be 2 down, and once this ball starts getting a little bit softer and starts offering a little bit less. And as we spoke earlier, they're a unit so far this year that have scored 400s.
Yeah, they've done well. They have done well. There's a nice little, I don't know what was said, but Miles Hammond walked down the wicket and spoke to his partner there. I would imagine he was saying something like, that's a great defensive shot, great batting. Just to reinforce, okay, it's a dot ball, but you dominated that way. Did back, he played it well. Last ball of the over, it's swing, it's full. It swung a little bit, just a little bit too full. Poorly timed, really, on that occasion by Ollie Price, but no damage done. That's the end of the 37th over, 113 for 2. This partnership now 33, of which Ollie Price has contributed 4. Miles Hammond, as we've said, he is dominating this partnership, and to some extent he's starting to dominate the Northampton bowling. The run rate has increased since he got to the crease. A little conversation between captain and bowler here. So Luke Proctor and senior pro Ben Sanderson having a chat with George Grimshaw. That'll be about lines and lengths. It'll be about nothing else. What are you thinking? Yeah. I think you should bowl top of off. Might well be the outcome to that conversation. Still 3 catches in. 3 men saving, 1 on the offside, mid-wicket, and 2 men behind square on the leg side. Oh, that's beautifully bowled again. Well, if that was the conversation, then he's delivered on that conversation. not only was it a beautiful line and length delivery at a decent pace, but it left the left-hander very late, and he's pushing and probing at that one. The length was so good, he didn't know whether to go forwards or backwards. The line was so good, he had to play, and it left him. I mean, you can't do a lot more than that as a bowler. You're supposed to nick those, Miles Hammond. Go and read the notes. And he's in the same area again. Well played this time by Miles Hammond. He left that ball a little bit fuller. Gave him a little bit more read on the line of the ball. Well left.
He's as I said, he's bowled some really, really good deliveries, Scrimshaw.
Yeah, he has.
And he has kind of married them up with a couple of bad ones here and there. But there was, in the build up to the wicket, I think he bowled like maybe 9 dot balls in a row. Had that maiden, didn't he? Yeah.
I mean, I think the conversation that in review, this would be in I wouldn't talk to him at a break in this game, maybe after play, but maybe after the whole game. So far, and he's only into his 9th over, his poor ball has always been a short ball. Yeah. And
I don't think it's been properly short.
No, well, it's not. No, it's not been a banged in ball. It's been a dragged down ball, right? So, I would be talking to him about how can we make your poor ball an over length ball. Right. So that has made my point. Okay. So that was an over length ball. In that it was too full. But you heard the shouts because the ball was driven out and it carried in the air for quite a while. Had there been a fielder there, it could have another day gone to hand. If you're over length, you've got a chance of getting a wicket. If your poor ball is a short ball at this level, it takes a big error from the batsman to get out to that delivery. So that would be a switch that I'd like to not say he'll never bowl a drag down ball. Of course he will. He's human. But if that's exclusively be a bad ball, that's a problem because that's normally going to go for 4. And I'll come back to that in a moment. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. That's a good length again. Hammond indicating to his partner that ball pitched and left me. But Scrimshaw's figures, best part now of 9 overs, but for 41. Okay, so he's going at 4.5 and over. And that's purely because of his poor balls having been short balls, and almost all of them have gone for 4. Had those poor balls been fuller length balls, not all of them would have gone for 4. He might have got another wicket, and he'd probably be going for about 30. And that's a different spell. So that's the work on he needs to achieve. He's going to tidy it up here, though. I know he. Oh, that was very straight. Last ball of his 9th over was very straight, flicked into the leg side through wide mid-on by Miles Hammond. I've got a feeling if he misses that it looked very straight to me.
I think if he'd have missed that one, that might have taken all 3 stumps out of the ground.
Okay, good. I was starting to doubt myself.
No, that looked particularly adjacent, that one from Scrimshaw. And I think we've had this conversation before, but that scorecard and those figures don't give they do give a representation of how George Scrimshaw has bowled. And as you said, you can't avoid the fact that those bad balls have been put away.
Yeah.
But actually, there is a little bit more context to that. He has bowled some absolute beauties.
He has.
And I'd argue and say the challenging balls that he's bowled have been as challenging, if not more challenging, than any of those other Northampton seamers so far today. Just unsurprisingly, at 6'7" and a bit quicker, doesn't have the same consistency as someone as experienced as Ben Sanderson.
Totally agree with that, Dan. Totally agree with that. Feels like a good moment for Northampton to get a 3rd wicket, doesn't it?
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It's due. Siddharth is going to continue, and Ollie Price just happy to let that one go through. He's 10 off 60. Three slips in place. You'd love to. You really would love to kind of tap into the psychology here from Ollie Price. Find out what the mindset is, what the plan is, what those conversations are between himself and Miles Hammond. You said he's got the benefit, the fact that Miles Hammond is scoring, so it takes a bit of pressure off. And it's nicked, and it's gone. Siddharth gets his 2nd wicket. Good catch by Emilio Gay, low to his left. And we don't need to find out what the game plan is now because Northamptonshire have got their third.
Yeah, very well-deserved wicket as well. He's been very good since the lunch break has called. This one's pitched up and it swung a wee bit. It's a firm-footed push. It's a good catch. Look, there are no bad catches, right? So it's a good, and every slip catch is a good catch. On reflection, I think, actually, no, it's a good catch. It's good. I thought he was high to low, but it actually wasn't that high. It just went very quickly.
Yeah.
So his movements looked a little bit like he was responding from a higher position, but it wasn't. It was just a very good low catch. The ball went very quickly, didn't it? Off the outside edge, 2-second slip. He's proving to be a very good catcher in that second slip position is Emilio Gay.
Yeah.
And the beginning of the over, we just sort of almost flippantly said, wouldn't it be a good time for Northampton to get a third wicket? And indeed it has proved to be. It brings James Bracey to the crease, so 2 left-handers now, which can make life a little bit easier for the bowling side.
Yeah, I wonder if Ben Sanderson's just going to be in Proctor's ear here saying, do you know how good I am against left-handers, Proc? I wouldn't mind having a go here. I don't think he'll be that far away. I don't know whether he'll come in from the Lynn Wilson centre end or whether Proctor himself will bowl. But yeah, that slip cordon so far this year for Northamptonshire has looked really good. I don't think it would be unkind of me to say, and I think it would be fairly obvious for me to state as well. But last year, the fielding, the catching in particular for Northamptonshire in 4-day cricket was poor.
Yeah.
And the slip cordon kind of set the tone from that. I'd struggle to think of a game or an innings where you didn't think that Northamptonshire had to try and get 13 wickets.
Yeah.
But so far this year, that cordon has looked strong.
It's interesting, isn't it? You know, I mean, I have no answer to this, but confident teams can drop the ball less. It's just kind of like that's my observation of a lifetime of watching cricket. Nice. So as I said, two lefties in now. James Bracey has joined Miles Hammond at the crease. He's been up and down the order over time. James Bracey has opened the batting. And he's been as low as 7 or 8 at times, but he's in at 5. That feels like 5 or 6 is a good number for him.
Yeah, he had that really brief stint, didn't he, as in an England shirt, which I'm not convinced he really got a long enough go to fully kind of appreciate who or what James Bracey is as a cricketer. It can't have been more than about 2 tests, can it?
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
And from memory, he got some pretty decent deliveries first up as well. But
strange. I mean, I think it was, and it's not about James Bracey per se. Of the options that were available at the time, it was an interesting selection.
Yeah.
But the decision not to continue selecting him was more bizarre, because how do you find out if someone's any good or not? You've got to give him a go.
Yeah.
And he didn't have a go. He's a good bloke. He's very good friends with a guy who was on the staff at Northants for a while, Charlie Thurston. They're at Loughborough University together.
Sit off on the money to welcome James Bracey to Wantage Road.
And yeah, Charlie's big, would be very complimentary about James Bracey, both as a cricketer and as a human. Yeah, good guy, I think.
Our friend Alex from the live streams just kind of mentioned that Siddharth turned and pointed to the balcony.
He did.
Was it part of a plan that he and Rory had come up with, maybe over lunch?
Pitch it up, get the edge.
Possibly not the most thought out, but it's nicely played, driven down the ground by Bracey, and will get himself off the mark with a 4, a nice off drive to end the 39th over, 123 for 3.
That was a lovely cricket shot, wasn't it? And you'll have heard me oftentimes, Dan, saying get the ball up, get them driving. However, when you've got a bloke who's just come in and it's your last ball of the over, just bowl him a dot ball, keep him on 0 for longer.
Yeah,
would be my view. Scrimshaw is looking to continue from the Lynn Wilson end, but I don't think it'll be long before we do see. Well, no, it's not. There is a bowling change.
Patterson White is going to have his
White has come
first bolt.
Okay.
From the the traditional spinner's end at Wantage Road, the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Get our first look at the Nottinghamshire Loney. Looks like he's going to have... Well, we've got one of the Northants fielders there putting some shin pads on, but I can't see... Vasconcelos can't stand there, can he, without a lid on? He's going to have to either get a helmet or he's going to have to move. But he has just put his shin pads on. He's going to start then with a slip. We're still not sure. Possibly 2 catches in on the leg side. But safe save. Oh, there we go. 1 catcher in on the leg side, which is Vasconcelos, and safe save's just gone a little bit deeper. They almost look from our angle that they're stood behind one another, but they're clearly not, are they? There's an angle between the two of them.
It was very specific, wasn't he? Liam Patterson, where he wanted those 2 guys.
1 for Miles Hammond to start Patterson White's spell this afternoon.
That's interesting already. Started round the wicket to Hammond, and he's gone straight over the wicket now to Bracey.
Well, that almost looked like a delivery with the field that had been set to go have one and get down the other end.
It did have that look about it. I can't argue with that.
Having had the pleasure of the company of a few of these professional cricketers, I know they're probably good enough to bowl where they want to bowl when they want to bowl it. And that's a beauty, isn't it? No wonder. If that was the plan, no wonder it was.
I mean, there's no way he needs to play at that ball. That's 7th stump. And it's not, whatever it's doing, it's not going to rag back from there.
Nice shot, driven out square of the wicket. That's George Bartlett down in front of the signal box. Puts that down to 1.
Okay, it's very specifically coming over the wicket to Hammond. So whether he thinks LBW or a chip up into the leg side.
It's cut away. That might be 4, actually. It's short that side, isn't it? And Bartlett can't chase it down. Nicely timed by Hammond. Picks up 4 off the back foot through the covers. He's racing along here, Ro. He's 37 off 39.
Yeah, he has had some poor deliveries and he has dispatched them. But it's interesting. Has he drawn poor deliveries as well because of these positive intent, putting a bit more pressure back on the bowler? He certainly scored off both feet, both sides of the wicket.
Oh, and that's aerial over the covers. And that's going to be another 4. Well, welcome to Wantage Road, Liam Patterson White.
It's an interesting shot there. Just watch the replay. Did he intend to lift that?
Yeah, I would say so.
I wasn't entirely sure. This is about me. This is about my art. I wasn't entirely sure where he was hitting that, but it came off the middle of the bat, that's for sure.
And that's defended. Just run down to deep third. They're going to take Bartlett on for 2. Now I'll add another one. So a very, very good over for Gloucestershire and a tough one to start for Liam Patterson White. It felt like that second 4, that penultimate ball, there was such a huge amount of space if you could get it over that fielder at short cover that it almost looked a little bit of a risk-free shot, didn't it?
Well, with that field, you can't bowl width. It's simple as that. And if you're bowling around the wicket and you're giving width, that's a real problem because you can just, the angles are really, really against you there.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see Karen Nair is having a good chat with him now about fields and lines and giving him the benefit of his experience there, which is good to see. So we have got what we wanted. We've got Ben Sanderson on.
Here we go. 3 down then. Gloucestershire. Sanderson back into the attack. Starts with one well outside the off stump of James Bracey, who leaves that one alone through to Lewis McManus. Wicketless so far, Ben Sanderson, in his 100th first-class appearance for Northamptonshire.
I'm just going to look around the counties, Dan, to see what the generally what's going on. There's not many wickets about.
It's a big drive. That's beaten the fielder at cover. It's going to run up towards the coffee van. It isn't going to go, I don't think. It's slow as the outfield is. And that's Siddharth doing the fielding. He covered a lot of ground, actually, but by the time he got there, I think the ball had stopped moving. Save. Maybe got a finger on that just to take a bit of pace off, but it's a long way, isn't it, through the offside?
It is a long way out there
on that boundary. So 3 runs added to the score. 138 for 3. Go on then. Where would you like to start, sir?
Oh, okay. Well,
take us on a journey.
Oh crap! I've never done this before. All right, I'll do my best.
Left alone.
Okay, so we're at Southampton, your neck of the woods. You're a southerner, that's close enough for me.
Wrong city, but yeah.
Hampshire 140 for 2 against Durham. So they're going nicely. There's not a lot of wickets around. At Canterbury, Worcestershire are 138 for 1.
Wow.
Against Kent. Gareth Roderick 43. Kashif Ali runs again for him, 57 not out. Strong start there. At Trent Bridge, Lancashire 136 for 2 against Notts. Ollie Stone has bowled 13 overs. That's always good to see he's fit and playing. That's good. Keaton Jennings is on 52 not out. He's been in a decent form this year so far. And at the Oval, Warwickshire 139 for 4 against Surrey. Wickets there for Clark, Roach and Abbott. Sort of evenly poised, that one.
Yeah, they've brought Sean Abbott back into the side, haven't they? Or he's returned to the side.
Yeah.
If that bowling attack for Surrey didn't look as scary as what it did, which just had Sean Abbott in there as well.
Yeah.
Dan Worrell has got to be one of the signings of kind of recent history, I think, in the Championship cricket. Did you try and sign him?
No. Well, he signed. He played for Gloucester.
Okay.
Yeah, and he did quite well there. I think he worked with Chris Liddle there, and Chris was full of praise for him.
Ooh, wow, that's gone nicely away from James Bracey. A bit too short, but a lot of movement on offer. End of the over, 139 for 3 after 41. And 2 teams at Northampton have already played this year are playing against each other at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, where Glamorgan, obviously the home team, Sussex are batting. They're going quite slow, 125 for 3. Wickets there for Mir Hamza, and James Harris has got 2. And I think that concludes things. Yeah, we've got the last set of fixtures where counties have got bye weeks in, haven't we? And then I think from next weekend onwards, every championship round, I think all 18 first-class counties play at the same time. Right. That makes things easy, doesn't it? Certainly does. Certainly saves scratching around wondering how many penalty points you're prepared to take on your fantasy team to try and get 11 players out on the field. There's been a change of fielder, and that gap on the offside Dan that you didn't like has been blocked, and the ball has been fielded by that man, so it's immediately paid dividends. Yeah, I wonder whether that was kind of Patterson White's field at the first place, and it's not worked, or he's taken a little bit longer to settle into it and maybe just been overruled slightly, giving him a bit more protection. It's a nice delivery, isn't it? Just sliding across the face of the left-hander. I just thought that he's bowled it quite quickly, and that angle round the wicket, it's so easy just to run the ball off the face for 2, and it's not difficult, it's too easy. So they've blocked that gap up, and yes, it means that one of the fielders on the leg side has come across, but he started this over better. It's nicely bowled as well. Yeah, it's defended into the leg side. But yeah, we're not far away now, are we, from T20 Blast season? End of the month starts here at Wantage Road. Defended into the offside. I think it's the 30th of May, isn't it? I think that Blast starts. Yeah, that does ring a bell. Under the lights here at Northampton. And then the Sunday the 2nd of June as well.
Yeah, you're right. It's 30th of May, Friday night, Derbyshire Falcons. They're good nights. You know, Friday nights under lights, T20. They're good nights. We usually get a bumper crowd in, particularly if the team starts well in the competition. Crowds do come in, and yeah, it's a good atmosphere here. That was a much better over. Maiden, and kind of brought about by that field change, by the man coming over from the leg side into that point position. He fielded the first ball of the over. It kept Hammond on strike. Patterson White could kind of line him up a bit. He's bowling at the same guy. It's the same look. And he bowled 5 very nice dot balls after that one. Joined the dots up. Got him made. He'd be feeling happier about life now.
Yeah, Sanderson then from the David Capel ends. Still the 3 slips that look like they might have just taken a step wider from one another from what we saw at the start of the day. That's going to go through to Lewis McManus. Left alone by James Bracey, who's 8 not out off 10 balls. There's a question that kind of, the cricket's been so good here that I don't really want to kind of sway away from this particular game, but something I do want to talk to you about over the next 3 and a bit days is the article and obviously the results of that PCA survey, the welfare survey. I don't know whether you've read that article or looked into it.
I haven't.
It's left alone, my word, that's come a long way back, isn't it? It has swung after it's gone past the stumps, fortunately for James Bracey, but that's one of those that you don't really want to have a look around and see where Lewis McManus has finished.
Absolutely.
Oh, my word, how close was that? And James Bracey does exactly what I said he should have done. Just look straight down. Yeah. Tap down, take your guard again.
Because it's irrelevant, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It didn't hit the stumps.
Yeah.
Therefore, it's a good leave. So they say.
Oh, he's had a little poke at that one as it's gone past, isn't it?
That's great bowling. I mean, those 2 balls, the last 2 balls, the second of which looked exactly like the first ball, apart from the first ball jagged back miles, and the second one went away miles, and it looked exactly the same. Same angle on the crease, same line of delivery. And James Bracey couldn't believe that it wasn't going to cannon back into his stump, so pushed it and it went the other way. No, what's that all about, Dan?
Well, I'll send you the link to the article so you can have a proper read through it. And driven through the offside, nicely timed. That's going to be 4 across the square down towards the groundsman's quarters. James Bracey moves to double figures. It's essentially kind of the kind of the fallout from it is the players essentially kind of fearing for their kind of safety, their welfare with the amount of cricket that's being played. And I don't necessarily think it's the cricket, but I think it might be the way that the fixtures have been planned and then the travel that there is between the games. It's squared up and run down through the cordon. Patterson White's going to give chase. There's kind of it's an article from Vish on ESPN and kind of says perhaps the starkest example is Gloucestershire, who conveniently we're playing today, who play a T20 against Glamorgan in Cardiff on the 20th of June. Return to Bristol the next day to host Somerset, which isn't a huge commute, is it, between Cardiff and Bristol?
No.
Then 1 day off, which is going to be a travel day because I'm about to tell you they then travel to Yorkshire for a 4-day game at Scarborough on the 23rd of June. And there's comment about the fact that there's team buses. However, that's not always the case. I think Gloucestershire might have travelled individually here. There's no team bus out in the car park. And there's obviously a nod to the fact that there is the elephant in the room with the T20 -20 ball competition that's kind of in the middle of summer as well. But I'll send it over to you, and I'm just kind of curious on your thoughts as to whether that's always been the case with your kind of coaching hat on, or whether this is a new thing, or what it is. I don't know, but okay. I've dropped it over to you anyway. So feel free to kind of browse at your leisure. It doesn't have to be today. We can talk about it tomorrow, or we can talk about it Sunday. Completely up to you. Talk about it off air if you want. and pretty easy. Patterson White will continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and it looks like Miles Hammond's just going to have a little bit of a breather. They look like they might be eye drops, actually, that the Gloucestershire batter just self-administering. So we will have a short break in play whilst Hammond just recomposes himself, takes a drink. It'll be a bit of a culture shock, actually, for cricketers, including professionals all around the country, and the fact that they've gone from playing in 12-degree temperatures up to about 23 in the course of a couple of days. So from the first kind of month where probably drinks weren't strictly necessary the whole time, actually now kind of speaking of well-being, your own kind of hydration and fueling yourself becomes a little bit more important than what it might have done a couple of weeks ago.
So I'm just flicking through the article, and Daryl Mitchell, who works for the PCA, obviously he knows what he talks about. A very long, successful career with Worcestershire, and he's talking in particular about back-to-back games.
Yep.
It's not the only problem, but I think that's the highlight. That's what bowled. Just held that back nicely, well adjusted, wasn't it, by Miles Hammond?
Yeah, Patterson White just needs to. I think he just needs a couple of good overs under his belt here just to settle him down a little bit. I suspect he'll be a little bit nervous, maybe.
For sure.
Like, a lot of pressure on him, like one game to come in and make an impact.
Absolutely. Yeah, we talked a lot this morning, didn't we, about the decision, and we didn't talk at all. And as that we talked about the reasons behind it, but let's not forget the impact on this fella as well. Yeah. Last over was a maiden. His first over wasn't very good. A bit loose, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A line more than anything else. But yeah, when you have someone like Daryl Mitchell, who obviously has got all the data in front of him as well, because sometimes players will talk about things, and actually the reality isn't. It feels like it, but the reality isn't that. Daryl Mitchell was saying, no, the reality here is we're playing significantly more back-to-back fixtures than we once did. And it's not just travel between. You've then got to get from, particularly if you're on a team bus, you get back to the county ground, and then you've got to get yourself home. That can be anywhere, Well bowled.
Yeah, well, I was talking to Jo Gardner at lunch, and she's currently in a little bit of a break between the Rachel Hayhoe Flint and the Charlotte Edwards Cup starting. And I said, "Oh, so have you got much planned then for your time off?" And meant to have a training day / game day on Sunday, but that's not going to happen because the ground's being used. Then I think it's a day off before a double header in Arundel as a warm-up game. Then it's a day off and a double header at Worcester with another couple of warm-up games, and then a day off and a game in Nottingham for a warm-up game, with training in between. Game day -1 and Charlotte Edwards Cup starts. That's tough. It's a lot of mileage to cover.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I travel quite a lot. My car, my poor old car, it kind of feels it a little bit, but I then don't have to play proper cricket.
Yeah, get out and play cricket. Yeah.
Well, I do, but it doesn't really impact anybody in the way that it does for the professional boys and girls.
Yeah.
Sanderson from the David Capel end. That's come back nicely into the gloves of McManus. So yeah, go on. What's your kind of overriding thought on it?
I think what we've got is an inevitable situation. Really, that's not to say that it's right, because I think there is too much cricket played, and I would say too much cricket played of the wrong type at the wrong time as well. But given the window that the ECB want for their competition.
Well, that's a wide half volley really from Sanderson, and that's crunched through the covers. Hammond's just thrown his hands through it. He's moved himself to 49 with that shot.
We don't need 3 slips for Miles Hammond now.
Not now.
So the ECB have created the problem here, basically, by inventing this competition and demanding that it gets the prime time during the key cricketing months, and it's squeezed everything else. And that squeeze hits domestic county cricket, domestic cricket overall, and players who only play for their county, so who don't play in the franchises. So
Well, it's a big appeal for LBW. Umpire says no.
that'll be close on review. That
Yeah, we'll get a replay of it. I suspect that was
pitched outside.
Yeah, it might even have been pitching outside and then missing leg stump as well.
Yeah,
so
possibly, yeah.
No, actually, I don't think it pitched outside, but she moved enough.
Oh, here we go. We're seeing it from behind the arm. It wasn't a bad shout, that.
Yeah, it's missing leg stump, isn't it?
Yeah. So, yeah, and players are feeling the pinch of that with back-to-back games, with the travel. Even if you've got a team coach, and not all clubs can afford team coaches for every game because they're expensive things to hire.
Goes down the list. Oh, it's not far away from McManus, who gets a glove to it, just tips it around the post almost.
It's leg buys, though.
His leg buys. It sounded quite woody, didn't it, as it went through? But
Ben Sanderson thought it might have been a bit of bat in it, but apparently not. So I have every sympathy with players who are feeling it. Yeah, absolutely. It's really tough. At the peak, the players don't really have much time off at all. They're either traveling or training or playing or whatever it might be. And for many days, we've looked at it in the past, and things have got things have got worse since my day, because the 100 is now where it is. It'll only just come in by the time I left, but it's now established and doing what it does.
the thing that I thought that was interesting, it was 80% said too much.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of cricketers out there that don't play all three formats.
Yeah.
And it feels like logically it should be those that play all three formats that are in a position where it's, that's squared up, and Bracey gets himself down the other end with a single. And where I say three formats, county championship, blast /100, blast, Metro Bank /100, because obviously you're not going to play four, are you?
Yeah.
But those that play white ball cricket, I don't necessarily feel it's the ECB's problem that the gaps that they don't play in domestic competitions, they're playing in other ones around the world, if that makes sense. That becomes a personal choice, doesn't it, at that point?
Yeah, it does.
Don't necessarily think it's the ECB's place to turn around and say, okay, well, we'll drop a couple of games out so that X and Y can go to Dubai and go to South Africa and the West Indies or whatever.
Yeah. No, that's dead right.
80% felt like a high number, I thought.
You look at you mentioned Sheffield Shield this morning. Look at that competition. They play a 4-day game, and they don't play another 4-day game for a week. So they've got a week to do a number of things. One of which is rest and recover. Another one of which is to review that game properly. Another one which is to prepare for the next game properly. Yeah. And it's not that English domestic cricket isn't professional. It doesn't have time to be as professional as it needs to be. I think I said to you, certainly this year, we talked about conversations that you might have with players about performance and form and so on. And I think the point I was trying to make was you don't really have the time to have the conversation that you want to have.
Yeah,
that's because there's another game next day or 2 days later, and you don't want to put any negative thoughts or just dropping a thought in for someone to absorb and think about doesn't happen because they've got to think about the next game. So it affects the quality of the cricket. In
50 for Miles Hammonds, quietly, well, not quietly, but whilst we're engaged in this conversation, 50 off 55 balls, 8 fours, got a shift on, and he's upped that Gloucestershire run rate by almost half a point, really, hasn't he, since coming out? Just under threes, and now just under 3.5s.
Yeah, so the players are tired.
Yep.
That means that it affects all skill sets. It definitely affects all skill sets. the most obvious one that it affects is fast bowlers.
Mm-hmm.
And people talk about county trundlers, don't they? And things like those kind of words are used. And are you able to bowl express or as fast as you can?
Yeah.
No, because you've got no time to recover. So there's obviously a physical toll on players. There's a mental toll on players. And also you can't practice properly.
Yeah.
Because you don't have time to practice properly. So you want to have a net session and you're going back to, not back to back, but you've got a lot of games in a short space of time, which is the case all summer.
Yeah.
You want to have a net session against a new ball. So you're an opening batter and you've just nicked a couple. You have a net session against a new ball. And you're at Northamptonshire. Who's going to bowl those balls?
Yeah.
Right. So
it's not the same once it goes in the stick either, is it?
Balls.
No.
Okay. Jack White's not going to bowl. None of these guys are going to bowl those balls.
No.
So you've got to go to local players to bowl those balls. And I was a local player who bowled some of those balls, and it's not the same practice. So it affects that as well, and it affects coaches because coaches can have the conversation, and give thoughts and review there. So it's a long way of saying we need more time between games to rest, recover, and prepare properly.
Sanderson from the David Capel end. Hammond defending back down the pitch. I think we have a short summer and we have a lot of cricket to try and squeeze into the summer. For me, during those COVID years, or that one COVID year, I really enjoyed that 3-tier county championship system because it felt like there was actually kind of competition and jeopardy in place throughout the entirety of it. And you could go up, you could go down, and it felt like it kind of kept everybody interested right to the very, very last round, which you don't necessarily always have with the 2-tier system that we have. You tend to get quite a clear kind of gap between the runners and riders of that bit. But I can, and what I do for my kind of job and career is obviously incredibly unique, but I can empathize with obviously the travel aspect, just to give you kind of a flavor of. But I left home on Wednesday morning at 4:30 in the morning to drive to Lincolnshire to play in a game of cricket, whilst I was also filming content that day. I got a globe, got a nice little 6-7 ball duck. Oh, that's a beauty. How has Miles Hammond not got bat on that? Just gone past the inside edge as it shaped back in towards Hammond.
That ball has zipped. What a delivery that was.
It's 158 for Gloucestershire at the moment. It's starting to look more and more impressive as Sanderson is getting this Duke's ball to do all sorts. So I've done that. Finished that day, got to the Airbnb at about 10:30. Then had to charge all of my camera batteries up, clear the SD cards out before going to obviously sleep. Oh, it's down the leg side. It's flicked down towards Scrimshaw, who picks it up on the half volley. Just didn't quite carry, and it went flat. So it would have been hard to have covered that ground to come in and take the catch. But Hammond gets down the other end, and I think he and Sanderson might have just had a polite conversation at the non-striker's end. Back on the road at 7 o'clock in the morning to come down here to film with Northamptonshire, Karen there. Finish the day here, finish editing, back to the hotel, finish doing my notes at about 10 o'clock on Thursday night to come back in this morning to do commentary.
Oh, bold.
And then after 4 days here, I go to Cheshire on Tuesday and then drive all the way back home again.
Oh, wow.
And I can empathise. And I had my car in for an MOT, and I don't want this kind of live stream to be all about me, but they came up with an oil service whilst it was there. And I said, oh, it's only been done like a couple of months ago. And they went, yeah, you've done about 10,500 miles since then. And I went, oh, have I?
Yeah.
James, maybe that's one of the best balls I've ever seen. That was an absolute seed by Sanderson. That's down the leg side, and McManus can't tidy it up, so they'll come through for what I think will be a bye. I don't think it tickled the pocket on the way through. It is just a bye. End of the over, 47 done, 159, 160 for 3.
That was Ben Sanderson with his tail up. Something's made him a bit cross. Maybe it's a bit of lack of fortune, but he was a bit wound up during that over. He just walked away just to compose himself a little bit. He's now got a double teapot on and hands on hips. But he did have a little exchange with Miles Hammond during that over, and it's unlike him very, very unlike him. And he bowled with real zip, real nip. He was hitting the wicket hard. And another day, he picks up 2 wickets in that over. That was one of the best balls you'll see. I like James Maybe's comment. It doesn't get any better than that, but he's supposed to catch the edge or the bail. Yeah, I also think, like,
oh my word.
What about if you're Durham?
Yeah.
Or Somerset? Wow.
Have you, with what we've spoken about so far, have you got any kind of initial thoughts as a solution? I appreciate you'll probably just turn around and go, well, I'll just axe the elephant in the room anyway, and that will help no end.
Yeah, that
ain't going to happen, though.
No, it's not. Well, not soon anyway.
No. Down the ground, aerial. Oh, it's wide of Luke Proctor. That's going to be 4 for Hammond. He really is not hanging about, is he?
I'm not sure he knows where he's hitting this ball. I've got a feeling initially that was going a lot straighter than that. And it's kind of skewed. Yes, it was the middle of the bat, but the bat's, he's hitting that leg side. The bat's coming across the ball. It's skidded on. It still hit the middle of the bat, so I went so hard, but it was a bit out of control, that shot. Yeah, I do have a thought. And which is, how do you play less cricket? Well, you play less cricket, right? So the summer's not going to get any longer. So if you think we play too much cricket, if you think that, you might not.
Yeah.
But if you do, you got to play less cricket. Okay, so how do you do that? And I think fewer county championship games is probably the way to go. I do.
Would you keep the 2-tier system, or would you try and employ that in a 3-tier structure? Because you could end.
I don't know.
If you go 2 tiers, you end up potentially having a winner that doesn't play everyone twice.
Which has happened for a long. It has
certainly
happened.
In Division 1.
It has happened.
But I don't necessarily know whether that gives a fair sport, if that makes sense. I mean, you look at Division 1, you'd be pretty gutted if you have to play Surrey and Essex twice, and you only have to play the 2 bottom teams once.
Agreed.
Down the ground this time. Has he got it over Scrimshaw? He has.
Wow.
Scrimshaw was backpedaling for a little while, wasn't he, whilst he was interested, but just gets enough of it to get down the ground, and it's going to be another 4 for Hammond, and that's 100. Is it 50 partnership? It must be between Hammond and Bracey.
There was an apology there from Miles Hammond. He just gave Liam Patterson-White a little punch on the shoulder, and I'm sure said something like, "Sorry, I've clothed that." Yeah.
I mean, he's picked the tallest bloke out, and he's cleared him by enough. So it's nicely placed, nicely adjusted. Actually, Patterson-White just dragged that length back a touch. I think there's potentially 2 kind of school of thoughts, and I think playing less cricket is a really kind of obvious one. And as I said earlier, I quite like that 3-tier system. And potentially you have 3 tiers of 6, and everybody plays each other twice, and you naturally end up kind of having a few less games. I think the other thing that you could do, instead of like that example in this particular article from Vish, why, and I know obviously north-south groups and stuff like that, but if Gloucestershire have got to go to Scarborough to play Yorkshire, why aren't they playing 4 days of Yorkshire, a day off, and then a white ball game against Yorkshire in Scarborough, and then travelling back to Bristol, or travelling in a looper, or whatever that might be? Oh, it's flashed away by Bracey square, and that's going to be another 4 as it goes across the wicket here at Northampton.
So, I mean, I'm going to be critical of a good shot there if I'm not careful, but that's a lovely cricket shot, right? But wow, that was a good shot. And Ben Sanderson, I know he'll be thinking, mate, you're not entitled to play that shot just now. That's a shot of a man who's got 150.
Yeah.
But he played it well. It was out of context, I guess. But it doesn't make it a bad shot. It was beautifully played. There was a bit of width on it. If Ben needs to be honest, and he will be. By the time he gets back to his mark, he will know that he's given him width. But he'll also know it was a dangerous length.
Yep. That's left alone in response. And I think my other option, sorry.
No, I like that. I like the regional thing.
If it stays the way it stays, then potentially it's going to be a case that county's going to have to increase their staff. And by staff, I mean players.
It's not going to happen. So, no, you're right. one of the issues here is that counties, in terms of change, cricket doesn't change that quickly, as we know.
Does it not?
No, it doesn't.
No.
A lot of counties. Let's watch this next ball. A lot of counties will rely on a lot of counties. The membership of the county is not going to vote to reduce the amount of cricket that it watches.
No.
Right? So if you think about the crowd here today, are the people in the ground today the same people who are going to be at a T20 and a 50 over game? Probably not. The red ball watching county membership is slightly different in profile. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and they're the people who are often the members of the county.
Yeah.
Rather than the people who buy tickets for a game, they have a pass, they buy their annual membership, they fund to some degree the existence of that county. And in a number of cases, they have a vote about what that county does. Not in this case, with recent changes, but in many other.
16 of the 18, I think, isn't it?
So what we're asking, or what I'm asking by saying we should have 10 rather than 14 championship games, is that these people watch less cricket. Well, they're not going to vote for that. Right?
No.
So
no,
it's a difficult one.
Not defended, really turned into the leg side by Hammond.
I like this. Ben Sanderson's worked out that the best line for him to Hammond is over the wicket. He's experimented with both. He's really tightened his line up, and he's not looking for LBW. He'll take it if he misses one, but what he's looking for is the one that just nips away off the seam and brings those 3 slips into play. Miles Hammond's on 60 off about 70 odd balls. 64 balls. He's still got 3 catches in. I think that's one too many just now. It's 176 for 3. Yeah, I think I want to see, if both these guys are now driving the ball on line, not just on line and length. So they're both feeling that. So let's cut that boundary out. Let's put a sweeper out, get one of the catches into the offside, put a sweeper back. Your best shot then goes for 1. We get control of the scoring rate, because it's now 49. It's now well over 3, and it was below 3 not so long ago. So Miles Hammond has really broken the back of that, and then James Bracey has come in and continued in that vein. So let's cut the hemorrhaging out, a little bit of in out. We don't want to leak in boundaries, and 3 slips for a man who's got 60 is too many.
Yeah. Patterson White then to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Bit of width on offer, but that has turned, hasn't it? That's turned back into the body of James Bracey. I did mention about those foot marks that have been created from the seamers. Slightly more exaggerated, aren't they? Whilst the pitch is green and it's wet underneath, but looks like that's kept a little bit low. It's quite a nice drift out of the hands of Patterson White.
He can bowl. Yeah, this guy is a good Division 1 cricketer. He's just not in the side at the moment, but a good cricketer.
Yeah, not one of those counties that are blessed with options, aren't they? I don't know. Are they playing a spinner today, or have they just gone for almost a straight out seam attack?
They are in the field. So look.
Width on offer, driven away down to Ben Sanderson. He's fielding in front of the cinch stands. Calvin Harrison will be the spinner, won't he?
Yeah.
I was looking at Patterson White. He took it's maybe a bit of a drag down.
A bit quicker, wasn't it? I think it was a bit quicker.
Took 13 wickets against Derbyshire Twos on the 23rd of April at Nottingham.
Wow.
9 for 81 in the second innings. Swept powerfully.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting thing, isn't it? Does it say where that game was?
I assume Trent Bridge. It just says Nottingham.
No, I wouldn't. It would probably be Lady Bay.
Oh, okay.
Which is just over the road, which is
right.
I would be surprised if they had a second team game at that time of year at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
Lady Bay's a good facility, and but it's not a first-class facility.
No, okay.
But it also, we talked earlier off air, didn't we, about the quality of second 11 cricket at points, and why performances in second 11 cricket make it difficult for everyone, because what is the currency?
Yeah.
But you've got to discount second team performance when you're looking at first team performances, but by what degree? And it's a difficult one. Hopefully, another difficult one is facing James Bracey. There's going to be a change at the David Capel end, and the captain brings himself back into the attack. He bowled from the Lynn Wilson end before lunch, and he bowled absolutely beautifully. And he's very unlucky not to pick up.
Yeah, he was all over Ollie Price, wasn't he?
He really was. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16 he bowled. And there was very little other than good deliveries. Got 2 left-handers here. The first one he's going to face is Bracey, and he's right on the money straight away. This looks a real purposeful Luke Proctor. If body language is an indicator of confidence, then he is a very confident man with the ball in his hand right now, and that's great to see. A Luke Proctor who is fit enough and confident enough to bowl himself is a great addition to this group, because he really is a fine seam bowler. Just been dogged by a bit of injury over the time.
Yeah, we certainly didn't see the best of him last year, did we? Did he pick up an injury in the warm-ups, or maybe the day before down at Taunton, didn't he? Which saw him sit out for, I want to say, nearly a month, maybe.
Yeah,
Sam Whiteman ended up captain.
Yeah, that's right. You're dead right. It went on and on, didn't it?
Yeah. And then because of that recovery, he was quite a reluctant bowler, wasn't he, towards during the remainder of 2023.
Been really impressed with his line and length today. He's been absolutely immaculate. And he, not only that, he really threatened. He went past the outside edge of Price's bat, and he caused Bancroft, who was well in by that time, a number of problems as well. He had Bancroft in more trouble than anyone else almost. And it's not straightforward. It's a good start to this over. 4 balls. Every ball has been there or thereabouts. Challenging James Bracey. He's not been in very long. He's already moved on to 24. Miles Hammond is at the other end. He's on 64. 181 for 3 in the 51st over. Gloucestershire inserted this morning on a greenish pitch. But overhead conditions pretty good. There's a few clouds bubbling up, but for the most part, it's been bright and sunny.
Yeah, it's warm out there as well, isn't it? Well, warm for us anyway.
Yeah. Anything that's not cold and wet is summer.
I say the last time we were up here, I'm sure it was a fairly desolate kind of experience. It was cold, it was windy.
But that's well left.
Those that had turned up, woolly hats, coats, long trousers, everything you could possibly wish to bring out of your wardrobe.
That was just the players.
Yeah, well, and me and you.
So that was the 51st over gone down. The captain, Luke Proctor, joins the dots. He got a nice maiden. There was a challenging maiden. Only one really, the last ball of the over was comfortably left by James Bracey. Otherwise, there were challenging decisions he had to make. He was up to that. A helmet is going off the pitch, carried by Vasconcelos.
Well, I think it's been out there since Patterson White's been bowling, but I don't think it's actually been used, is it? We haven't seen anybody under the lid. I mean, I'm not sure Patterson White's kind of offered the control that would warrant a leg slip or a silly point.
I totally agree. I totally agree. That was a bit of window dressing. But since that first over, for 12 in his first over, he's been pretty tidy, actually. That ball fielded on the leg side by Justin Broad, his 12th man.
He's got 170 odd, didn't he, for the twos?
He did. Who's that? Is that game against Glamorgan? Do you know? No, I don't know. It's at Overston, I think. That's nicely played by Miles Hammond. It was slightly short of a length from Patterson White, and he just let it come and opened up his body so that he could angle the bat into the offside. Just created a little bit of room for himself just for a single. It's nicely played.
Loughborough.
Was it Loughborough?
No, it's versus Loughborough at Overston.
Oh, okay.
I think
right.
I drove through Overston yesterday. It's a nice little place.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah. What were you doing there? That's a funny route, that. Well, I say funny route. Not if you're going to Overston. It's probably a good route. Down the wicket comes James Bracey. Patterson White saw that, fired it in a little bit wider. James Bracey was up to it, squirted it away through the offside. It's well fielded on the boundary, I guess, by
Sanderson.
Or by Ben Sanderson, thank you. It's just out of my view. So where were you going?
Well, it was such a nice day. I went for a walk around a reservoir.
Oh, yeah.
I can't quite pronounce. Possibly, yeah.
It's overpitched by Liam Patterson White, picked up into the onside. It's just crossed the boundary rope now. Nicely played by James Bracey. He didn't try and overhit that. He knew he was going aerial. He knew he needed to hold his shape to make sure he got the middle of the bat on it. He did that very well. It's a big area, big wide area, but he played it very nicely. Just a poor ball, really. Round the wicket, over pitch on middle and leg, and to the left-hander. He's not really going to want to miss out on that, and he didn't lose to 30. Northants, it feels a little flat. It's all a little quiet, a little flat. Oh, there was nearly cause for excitement there, though. False shot by James Bracey on the back foot. Just missed it. Another day, nicks that. The Northants get a bit of an injection. But at the moment, with this partnership now on 69, and they've got there pretty quickly, 188 for 3. They're scoring these two at around about 4 and over. Current overall run rate is about 3.5. Northants not really managing to maintain a grip on the run rate. It's what they did. They did that well earlier today. Too many boundary balls, really, is my take on it. I don't know if the stats would back that up, but it feels a bit like we've bowled a few release balls. We've kept, again, there's still 3 slips in, and I think that's certainly one too many at this stage. I want a boundary rider. I don't want to be leaking boundaries. Yes, it might be a bad ball, but it only gets 1. So let's get a man on the cover boundary for me. But Luke Proctor, who's bowled very well, continuing. And as he's done throughout his spell, just smashing away at a good line and length. No width on offer from Luke Proctor.
I mean, the Proctor and the seamers obviously feel that there's still enough movement in place to warrant having those 3 slips. And I mean, it has continued to move throughout the course of the innings. But Hammond now he's on 65. I'm in the same camp as you, really. There's options, I think, out here to maybe make Hammond's life slightly more difficult.
I mean, obviously, Northampton needs to take 10 wickets, and that argues for, whilst there is movement around, having catches in. But the run rate that these two are scoring at, we need to get a grip on that. Oh, that's well bowled. James Bracey, I think, looking to turn that into the leg side. It just offered to go away. Got a thick leading edge all along the floor. So, yeah, I want a sweeper on the offside. That said, Luke Proctor is bowling very, very straight. So he's not offering any width. But it only takes 1 ball to escape.
True.
There again, Luke Proctor, I've said many, many times, people think of him as a military medium pacer. Had that been a military medium pacer, that ball would have been dispatched into Clark Road.
Yeah.
But it hit the bat hard. Back of a length, hit the bat pretty hard. This feels like a key partnership. We need to break this.
I think it's the 2 that offer the most experience, isn't it?
And the captain's in next. And he's a gritty little player. He doesn't give it away. See, it looks like the air ambulance about to land.
I was about to ask, is that the air ambulance?
That's down towards, I guess that's down towards the hospital or somewhere like that. It's hovering, isn't it?
Yeah. So the bypass, is it that runs along? I don't know what the road number is, but off the M1. Is that way?
The A45. Yeah, it is, yeah.
I hope everything's okay.
That last ball of Luke Proctor's over is a hip ball turned off the hip by James Bracey down to fine leg, picks up a single. That takes him on to 31. His partner in crime, Miles Hammond, is on 65. Seems to have been in the 60s for quite a while, actually, given that he got there pretty quickly. And the total 190 for 3. So there's some questions being posed by these two.
Yeah. Hammond was, 60 off 64, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's 65 off 71. So by his standards, he's been there for ages. By everybody else's, it's...
Well, the answer to that question, he's faced Luke Proctor, isn't it? Because Luke's going at 2 and over. Patterson White over the wicket to James Bracey. Drops him back down the wicket. He's on the offside. There is a slip. There is a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, and a man on the cover boundary. There's a deep backward square, a deep mid-wicket, a long on, and one man on the leg side trying to save a single. So 4 boundary riders, 1 catcher.
I think what's interesting with the fields, Rowie, is seamers have stuck with the 3 slips, and we've got quite a defensive field for the spinner. And it's not like it's not one player here or there, is it? It's a massive difference.
And it's the same field to both players as well. So it is interesting. He's over the wicket and round the wicket, over the wicket to Bracey, round the wicket to Hammond. Fielders are in the same place. As you say, there are 4 boundary riders for Patterson White. So that says to me, you're doing a holding. No surprise. You're doing a holding. We're looking for you to do a holding role. Whilst we maybe attack at the other end. The problem with that is that Liam is into his 8th over now and he's already gone for 41. So that is not actually effectively the job that he's doing. That ball was just lap sweep, a nice little inventive shot by Miles Hammond. It was virtually no risk as long as the ball didn't misbehave, and it didn't. Yeah, so Liam Patterson White going at just over 5 and over isn't able to do the holding role that certainly his captain wants him to do, which causes issues. So he's looking a bit glum as he takes the cap from umpire Neil Bainton. Partnership on 75, and they've got there without too many scares and concerns. What's happening at the ice cream van?
There's a decent sized queue.
Excellent.
Rowie, is what we've got going on at the Galonies.
I could do with an ice cream, but I'm trying to lose weight, so I'm not going to have an ice cream. Not going to have one. Even if you try I'm not going to have one.
Okay.
There's a lot of laughter going on.
Well, it was quite funny what you said, to be fair.
Where's that coming from?
I assume in one of the boxes below us. I think the effects mic is just outside the door. Obviously, we're sat on top of the hospitality boxes.
We're going to continue with Luke Proctor at Miles Hammond. He's going to try and bowl straight and run the ball just across him, but that one's very straight. It's hit him where there's no padding, and it's hurt him a little bit. He's now going to try not to show that. It's probably really stinging. He's thinking, don't show it. He's hobbling around a wee bit, flexing. Oh, and then does a little boxing move with his feet, a little fancy footwork just to get the blood flowing a bit.
Always wise just to wait until the bowler's turned his back, isn't it? Just give it a little, it still works.
He's quicker than you think. He's thinking, quicker than you think, this Luke Proctor. And that hurries him again. Proc is in great rhythm here. Great nick. This is really good to see. It'd be even better to see if he had a couple of wickets next to his name.
It would be nice.
But he has bowled very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's picked up 4 wickets so far this summer at an average of 50. Obviously, 2 of those have been in Kookaburra games, so you can kind of skew them slightly, but...
Oh, there it is. There it isn't. Oh.
They can't believe it.
Oh. I don't know.
Hammond doesn't look particularly guilty, does he?
It was a very good ball. Pitched and left him. He has a little push at it. Martin Saggers gave it not out very early, but the slips seemed convinced. Karen Nair throws his sunglasses into the air and catches them. Yeah. I'm not convinced that was out.
Well, it wasn't.
Well, it wasn't out. I'm not convinced that he hit that. Yeah. There's something about the way that the players celebrated said to me that they're just trying to remove any doubt from the umpire, or even puts them into the umpire. But he wasn't in any doubt. He gave it not out very quickly.
Yeah, you can certainly add a bit of extra into a celebration, can't you? Just to make sure that the umpire's still fully paying attention. And it was close enough, wasn't it? There may well have been a little noise as it went past, but whether it was bat or not.
Oh, a bold Luke Proctor. He's hitting the bat as hard as anyone.
Yeah, him and Scrimshaw have bowled some heavy deliveries, haven't they? And they look like they've rushed the Gloucestershire batters. Do you know the really interesting thing is, like, obviously there was quite a bit of criticism with regards to the trial of that Kookaburra during those opening two rounds.
Yeah.
It's not exactly like when the Dukes came back, nobody scored any runs after that, was it?
That's right.
People piled on still.
Well fielded. Very well fielded, safe save. Had to make a number of yards to his right and deal with a bobbly ball and did very well. That's the end of another maiden from Luke Proctor. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 17. There was some excitement during the over as he went past the edge of Miles Hammond's bat, but importantly, whatever I thought, Martin Saggers also thought it was fresh air and turned down the appeal. So we're going to have a change. Unsurprisingly, Liam Patterson-White bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 42. Credit to Hammond and Brace. They didn't let him settle. And they knocked him around, basically. Poor start, dragged it back a bit, but they knocked him around. So he's been knocked out of the attack, 8 overs for 42. And in comes the new 3-match signing, the Indian one-day international bowler, Siddharth Kaur, who bowled some great deliveries in amongst some inconsistent deliveries.
Yep. Yeah, just some genuine wicket-taking deliveries, which we've seen, to be fair, from all of these Northampton seamers. It's only really been the captain, Proctor, that's kind of provided that almost steadiness. Sanderson, I think's economy is probably a little bit better than what he has bowled.
Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. So third spell of the game. Siddharth Kaur, his second time from this end, from the Lynn Wilson end. Hustles in. It took him 3 or 4 balls in his first spell to get loose, and his pace seemed to increase there. And there's no doubt he's got enormous skill. There's no question about that. He's shown us quite a lot of his repertoire already, and it's great to watch. Just needs to improve a little bit on consistency. But of the 3 wickets, he's got 2, and he's doing his job. Northampton want him to get a breakthrough. He's pitching that one up. And James Brace, he mistimes that, trying to punch it straighter, more towards mid-off. He actually got the thick inside edge up to mid-on. We've got 2 slips and a gully. We've got a man on the point boundary, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg. That's the field that the captain has set for Siddharth Kaur. Northants need to make breakthrough. I need 2 wickets very quickly in this match, I think.
Yeah, 2 came pretty quick after lunch, didn't they? That classic kind of bang, bang phrase.
Yes.
And since then, the 2 of these, and well, I think the aggression of Hammond almost allowed Bracey to settle into his work almost under the radar, really took a lot of pressure off him. And the partnership, well, it's 75 runs now, the partnership of 103 deliveries.
Yeah, they've played well. They've run well. They've taken good options against the spin. When they've had scoring opportunities, boy, they've cashed in. They've played very well. This one pitched up and just falling around it a touch. He rehearses a very straight bat shot. He just had to find the bat path back into the ball there, which suggests his head had gone outside the line, but he did that very comfortably in the end. Yeah, he's an experienced cricketer nowadays, James Bracey. He's been around a while. As you say, he had that brief involvement with England. All too brief, really, as we talked about. He's certainly doing a good job for his team here and has done over the years for Gloucestershire. Oh, that's close. That's out. That's given out very, very quickly. Very quickly by Neil Bainton. It was a very full ball. It's swinging back into the left-hander. James Bracey looking back at his partner, and he's asking his partner without asking him. He's saying, what was the line there? It looked like it was going down the leg side to me. He thinks, that was my first instinct too. Let's have a look on the replay. This will tell us what we need to know. Oh, that's pretty close, isn't it? That's out.
Whether it was or wasn't, I mean, James Bracey's been, well, fired there, I think.
It was given out very quickly, yes. I'm not sure he's got too many grumbles there. I think he's probably, he was unhappy with that decision. If there were reviews, he would have reviewed that. I think it might have been clipping the stumps. It was very full. The ball ran off the pad into the offside, so it's a good look for the umpire. You kind of want the umpire to take a second or two, really, before giving out, but that was given out very quickly. Neil Bain does give them out quickly, just what Northampton needed. And, in terms of good, bad decision, it wasn't a shocker. It was a pretty good shout, 50-50, I would say, something like that. This one went for Northants, and another wicket, third wicket of the match for Siddharth Kaul. And just what Northants needed, desperately needed to break that partnership. It was on 75. They'd been together for over 100 balls, and James Bracey was really getting into his work. And that brings in the captain. Van Buren comes to the crease. 194 for 4. Just going to see another replay of that. I mean, that just looks like a really good shout to me.
It was very full, wasn't it? And the ball didn't have very far to travel after it struck Bracey on the pads.
No, it didn't. And if you look at the wicketkeeper, it does not move.
No.
Doesn't move his line at all. And that's a good indication. So whilst James Bracey clearly felt a little bit hard done by, when he gets back and watches that on replay, he'll kind of, okay, I thought it was going further down, something like that. Thought it was missing it, and it really wasn't missing the stumps easily. I think that's probably hitting the woodwork. That's all that needs to happen. And Siddharth Kaul has struck again. 3 wickets now on debut. And he'll want to get the captain out as quickly as he can. The last ball of this over. It's a very full ball, just swinging a little bit. Brings the batter forward pretty comfortably. And a lovely round of applause for Siddharth Kaul.
Broke. Well, it wasn't particularly a partnership, was it? Straight after lunch, but broke that partnership straight after lunch. Got Northamptonshire back in the games, come back into the attack, and just dragged Northamptonshire back into the game again. And I mean, so far he's done exactly what you want as your overseas cricketer, to come in and lead from the front, hasn't he?
Absolutely that. Absolutely right. You take those 3 wickets away. It looks like a good toss to lose. But Northampton will need to go bang, bang to get in front in this game. This looks like a nice pair, really. Luke Proctor, who's bowling aggressive dot balls, challenging dot balls, and Siddharth Kaul with his craft and wicket-taking threat is a nice combination, I think, for Northants. Just seeing the replay again on the screen. Yeah, I mean, each time I watch it, it looks straighter and straighter, to be honest. I will take my Northants cap off in a
Yeah,
moment.
yeah, no.
That's flashed away through the offside, not off the middle of the bat, but enough of it. It's just crossing the line now for the outfield has sped up as we thought it might do with a bit of sun on it. So squirted off a thick outside edge. It was full enough though that he could play at the ball with impunity. Not really going to nick that ball. It was so full, and it was probably the poorest ball that Luke Proctor has bowled into his 10th over, and that tells you how well he has bowled. He'll want to get right back on it immediately. Ooh.
Yeah, I think that LBW. I think if you were the batter on the receiving end of that delivery, I think you'd be taking a glance at the umpire with the amount it's moved, and you'd be going, well, I've kind of shown you my off and middle stump here.
Yeah.
Do me a favor and say not out type thing. Like I think it was one of those LBWs. I don't necessarily think the quickness of the decision particularly kind of aided that decision, if that makes sense.
No, it didn't.
It kind of felt that the speed of the decision made you think, wow, that's got to be knocking all three out.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think
he gave it out with both hands as well.
Yeah. But I think you'd have a look up and just go, oh, anything?
Yeah.
Is it sliding?
That's right.
But
we've been joined, but not for commentary. Not for commentary by John Sadler. Well, John, it's good to see you. It's a good view. It's a very good view. We're about to have a one-sided conversation because I can hear you, but no one else can. But anyway, it's good to see you. You brought a wicket with you as well. We need to go bang, bang, don't we? And then we get slightly ahead in the game is what I've just been saying. Oh, that's nicely bowled. Proc's bowled well here, Sads. Hasn't he? Line's been fantastic. Yeah. Did you manage to see a replay of that LBW, or were you on your way around? I think it was dead. Yeah. It was very full. Had a good look about it, didn't it? He's bowled some balls. This guy, he's bowled some deliveries. Ooh. Skill. Very skillful. Very skillful. No problem. John, I'm having a chat off air with John Sadler, and he's busy at work, so I won't interrupt him too much longer. But we were just singing the praises of Siddharth Kaul and his skill. I think he tried to bowl them all in the first 3 overs. I would say that. Yeah. But boy. Yeah, he can bowl. There's no question about that.
Yeah, but an impressive start. So it was that in-swinger to Bancroft, I think maybe his 3rd or 4th ball of the morning. You suddenly go, okay, there's plenty going on here.
Yeah.
That movement has become less and less, but you would expect that, wouldn't you, as that Dukes gets a little bit older. But the less it does, potentially the easier it is to control, and you don't necessarily want it doing loads all the time, do you?
Just enough. That's a very Graham Van Buren shot, that. He's a small guy, and he's a difficult guy to find in terms of what's a good length to him, because he'll play balls off bail height, off the back foot, but he'll also play them off the front foot on the up as well. He can be a difficult bloke to dot up. Punchy little player. A bottom hand involved. But this feels like a very important spell for this match. If Northampton can get these two out quickly, they'll feel they're ahead of the game. If these two get stuck in, then that might just give the first innings advantage to Gloucestershire.
My word. Well, you just said how difficult it can be to find where to bowl to Graham Van Buren, and he's kind of rocked back off the back foot of a good length ball and pulled Siddharth through mid-wicket for 4 to get himself off the mark.
Yeah, I can tell you where you don't want to bowl.
Well, what a shot that was.
I mean, he could have hit that in a number of places, couldn't he? He almost had 270 degrees to hit that ball. It was a bit of a drag down, short, wide ball, and it got what it deserved, really.
Yeah, so far this summer it's been quiet for Graham Van Buren. 181 runs across the 3 games that he would have played.
Better back on it, line and length. I'd like him driving. I keep saying that. I'd kind of like him driving. I think on the front foot, with the movement that's still available there, let's challenge that for as long as we can.
I think particularly for Siddharth, Proctor, and Sanderson, yes. I don't necessarily mind Scrimshaw going shorter, but I'd like it to be short rather than, as you said, those kind of missed length ones.
Yeah,
if you make him sniff a couple.
Oh, that's nice. Nice bowling. Well left. Good judgment that. Yes, there was width on offer. His initial thought was, I'm going to play that, and then no, that's a good length. Can't control that. Haven't seen enough yet. Can't control that. A man has gone out square leg on the boundary. There's 2 men on the leg side boundary now.
Here's a question that I've just seen a few people kind of conversing in the live stream chat that you might know the answer to. Richard, in particular, has been asking the question. Also, AJ, you see, obviously the wickets to the left as we look out our window here that are covered up with that kind of green matting. Firstly, there's been a kind of a question as to what is it, and secondly, kind of what's underneath it, or why is it there? Do you know?
Well, it's just to protect a wicket that's going to be used in the future, an imminent use. We saw them. The one where, say, if people are watching, Safe Saves just walked across the wicket, which is closest to the match pitch, which is
the one on the left-hand side of your screen. As you're
3 away, and there's a green covering, and it was being cut this morning. So that's going to be, I guess, probably the next pitch that's going to be used. It's in the middle. It might even be a T20 pitch, possibly.
But there's England Women's International here, isn't there?
Well, there you go. That's that one, isn't it? So it's just to look after it, really.
And is that to look after it because you put that matting down and then the players' spikes don't cause as much of an issue to the middle?
Slides, and that kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not. They're not there at this point for any growth or anything. No. There are some germination sheets that they use from time to time. They're generally a bit darker, often black, and these are just protective sheets.
And then they're just held down by a bunch of almost, well, not tent pegs as such.
Yeah,
but
that's a good question, though, because they look very flush to the ground, don't they? So I'm not sure what they're held down with. Oof, quicker delivery.
Had the first and second slip scrambling for cover, didn't it? As McManus moved over to his left-hand side to pick that one up. Karen Nair and Emilio Gay there just trying to get out of the way of their wicketkeeper.
It's a very good. Whether they're held down with anything, because they might have a little bit of weight about them. I don't know. Well played. That's a good leave. I keep saying Luke Proctor is bowling with real energy here. This is good cricket from him. I mean, he is hammered away at that top of off, top of middle and off, line and length.
He's done absolutely everything that he would have asked from himself, and what the coaching staff would have asked from him as well. She said it's been a couple of spells as well that you'd hope would inspire and kind of galvanise his seam bowling teammates. He's into his 11th over and he's gone for 22.
100%. You know, so I can only speak for myself on this. If I'm out there and my captain's running in like this, okay, that's the level.
Yeah.
And if I'm not a bowler, I'm in the field. Well, that's a lot of intensity that I need to bring to my performance. So absolutely leading by example, which he's done with the bat this year too. It's good cricket, this. James Bracey Sorry, he's gone. Miles Hammond, his fellow left-hander, is reading the script very well here. We've said before he wants to score, wants to dominate, but he's read the script that if I get out here, then Northampton have got a bit of momentum. Luke Proctor's bowling very well. I'm going to see this spell out.
Yeah.
I'm going to see this spell out and then see what else is on offer for me. That seems to be the judgment that he's made. He's got an opportunity to score there, but my man has gone back onto the point boundary. So rather than going for 4, it goes for 1. Wanted that fielder there for a while.
Yeah, he's got to allow his captain just to start his innings here, isn't he, as well? Say he was 60 off 64 and he's now 72 off 90.
Yeah.
So it's kind of been I wouldn't have said Northampton have bowled that differently to Miles Hammond. Okay, he might have faced a little bit more of Luke Proctor than what he has done. There was a change of bowling. Obviously, Sid Arthur's come back in instead of Patterson White, which made it just a little bit tougher. But it's been kind of a noticeable mindset change, I think, from Hammond with the departure of Bracey, rather than a kind of a huge change in his mindset or play. It's like Graham Van Buren's just maybe had something in his eye there that the umpire has sorted out for him.
Just a little bit too straight there. They're pushing for 2. Are they going to get 2? They are going to get 2. That's well run. It's a long, long boundary out there on the leg side. And that's George Bartlett. And he's just contemplating, how on earth did they get 2 there? I've sprinted to that ball. I've reacted quickly. I've sprinted to it. And I've got my throwaway pretty quickly. And they've comfortably got 2. Well, that's really good running. That's how they got 2. They ran the first one. Is it cliche time? They ran the first one with the intent of running a second, and they were able to run the second. My memory of Van Buren is that he is very, very good between the wickets. That was good running. It keeps Miles Hammond on strike as well.
It's a massive space out there on the leg side today as well, isn't it?
It is. It's a big boundary out there, isn't it? Yeah. Out towards that corner, as you say, out towards the coffee van. Very good coffee van it is too.
And the vegetable quiches.
Yeah, and the vegetable quiches are also available. Do a good meal deal there.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell you about it?
Please.
Okay. So you can get a large coffee. Other drinks are available.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a quiche. You get a cake, choice of cake, and crisps.
Wow.
£10.
That's not bad.
It's all right, isn't it?
It's not bad.
Yeah.
And you can get in free after tea at Northampton. So if you turn up with a tenner in your pocket and you don't fancy an ice cream, it sounds like the coffee van is the place to go.
It is a good coffee and a very nice guy as well who runs it. His name I don't know, but I'll find out. He seems a really good fella. Nicely played there by Graham Van Buren. Just leant on that through the covers. Didn't try and overhit it. Wasn't absolutely certain that he could accelerate the bat through it, so he didn't, but made sure at the middle of the bat, just opened the face to go with the movement and miss extra cover, who's quite straight. I do like extra cover to be quite straight. He is. Oh, I think he's hit that one. Yeah, he has hit that one. Yeah. I don't think it was a great shout for OBW anyway, but he smashed it. Even I could hear that. So, and it's going down the leg side.
Yeah.
Other than the fact that he hit it hard and it was missing leg stump, it was a good shout.
It did hit the pad though.
It did hit.
So you never know. As quick as the decision was to give James Bracey out, was as quick as the umpire moved out to the offside to take his position up in case of a run up on that instance, wasn't there?
Talking about the umpire moving, I've been told that we need to watch the umpire moving. That there is movement in the umpire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I haven't.
Not something I look out for.
No, I haven't.
Rowie, I have to admit.
I haven't seen it myself. I tell you what, I did see with Neil Bainton a few years ago was that he wasn't standing in line. Yeah, I love that response. Yeah, it's true. He wasn't standing in line. He was just off straight. Yeah,
Surely not.
surely not. But true.
Just have to recalibrate your eyes there, I guess.
No, he was just offline.
Wow.
But I'm told that there is movement in Neil Bainton just as the bowler gets into the delivery stride. I didn't see it again.
I think there's just a
Oh,
little.
well fielded, captain.
There's almost just a little shoulder wobble. I think because it's
Something,
kind of
yeah.
just drifting over to the right hand side.
Well, that's where when I said he used to stand so that it was easy for the bowler to get past him. That's the area.
Yeah.
He wasn't in line with the stumps. His left foot was kind of on middle and off or middle and leg, where it should have been on that stump. It was between that stump and middle stump, whichever stump you want to call that one. So he wasn't lined up properly. Yeah. But he sorted that out, but now wobbles as the bowler's passing.
Oh, well. Proctor's going to continue. It's going to be his 6th in the spell. He's bowled 2 maidens and the 5 overs before this one. Has just gone for 7 runs.
I don't mind 3 slips to the new batter.
No.
Don't mind that at all. Not for too long, but certainly whilst he gets to 15 or so. Oh, well bowled. It was a big shout.
That was a massive shout, wasn't there? Luke Proctor was, almost went for a second appeal there, I think, as he finished his follow through.
It looked like it did a bit too much. Yeah, I think it's see it from the other end. It looked like it did a bit too much. It went sharply, didn't it? He has bowled with good zip.
Cool, blimey. Yeah, I think that's done a touch more than what it needed to. I think this is the best I've seen Luke Proctor bowl in my very short stint at Northamptonshire. Oh my word. That's tracked Van Buren then as well, as that seamed off the surface, and he's just going down there, isn't he, just to do a bit of gardening. But that's come back a long way from back of a length.
Do you know what I'm going here? I'm going short leg. I don't know where I'm taking him from yet, but I'm getting a short leg in. I'm taking him from extra cover, I think. Mm-hmm. Because if he does go forward, inside edge onto knee roll, I want a short leg. Oh, that's a nice cricket shot. Well played, sir.
Feels like this over just feels like something's going to happen here. These 3 balls so far, wouldn't have been massively surprised if the captain had 3 wickets with the 3 deliveries that he's bowled so far in this over. Don't know, just feels like something's happening. He's wicketless at the minute, Proctor. Oh. It just feels like this ball's doing just that little bit more, isn't it?
Do you know, he's bowling like a man who's so confident. He knows where it's going, and he knows, and because of that, he can put maximum effort into it. He's really attacking the crease, hitting the pitch hard. And the ball's now 60 overs old, and he's still getting it to nip. Bowled again.
Does a lot of that come from, we spoke, didn't we, 10 minutes ago about the injury that he had last year? With that confidence in his body as well?
Yeah, I guess so.
In inverted commas, fully fit?
Yeah, I guess that's right. But because you can't bowl like this unless you're fully fit and confident in your body as well. There's one thing being fully fit, and there's another thing being confident in your body, and it feels like he's got those 2 things where he wants them, and he's gone past the outside edge. And that clapping you can hear is coming from the head coach, John Sadler, who's just on the balcony outside. Another fantastic over from the captain, Luke Proctor, who somehow has got 0 in the wickets column. 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 23 is a travesty, really, because he has bowled absolutely, absolutely brilliantly. We're going to see a change at the Lynn Wilson end. We're going to see Saif Zayev into the attack. Siddharth Kaul finishes his latest spell in total. That's 17 overs, 2 maidens, 3 of the 4 wickets to fall, 3 for 49. It's good bowling.
Yeah, he's come in, he's broken that partnership. he's done what the captain's asked for him. And I think Save's bowled well, actually, throughout the start of this campaign. He's got 5 wickets, which possibly isn't the greatest return amongst all of them, but I think he's offered another very good option for Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor. And a change of trajectory, being a left arm finger spinner compared to the usual Rob Keogh. And has Proctor got another one in him, though? He was kind of on his haunches at the end of that over with a big pat on the back from Sanderson. Has he got one more? That would be 7 straight.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, that's a poor delivery, Safe. Has that gone for 4?
It has. It's just beaten Ben Sanderson.
That's tough for the captain because he's got to try and encourage his bowler there. Luke Proctor has bowled his heart out there with great aggression, great control, great intensity, and Save's bowled a floaty full toss outside off stump, which kind of undoes the pressure that he put back onto the Gloucestershire batters a little bit. Bounce back now, Safe.
Yeah, it'd be interesting where Luke Proctor decides to go from the David Capel end. If it isn't going to be himself for a 7th, Sanderson has bowled 15, Siddharth Kaul has bowled 17, and then we've got Scrimshaw on 9, who hasn't bowled from the David Capel end.
Yeah, that's
today.
That's going to be the answer, isn't it? I would suspect.
Patterson White, obviously 8 overs, all from the Lynn Wilson centre, and I haven't seen Scrimshaw getting loose. I haven't seen Sanderson getting loose.
Well, the other thing the captain's got to think about here is the second new ball.
Yep.
Which, yes, it's still 18 overs away, but if Save is going to bowl a few of those in order to help get through to that period, then he's got to think about which seamers he wants to bowl with that new ball. He'll have that for 16 overs this evening. So he's got to do some quick thinking about that.
Yeah. Change of ends for Siddharth, maybe, if Proctor's not going to continue himself.
Yeah, maybe. How many did he bowl from here? Do you know?
Like it was only 3.
Yeah, it is short, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
4 tops, but it wasn't a huge spell, I don't think.
4 tops.
4 tops.
Safe getting a bit of the drifters there.
I'll set them up and you can knock them down.
It's the first one of the day.
Yeah, I've opened the door there, haven't I? Massively. Is it going to be Proctor? Is it going to be Siddharth? Both look like they're kind of jesting to one another.
It's going to be the captain.
Good decision, I think.
Oof, I tell you, he's up for the scrap, isn't he?
It certainly is.
He's going to come round the wicket by the looks of things.
6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7 in this spell.
This has been high quality.
Oh, it's been about as good as you'll see anywhere around the country today from seam bowlers.
So change of angle coming round the wicket now to Hammond. Oh, squares him up, gets the edge, drops short. I think it wouldn't carry to third slip. I'd see where it pitched, but they've still got 3 catches. The third slip has gone to a gully position. It was a great delivery. Another one from Proctor. Oh, I don't know. Would that have carried?
Maybe. I mean, Emilio covered a lot of ground there, didn't he, with the dive?
Yeah, it was a great effort.
Almost dived through third, and I don't know. Would it have carried? I'm not sure.
My first instinct was it's not carried to third slip. It was a very, it's gone for 4. Another moral victory to Luke Proctor. How on earth he's wicketless? And Hammond has played as well as anyone. He's on 83. He's a man who's very well in. And that did him for a bit of pace as well and movement.
For a man on 83 off 98 balls, he looks like he has struggled to pick up Proctor.
Proc's bowled great here. What's the speed gun saying about Proc? I haven't been looking at the speed gun.
No, I haven't. I haven't been paying attention to the speed gun. I have been paying attention to other things, but
absolutely. Because he's bowled some very heavy delivery, hasn't he? He's spliced people up a lot. Oh, We're both looking at the screen, aren't we?
Well, I was reading the conversation going on in the
Okay,
in the
what's
live
happening?
chat at the moment. Well, they're still debating James Bracey's LBW.
Oh, okay. What's the word on the street?
Wow, some say it's hitting and some say it don't. It isn't even.
Oh, that's well played as well. This is good cricket. This. Why am I not seeing the speed come up there?
Pass.
Where should I be looking?
It should be where Proctor's figures are.
Yeah, that's
It
right.
should
Okay.
be. That's where it has rotated through in the past.
Right.
Maybe.
It's because he's bowling so fast that it's not coming. He's certainly bowling as fast as and consistently as I've seen him bowl for a while. It's well bowled, well played. This is really, really good to see. As I said earlier, a fit and firing Luke Proctor is a great addition to your bowling lineup. And he's looked like he really wants to do the job today.
Yeah.
He's about to finish his 13th over, 4 maidens, none for 27 at the moment. Another good ball, well played. It's a good leave from Miles Hammond. 4 off the over, which was a chance, really. It was half a chance. It wouldn't have carried, I don't think, to third slip, but it was a genuine nick on the back foot as well to a man who's in his 80s. Score, not age, that is. It wouldn't have been a great delivery if he was 80 years old to get someone squared up on the back foot. I think Luke Proctor would feel he could do that pretty regularly. Safe say bowled an average first over. Let's have a little chat with the captain now. Just want him to settle in and just really his job here is, yes, if he can wheedle one out, that'd be fantastic. But is to just get us towards the second new ball without going for too many. Van Buren likes a sweep. He's quite a good player of spin, but he likes to be positive. He likes a sweep, and he also likes to get away from the left armour and open up the offside. I think that could, if he tries to do that, that could be an opportunity for Northants. Ooh, that one's bounced a wee bit.
I think with the departure of Bracey and the fact that Hammond has been forced to slow down by the work from Luke Proctor, just feel like the tempo's just changed, doesn't it, out there in the middle?
Yeah. Oh, you got to stop that.
I think he will haul it back, won't he? But just on one of those bits of matting that we spoke about earlier today, I'm sure probably just makes you slightly less certain of your footing, and I would imagine sliding on it's probably a bit more painful than grass as well.
Yeah.
Slightly more abrasive. But then there's a chance at the non-striker's end. Oh, ouch. Hopefully that was bat that got Miles Hammond. I think there's some laughs, aren't there, out there going through the effects mic. Hopefully it was bat. Otherwise, I think that could have been particularly painful for Hammond.
Yeah, have a look at that.
Just an appealing jest, wasn't there, for obstructing the field?
He was diving back in, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he'd have got in, but there was a little bit of luck where the ball's coming from.
Well, that's tea.
That's tea, yeah.
That's tea. 32 overs remain in the day. Gloucestershire 222 for 4. Hammond 83 not out. Van Buren on 11. And the wickets to fall in that session, those for Siddharth Kaul. We'll be back in 20 minutes.
Northamptonshire team returning to the field. Returning to bat for Gloucestershire, Miles Hammond and Graham Van Buren. Gloucestershire will resume their first innings on 222 for 4.
Good evening and welcome back to Northampton, where Gloucestershire in bat at the moment are 222 for 4 after 64 overs. Northamptonshire earlier today won the toss and elected to have a bowl first. Miles Hammond, very much the standout for Gloucestershire, although Cam Bancroft batted very well for 50. Hammond is 83 not out. Van Buren is 11. It's free after tea at Wantage Road, so if you're in Northampton, you want to come and sit in the sunshine, now's the perfect time to do so. The ice cream van's here, the coffee van's still open, the bar's open. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined, as I have been all day, by Phil Rote. It's been a good day of cricket so far, Phil. I've enjoyed it.
It's been a great day of cricket, a really good day, and 2 very important hours to come.
Sanderson from the David Capel end. And that's left alone by Hammond. A bit of lift on that one as it's come off the surface. He's replacing his captain, Luke Proctor, who bowled 7 overs straight from the David Capel end before tea. And Sanderson, who is wicketless at the moment in his 100th appearance for Northamptonshire, will be desperately trying to back up his captain, who put so much pressure on Hammond and Van Buren during that 7-over spell. Sanderson on the money. Do you think there's so I think there's something, particularly in Test cricket, called Anderson tax. And Anderson doesn't bowl as well as what he always does, but you look at the score afterwards and he's wicketless, but he's only gone at 1.8 and over. Mm-hmm. I think that extends to the likes of Sanderson. There's a Sanderson tax. It's kind of, they've been so aggressive against others. Oh, well, that looked like that might be a sore one for Hammond, but don't rub it, I think, is probably the word of advice from Graham Van Buren. But probably don't go after Sanderson quite as much as what they would do another.
Okay.
That's what I meant by the...
Yeah. I don't know.
No.
I mean, I genuinely don't know. I mean, I think what is obvious, here's an obvious statement, is that they're very good.
Yeah.
So even maybe when they're not at their best, it's probably a little bit, yeah. I mean, there may be something in that, are you going to slap that ball square of the wicket off Ben Sanderson when you know it can go either way? Maybe you're not, and maybe you let that one go by, whereas with someone else, maybe with a James Sales or whoever, you might climb. Yeah, there's possibly something in that. There's but and I know you're not saying this. It's probably earned by how good they are.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. No, that's interesting.
Cut away. There is a fielder down on the rope, so it will just be a single. Oh, it's absolutely earned.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to know that Ben Sanderson's got over 500 first-class wickets, and everybody's going to. And everybody's going to know that Jimmy's got over 700 Test wickets. So it's not a hidden fact, is it? And I'm not saying that they'd be going, I'd be gutting if I added another one. Like, I don't think they'll be that bothered about it. But
I'd have been very happy to get out to either of them.
It'd be a brilliant achievement. What is your greatest cricketing achievement? Wow, there's some time I missed one from Sando. Just knocked my off dolly back. It was right up there. Well, that's gone to be cut away by Van Buren.
So that's the shot that Van Buren plays a lot.
Just runs it.
Yeah, he gets away from it. Mm-hmm. And I think he plays it sometimes with a 45-degree bat, and I've seen him get out that way.
Yeah, okay.
So it's a strength and a weakness. I mentioned before the tea break to save Zaid, left arm kind of slightly short in stature, that trying to play that shot can create difficulties if it just runs on a little bit. You can chop it on or miss it. That's what I was talking about when he gets away from the ball to create space. But back to, you mentioned Cameron Bancroft earlier, who got 50, but he faced 94 balls, and that's basically 100 balls, right? So he's taken 100 balls out of the new ball, occupied the crease, and so on. And I do wonder, without that 100 balls being utilised by Cameron Bancroft, whether Miles Hammond goes out and gets 85 with power to add.
Yeah,
the job of an opener is many-fold. It's nicely bowled, nicely played. But I guess what I'm trying to say in a complex way is, it was only 50, but it was a really important 50 in the context of setting the thing up for the players to come behind him.
Yeah, and it certainly did plenty, didn't it? Throughout those 100 balls that Cam Bancroft batted. Obviously was more the time he was there at the crease, but they were just the ones that he faced. A bit shorter from Zaid, but quicker as well. Van Buren plays into the leg side.
You saw that movement again there, just looking to create space to score off the back foot. And how long before he comes down the wicket? He won't want Saif Zaid to bowl at 2 and over, that's for sure.
Shorter. It's pulled away.
Oh, gee whiz, he's got away with that. He didn't hit that well.
No, for a short while. I think that's Patterson White in there at short mid-wicket. It was, stationary, but wide of the low knee.
You've seen those get cloth straight to the fielder, haven't you? It was a drag down delivery. It probably deserved to go to the boundary, but it went through a narrow gap on the angle.
That's down the ground. There's an appeal for run out the non-strikers, and well done by Saif Zaid just to turn that back onto the stumps. But
it's clever.
Miles Hammond up to task and hadn't left the crease. I really enjoy the fact in cricket that that's actually trained for now.
Yeah.
You kind of go. It's a skill that probably was never really utilised, and then you suddenly go, we train for that now. And there's a genuine skill in returning the ball off your own bowling and directing it back towards the stumps.
Have you ever seen Roger Harper run out Graham Gooch?
I haven't, no.
Google that.
Okay.
You're familiar with Google, right?
Yeah. Just about in my lifetime.
It's one of the best pieces of fielding off your own bowling you will ever see. You can do it now.
Yeah, I am.
Really, I love that. With Roger Harper played here, David Ripley will say he's the best slip fielder that he ever had in the cordon. He was a brilliant all-round fielder. Sando Ben coming in from the David Capel end. Oh, he's flashed at that as Miles Hammond got a thick outside edge, going to get 2 down to wide third man.
Blimey, O'Reilly.
Did you see it?
No, not yet. I've just gone into almost a step back in time here. Oh, wow. How far down out of his crease was Graham Gooch playing that shot in the first place?
What a bit of fielding.
Oh, outrageous.
Yeah. I don't think it gets much better than that. That was brilliant. Oh, that's well bowled, Sando Ben.
Right, I'm back in the room.
Had a little chat in the break with John Sadler, the Northants head coach, and we were talking about the morning session. I said I felt we'd been a bit inconsistent with the ball. And he said, yeah, I feel that feels fair. And ran through some of the stats. In particular, something that I know I've talked about, and occasionally we've been able to get some stats on this, was the forward defensive percentage for each of the bowlers. And it demonstrated that that Ben Sanderson was in that area in terms of demanding a forward defensive shot was the pick of the bowlers in that first 2 hours. And Northants generally try to operate when they're going well at 40%.
Yeah,
40% forward defences. And I think it's a really, if you're watching the game, it's a really good proxy for how well the team is bowling, how many times you see that.
It's another one of those kind of statistics and conversations, though, that kind of goes on behind closed doors that the fans aren't necessarily kind of exposed to again, isn't it? We talk all the time. The statistics that we do get on coverage of cricket tends to be about partnerships and strike rates and speed guns and things like that. And I suppose because the percentage of forward defensive shots drawn out of your seam bowlers isn't a particularly sexy kind of stat to chat about, probably doesn't really make the final edit a lot of the time, but actually can provide a lot of context to what's going on.
I like it.
Yeah, I think
I like it a lot. It tells you a lot.
We were lucky enough, weren't we, the first couple of games, and maybe if James is listening, that he would kind of share that information again, but shared those statistics, didn't he? From and I appreciate we did get both sets, so maybe we'll get that later on in this game.
Comparison.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
But we were able to compare the effectiveness of the Northants bowlers or the seamers in comparison to what were Middlesex and Glamorgan at the time, and just see how they stacked up with, as you said, forward defensive, balls left, balls attacked, and things like that, which is just nice to be able to put a bit of context on the game, really.
Yeah.
Save then to continue. 13 overs to go until the second new ball becomes available for Northampton and Luke Proctor. There's a reverse sweep that's gone straight to Emilio Gay, and there's a big appeal from McManus and Zabe. Umpire unmoved. I wonder what that's...
Did it come off the pad? I think it might have just come off the pad straight to slip, didn't it? Off the foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice drift on that from
something going to happen.
Feels like something's about to,
going to happen, because they're not going to want to just, I say, go 2, 3 and over. Certainly 2 and over. 3 they might buy, but not 2. Oh, they don't need to with a shot like that. What a lovely cricket shot that was.
Proctor's going to give chase. He's going to pull it back, though. It's going to be another couple of runs added. Replace your divots.
Save, kicking the ground there. He's frustrated. Oh, doing it again. That wasn't an instruction. Just frustrated that he's just losing his length a wee bit. His job here is to go for as few runs and over as he can, for as long as he can.
Nice drift again away from Hammond. He's timed that well, isn't he, to Patterson White?
It is nice drift, but actually we don't want him to open up the offside here.
No.
He needs to be hitting off stump.
First sweep. Oh, and that's played so well. Sanderson turns and jogs up to the heavy sweep just to retrieve that. But my word, that's a great shot from Miles Hammond. That might be shot of the day.
That was a great shot. That was a line, that was. It was pretty straight, that ball. If he misses that, then he's got a problem. But he not only did not miss it, he played it beautifully. There was a bit of hockey in that, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was.
Reverse stick shot. That was a heck of a shot.
Timed it so well. Well, he's gone for 6 off 5 balls then, save.
Yeah, and this creates a problem for Luke Proctor if this continues.
That's back to the bowler, defended. End of the over, 237 for 4. 68 overs have been bowled.
There's very little Save can do really about the reverse sweep. He'll be more disappointed with the back foot shot that got punched through the covers, and maybe his line overall was a little bit too wide. But there's risk. There's risk in that reverse sweep shot. If he misses that, he brings LBW into play. He could glove it, could go straight up.
Yeah, of course.
But he played it beautifully.
Patterson White, as he's just gone across the field, has just been doing a few looseners. I wonder either that's I'd like to have another go, please, Proc, or whether it's I am going to have another go. I'm not sure. That's left alone as it's just kind of drifted back into Lewis McManus's gloves.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to bowl 2 at the far end, because Ben Sanderson is now into his 18th over. You definitely want Ben Sanderson to be available for the second new ball.
What do you think about Scrimshaw for a couple of overs? Fast as you can, hit the pitch hard. It's still doing a bit here, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe with the big boundary leg side, he could go upstairs a wee bit just to see. Yeah, there's something in that.
Short ball from Sanderson, that's pulled away. Delivery. And that's going to be 4 for Graham Van Buren. Patterson White's got no chance of pulling that one back, and almost allows the captain of Gloucestershire just to take a bit of pressure off. He's now 19 off 34.
Yeah, that was an unusually poor delivery from Ben Sanderson. Just got that one wrong. He is human, after all. Still going at under 3 and over. As he typically does. What's unusual is the wicket column is currently empty. Still got the 3 slips. Van Buren's on 19 now. They might think about making that 2.
Yeah, I mean, they've stuck with that all day, haven't they?
Yeah.
There has been 4 at points, but Northants have been set on 3 slips pretty much for the entirety of the day. I think at worst, there's been 2 slips and a gully.
Yeah.
Other than that, there's been 3 catches behind the bat all day long.
So it's a problem. I mean, yeah, partnerships create problems for the captain. And this partnership is already on 48. Total is 240, 2 for 4. The new ball is available in 11 overs and 2 balls time. And one of the considerations for Luke Proctor is, who do I bowl to get us to the new ball so that I've got the bowls I want ready to go with the new ball? And how do I do that at a run rate that I'm comfortable with, and still offering some wicket-taking threat? So you've got some very challenging questions there, which take you in many different directions.
Yeah, quite hard to balance, isn't it? When you look at, I mean, Scrimshaw's gone at 4.78, Patterson White's gone at 5 1/4, Zabe 4.5, and he isn't going to want to bowl Sanderson too many more.
No, he's not.
He's certainly not going to bring Siddharth back into the attack with that new ball just around the corner.
I think we might see Scrimshaw.
And Proctor himself, 7 overs straight before tears. I mean, he's not going to have another 7 over spell left in him, is he, to get through to that new ball either. And plus, he's going to be one that's going to be fancying a dip with that second new Dukes himself.
Well, we've got a change at this end, at the Liam Wilson end. You were right. You did see Liam Patterson Whiteland bring up, and it's going to be left arm spinner to replace left arm spinner. I get that. A little bit more experience with the red ball in Liam Patterson White than Safe. I think it was right to look at Safe for a couple.
Yep.
I think it's right to go back to this guy.
Yeah, he's the frontline spinner that Northants have bought in for a game. So time to earn that, or warrant that loan move really here. Get through to that second new ball, bowl with control.
That's a nice start.
It's a better length, isn't it?
That's a lovely start. Yeah,
Patterson White.
When is he going to get bumped over the top? I feel a bump over the top is imminent. So this is the job. This is what Safe wasn't able to do. What you want the batter to do is to have to take a big risk to score, which is like a hit over the top or whatever. Yeah. And if you're leaking runs too comfortably, you don't bring that requirement into play. But Liam Patterson White has started this over very well. That was quite fast, a flatter ball. I like that. Very little arm speed change. Cracks his fingers around the ball, gets extra pace. That's not out. Very shovelly sweep, wasn't it? Didn't play that particularly well. In fact, missed it, so played it particularly poorly. But 4 dots. This is good. Now join these up. I'm tempted to put mid-off back now and let the single go because I want to control the scoring rate.
You'd rather bowl at Van Buren rather than Hammond?
I would.
Yeah.
I'd definitely, I'd get these 2 guys back now. Mid on and mid off, get back. I've won the over.
Yeah.
I'll go for a single. That said, Brocky might think, if you want to hit it over the top, have a go. There you go. He's going back. That's quite right.
Yeah.
He's now pushed him back another 15, 20 yards. Good. Yeah, that's good cricket from Northants there.
Dot ball to finish and a maiden for Patterson White to start his evening session.
Good bowling change, Luke Proctor. Well done. He's on it. Proc's on it today.
Yeah, he's been He's been excellent, hasn't he, all day? And speaking of people that have been on it, you called Scrimshaw, and Scrimshaw is going to bowl from David Capeland. He's going to have a change of ends. He's had 2 spells so far today from the Lynn Wilson Centre. He's going to have his first go from the Lynn Wilson Centre. Sorry, the David Capel ends. Slightly downhill, isn't it, in comparison to...
It is, very slightly.
But they had a chat with him yesterday, and said, I'd never noticed that Grace Road was particularly on a hill either, but he said, he said we're running up the hill into the wind, and I think it was quite a stiff breeze last time out at Leicestershire. I think he'd be quite grateful to have a go down the hill with on a still sunny day.
I think there's more of a hill at Grace Road than there is at Northampton. I saw the photos of Grace Road with the puddling.
Short ball down the leg side. Polite inquiry from McManus.
I don't think we need 2 slips in a gully.
Well, I don't think so if Scrimshaw is going to bowl this tactic.
Well, yeah, I don't think anyway. I really don't. Not right now.
But we haven't really got anybody out on the pull.
Yeah.
I mean,
I like that. Let's get him back there. Get Gully back at deep backward square. Have 2 men out on the hook.
Sanderson is out there now.
Yeah, we've got 2 out,
at
haven't
deep
we?
square.
Yeah, must have 2 out.
Yeah, we have. We got George Bartlett on the hook as well. Driven through the offside, nicely placed.
Get on the floor. Oh, I noticed it well.
It's just going to be a couple.
See, earlier in the day, Luke Proctor cuts that off, doesn't he?
Yeah.
On that angle, but he has to bend his run and escort it to the boundary because there's extra pace on the ball.
Well, that and he's bowled himself 11 overs as well. He's not going to be as fresh as what he was 4 or 5 hours ago. 50 partnership between Hammond and Van Buren. 244 for 4. Hammond now on 96 of 124. Short ball picked up, pulled away, and that's 6 into the Briggs and Forrester stand. That's 100 for Miles Hammond. And my word, has that been a good innings. First 100 of the year. What a privilege that's been to watch. That's been free-flowing. It's been aggressive. And it's been, well, almost counter-attacking, hasn't it, with the movement that's been on offer from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I like the way he paced his innings. The reality, he's come out, when he started his innings, he was scoring at a run of ball, and he put pressure on Northants because you could see intent. He drew a couple of poor deliveries and took them away, both off the front foot and the back foot. And but when Northants regrouped and bowled better at him, he played accordingly.
Short ball again down the leg side, and that's going to be another 4. That's going to beat George Bartlett, who is down there at fine leg. Scrimshaw so far has just started this spell. He's had that one real short bumper that went down the leg side that Hammond couldn't catch up with. Since then have been those missed length deliveries that haven't really been short. They haven't really been good length. And Hammond, who's just pounced on everything that's been slightly off from the Northants seamers, isn't going to miss out on those, having faced 126 balls.
And we've still got 2 slips in a gully.
He must have been seeing it like a beach ball when he walked out. So I dread to think the size of it now. That's a better ball from Scrimshaw. Defended back down the ground. Yeah,
it's his 4th first-class 100. I just looked it up. I thought it might have been a few more than that. He's a good player, and I think he said it's his first 100 of the summer.
Yeah.
But he has been in form, hasn't he? He scored consistently, I think, so far this season.
Yeah, he had 303 runs before this game, and was Gloucestershire's leading run scorer in the championship so far.
Uh-huh. And of course, that over, which has gone for 11 or 12?
13.
Oh, 13. Okay, so that again poses questions. 9 overs now until the second new ball is due. And if you're scoring double figures from one end, you can just milk the other end. So the threat of a wicket that Liam Patterson White might offer is negated because there's no risk needed against him. So, but batting's in partnerships, and so is bowling. Yeah, he's played very well. He's played very well, Miles Hammond. I think he's a very good young player, and he's certainly. I've enjoyed the way he's managed his innings. He's managed the risk very well. Yes, he's played and missed a little bit, but you're going to. There's a bit of grass on the wicket. You're going to do that.
Yeah. Shorter in length from Patterson White. That's played back to the bowler. 255 for 4. Oh, it's a genuine edge. It's gone past Emilio Gay at first slip. It's going to race up the hill towards the players' rooms. That's going to be 4. Patterson White gutted.
I mean, even if that goes straight to first slip, I'm not sure he catches that because it was a quicker ball.
Yeah, it's flown, isn't it?
Yeah, it's sort of an arm ball, wasn't it? Went across on the angle. It's gone away from the left-hander. He's pushed his hands right through. It was a full swing of the bat. And first slip's got no chance of catching that.
No. The good old-fashioned slip drive by Miles Hammond. Played into the leg side for what will be a single. There would have been a lot of pressure on Gloucestershire this morning as well, wouldn't they? They obviously would have gone into this and gone, well, we're just going to have a bat on it. But they'd have known that it was green. I'd be amazed if they said that we wouldn't have had a bowl ourselves. I did say they've had innings where they've scored 400s in them, but they have also had innings when they've been bowled out for low 200s as well. And I mean, so far, as a batting unit, it's well fielded, a lot of ground covered by Vasconcelos. They've stood up to this and they've done incredibly well to get to 261 for 4 on a pitch that's done plenty, haven't been put into bat.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Another day it could be 220 all out. But I think Northants have been so far, it's still early days in the overall game, but so far today, Northants have been harshly punished by Mother Cricket for being a little bit inconsistent during the morning session. As I've said a few times, they haven't been terrible by any means, just not being quite on it.
Uses his feet. Oh, what a catch.
What a catch that is.
What an outrageous catch at short mid-wicket. That's Vasconcelos, who's in on the matting, and Miles Hammond, who's looked absolutely golden for 112, whips that one through the leg side, only to find Vasconcelos lurking round the corner. Takes a fantastic catch, low down. Does well to get his fingers underneath it, doesn't he?
That's a fabulous catch. I wonder if it gets on the replay. Yes, great work with the camera there. That's a brilliant catch.
Absolutely superb. Patterson White gets his first wicket in a Northamptonshire shirt, and that is the wicket of Miles Hammond, who leaves the field to a round of applause from around the grounds, including, obviously, the members in the Spencer Lounge. And Gloucestershire are 5 down for 261.
Well, he was fielding at short mid-wicket, and he is a short mid-wicket as well, Ricardo Vasconcelos. That was a fabulous catch. It was inches off the turf and struck really well. He dived to his right, almost full length, and caught it with his hands almost on the floor and the ball just above ground level. And it was a fantastic catch, and it needed to be to get rid of Miles Hammond because he had played extremely well. He'll be disappointed to have got just over the 100, and then in the next over to be out. There wasn't a lot he did wrong there, to be honest. It just carried slightly further than he thought it would do. He wasn't hitting it in the air necessarily. He was hitting it hard and low. A really good catch by Vasconcelos. And crikey, did Northants need that wicket?
Yeah, that's I wouldn't have said it's come out of nowhere, but I certainly didn't expect the way that Miles Hammond had played so far just to pick out Vasconcelos. Just a short mid-wicket there. I thought kind of hold out in the deep might have been.
Yeah, I thought maybe, yeah. It's hard to kind of, I mean, there's an obvious answer to this, which he hit it, someone caught it. It must have been a mistake. It wasn't a glaring error, was it?
No, not at all. Scrimshaw's continue. That's run off the face. going to put Bartlett under pressure, and they're going to settle on 1. The new batter for Gloucestershire is Tom Price, and he will face up for the first time today against George Scrimshaw as he's bowling from the David Cape lane. What do you know about Tom Price?
Very little.
Very little. Okay.
Very little.
That's a conversation killer right there.
I know he's got his shirt out.
That's a contentious point, isn't it, amongst cricket
I
people?
make no comment on that other than I'm just observing.
No,
I'm
that's
just giving
fine.
you the
I'm
fact.
just saying it can be a contentious point. Left well alone.
What can you tell me? Have you got some data?
Not a massive amount, no. Obviously saw his brother earlier in this game. 24 first-class matches, 816 runs, an average of 26, 66 wickets, best of 8 for 27, an average of just under 30.
Okay. Genuine all-rounder-ish.
Genuine all-rounder.
Yeah.
That's a nice shot. Punch down the ground.
So his brother only bats, is that right? Ollie only bats, whereas Tom bats and bowls?
Ollie has 11 first-class wickets in 28 matches,
Okay,
at an average of 85. So
All right,
very occasional.
Yeah. So you get 3 prices for the price of 2.
There's a deal there to be had, isn't there? Cheapest one free.
Bog off.
Oh, it's
Beautifully bowled.
yeah, big edge of Van Buren, and that's gone through the gap between second slip and gully.
But it didn't carry again. You know, I think I always will add that caveat.
Yeah.
Because they have had 3 slips a lot, but that ball doesn't carry to where third slip might have
I think
been.
it might have been wide of
third
as well.
Yeah. Which shows you that the ball's getting a little bit older. Goes square, it's a bit softer, but it's not carried. It's not really carried to third, is it? And the catch that was taken in the six, Emilio Gay took a really sharp catch to his left, low at second slip earlier in the day. He does expose his stumps a bit, doesn't he? Likes to try to score square of the wicket on the offside. He's rehearsing that shot. Graham Van Buren, the captain. 267 for 5. Let's get into the bowlers as soon as we can. There's a lot of the Gloucestershire coaching staff out on the edge of the boundary. It's like they're expecting a car to pull in. They're going to change the tyres or something. Look like a Formula One team ready for a pit stop. That's a full toss, and it's hit back past him for 4. Another 6-ball boundary. He's leaked a few, hasn't he? George Scrimshaw has leaked. He's bowled some beautiful deliveries, but he's also now gone off his 11 overs for 66, and therefore exactly 6 and over. And it's not a pitch that you should be going at 6 and over on as a seamer.
No, I think you're always going to give the benefit of the doubt slightly towards a lad that bowls a bit quicker, and you kind of, I think, subconsciously kind of think, oh, well, it's because he bowls a bit quicker, it's going to go to the boundary a bit more often.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that hasn't been the case, has it, with Scrimshaw in this one? It's not exactly been the case that the ball's disappeared to the boundary quicker. It's just the fact that when that length has been missed, it's been missed in a very hittable length.
Yeah.
As you said earlier, he's not missed long.
No.
He's missed shorter, which
Mostly,
has turned into a quick one, but a long op, essentially.
Yeah.
Nice start from Patterson White to the start of the over.
So, and I take that. I think that's really well said, Dan. And I put that, I can put that into the equation. And, you might be willing to accept on a day like today, we're bowling first. We've chosen to bowl maybe 4.5 and over if I've got rose-coloured spectacles on, but not 6.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree.
No. The other thing about the Formula One pit crew
Oh yeah,
from Gloucestershire is there's a lot of them.
there are a few, aren't there? I mean, it's a lovely day.
There's 6 of them.
It's a cracking day, and why wouldn't you want to be stood outside rather than in what's a shaded balcony now?
Yeah, and maybe they're not all support staff. There might well be some players in that group actually.
Yeah, a lap of Costa del Northampton, why not?
And an ice cream. See, they wouldn't have an ice cream nowadays.
Professional athletes, be an energy gel.
Rips and I are having ice cream. We might get someone out from the office to go and buy them, bring them up,
Yeah,
and eat
exactly.
them in the back of the office, but we're not turning down an ice cream.
What have you been up to, chaps? No, nothing. Why have you got sprinkles on your nose?
Yeah, let's hope it's ice cream.
I can just provide you a little bit more context with regards to Tom Price, which has been pointed out. Just to say that he did score a ton against Worcester and took a hat trick in a one-day game against Worcester last year. Unfortunately, that didn't quite come up in my research for the county championship, but
Well, it shows pedigree, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
for sure. That's quite something, isn't it? 100 and a hat trick in the same game.
good day out.
In a T20 game.
One day.
Oh, one. Okay, well, still. Okay. Still.
It's still a good day out.
Not bad, is it? Had worse days, Rodney. George Scrimshaw is going to have the opportunity to put things right. His last ball of the last over went for 4, was a full toss. This one is a good line and length. If you're going to appeal, believe in yourself, young man. No one is giving that out. If the umpire thinks that's out, and he's got you actually are adding doubt in with that kind of appeal. It was tame.
Yeah, it was half-hearted, wasn't it?
Half-hearted.
I think it might have been. Well, I'm almost certain it was missing leg stump, and I've got a great chance that Graham Van Buren probably nicked it as well.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you got to believe it, haven't you?
I think he's a hard man to get out LBW, you know, because he does stay leg side of the ball, doesn't he? So there's every chance if it hits him on the pad, it's going down the leg side. Unless that one had hit him on the leg.
It's a much better start to this over from Scrimshaw. But then we've had 4 good balls from Scrimshaw. And then it's been a 5th or a 6th that's...
This looks low on pace, though, this over. So far, those 2 balls look very gentle. 5 overs after this to the new ball. So Proc is hoping that he can eat. He's still got 2 slips in a gully. I think he needs a little more insurance, you know. Boundary riders. That's short. It's hooked. And it's hooked for 2. For 1. Brilliant work by Save. I thought that had to be 2. He covered, 20 metres to his left. Slid, picked it up. Still got a long throw to get it back in of about, it's got to be 80 metres, probably 75 metres, that boundary.
It's a long way.
It's a long way.
Van Buren, he's nailed that, hasn't he? And it's travelled so quickly out there to save. As you said, he did brilliantly, but...
Genuine batters, and he is obviously a genuine batter. I'm not talking about tail enders or whatever. Genuine batters whose style is to stay leg side of the ball, in general, really good off the back foot. That's a look out for that. That's something that it's not universally true, but it's a very good proxy. You know, if you see someone, they're going to be pretty good off the back foot. Yeah, I think it's my first opportunity to see Tom Price with the bat in his hand, I think, in red ball cricket. Strong grip. Well bowled. Well bowled by George Scrimshaw, who shows really a little bit of where he is in terms of his happiness, his love of cricket right now. The ball was defended back down the wicket. George Scrimshaw tried to kick it somewhere, ended up hitting him on the shin and rolling out to mid-wicket. Another day, that goes in a gap somewhere and you give a single away. You have to bowl at the better player who's already in. Let's see what he can do with this last ball of his 12th over from the David Capel end. He drags it down, and it's a kind of front foot pull. It goes for 4 through mid-wicket. It wasn't timed at all by Tom Price. There was a bit of bat speed in it, but it was clothed a wee bit. But it shows how much the outfield has sped up and dried out during the day.
Yeah, it's a wide square, isn't it? The Wantage Road.
And yeah.
Out that way is pretty much on the square for until what, the last 15 yards?
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly benefited from that. It might have been a bit of top spin involved as well from the bottom edge of the bat. But what was it? It was a 6-ball boundary again.
Yeah.
It's disappointing.
Yeah, well, the last five overs, Gloucestershire have been going at 6s, 6.8 now, in fact. Scrimshaw, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 28 in this spell. Patterson White, 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6.
That's a poor delivery.
Again, safe save. Covering a lot of real estate to make sure that one doesn't trickle over the boundary, and is only going to be 2. Do you keep going with Scrimshaw right until the second new ball? Do you go spin both ends? Do you get safe in to bowl the last couple from the David Capel end until that new ball becomes available? It's just under 4.
Yeah. I think I do. I think I do give safe. Yeah. Give safe the ball. Yeah.
Just go spin at both ends, and if safe goes at 6s, the seam's been going at 6s anyway, so defended into the offside by Van Buren.
Yeah, I would do that. I think there's no value now in continuing with George Scrimshaw. It's obviously, I think his race is run for the day. And he'll have a reflect, and depending on what happens later in this session, you may throw him a new ball to bowl a couple of rocket overs. Probably no more than 2. Oh, that's nicely bowled, nicely played as well.
It's an interesting role, isn't it? When you've got somebody that tall and somebody that possesses that extra bit of pace. Do you have them in there as a third bowler that you're looking to kind of steady a run rate and hit the top of off, or do you have them in there as a bit of a luxury not a luxury, that's not the right way to describe it, but as a bit of an impact bowler that you go, right, have 3 overs, bowl as quick as you can and see what you can do for us. And if you go at 5s, you go at 5s.
I think in county cricket, the specialist seamer role, the enforcer, doesn't really work.
No, okay.
I don't think that's the nature of county. In international cricket, you can maybe think about that a bit more, but not so much in domestic cricket. But we are seeing a change anyway. So the captain, who has bowled already 13 overs during the day, and his last spell was 7 on the bounce, he's brought himself back. He's still got 3 slips in. Well, maybe they're going to see a catch at 3rd slip. And that would be fantastic for Northampton if that's the case. So I hope it is the case, but I would think that's 1 slip too many. But he's bowled well, Proc. Oh, and that's got a thin inside edge, I think. And yeah, it's gone for 4 runs. It's evaded McManus. It was never really a chance to have caught behind, but the keeper did throw himself across to try to grab it, but it was too wide by the time it got there. And so the captain has brought himself on to try and control the run rate, and unfortunately his first ball has gone for 4, but he has bowled absolutely brilliantly so far today, and he won't be far off it. He'll come straight back on, I'm sure, and start challenging the stumps again, as he's done for the most part. For the vast majority of his balls have been very, very good. And there he's right back on it again. Nicely defended by Tom Price. His partnership already on to 21. Yeah, Dan was just saying how quickly Gloucestershire have scored in the last few overs, and it's been quite something, a mini passage in the final session of the day. And it's been painful, really, for Northampton, difficult for the captain to kind of work out how he stems the tide, because scoring has been a lot easier than it might have been. But he's got the ball in his hand now. Hitting Price on the pad, very high up. There's a stifled appeal for LBW, not a serious appeal, I don't think. But yeah, it's been really good to see Luke Proctor. This is now into his 14th over on day one. It's about effectively 14 of the 77 overs that have gone down. And whilst he hasn't quite had the wicket-taking potency of Siddharth Kaul, he's been the next best seamer on show. And that includes Ben Sanderson, so who's bowled pretty well. So Northants haven't bowled absolutely terribly. You might walk into the ground or look at the scorecard and see 282 for 5. But Northants haven't bowled poorly. I think Gloucestershire have played very well, and Northants have been slightly off their very best. Sort of give it 6.5 to 7 out of 10, really. And Proctor gives a little bit of width. The length was good. The line was not good. Tom Price wants to score. He throws his hands at that one. Doesn't come off the middle of the bat, but he gets enough of it. Goes away to the vacant third-man boundary for 4. So again, runs leaking away. I said before this over started that three slips was one too many, and the third man in at this stage has got to be a good decision, I suspect. With a new ball round the corner, we can get our catches back in when the new ball is taken. But for right now, with this ball, which is now 77 overs old, let's just stop the boundaries from accumulating. Haven't managed to do that now. A nice finish to the over, nicely played up to mid-off. Looks a very uncomplicated approach from Tom Price. He blocks the straight ones. He's pulled one off the front foot. And when he's got a bit of width, he's thrown his hands through it. He knows the new ball is around the corner. He knows that he wants to score whilst this ball is in the 70s in terms of age. Talking about in the 70s, I don't think that's quite right, but he's certainly in the 60s, is Wendell, who's arrived on the ground, picked out by the cameraman. Good work. Wendell currently playing for Northants over 60s. But playing for Northants is Liam Patterson-White, whose first ball is pushed into the offside for a single. Dan's back in the house. Wendell's in the house, Dan.
Get in there, Wendell.
He's in. The sun is shining. The weather is sweet. Makes me want to move my dancing feet, as Finlay Quay once sang.
Has he turned up with his kit as well again?
Probably. Or there's 3 people who obviously have never been at a cricket match with Wendell, who have just gone and sat right next to him. They won't be there long.
So maybe they'll get into it.
Yeah, maybe so. I like that. Let's see what happens.
Oh, he's brilliant though, Wendell. What's quite often a quiet crowd, isn't it? Generally speaking, around the county circuit. Wendell,
well mannered.
Exactly. Yeah. Very, very well put. Wendell provides a bit of flair, bit of extra spice to it.
Do you know what? Wendell is effectively getting loose because he's not actually outputting anything at the minute. Just getting his bearings, just tying his shell suit around his waist. He's just getting himself ready. He's soon to launch himself. He's not changed tactics, has he? He's going to be loud, surely.
I would be surprised and disappointed if he wasn't.
Yeah.
And I mean, it could be really well timed, couldn't it? There's 2 overs to go before the new ball, and it's certainly been kind of Gloucestershire's day, I would say, based on having been put into bat by Northampton. Just still a lot of cricket left to play. It's obviously not over yet, is it? Maybe Wendell's needed. just a bit of a Northants hype man. Pump the team up.
All of that. There's always space for Wendell. Oh, that's nicely bowled. It's bounced and left the right-handed Van Buren, who, as we've said before, stays a little bit leg side of the ball in order to open up the offside. The problem with that technique is that if the ball leaves you, you don't get a good read on it. That ball did leave him. Fortunately for him, he missed it. There have been a number of plays and misses. We've only had one genuine edge, I think, or two. No, two. In terms of things that have gone to hand, there's one that's gone past the outside edge again, a full-blooded drive. Gloucestershire batters looking to capitalise at the moment on any width or length that's been missed by Northamptonshire. With what's that now? 10 balls left until the new ball is available. They've certainly scored well against this older ball in the last 8 to 10 overs. The scoring rate's been very high. Oh, that's the keeper's catch. That is a genuine nick. I just said we hadn't had one. We got one. It carried, and the wicketkeeper stood still, and first slip stood still. Danny's a keeper, and Dan will tell me whose catch this was. Oh, it's either.
It's 50-50, I think, isn't it?
It is 50-50.
What I will say, there's a lot of real estate between McManus and Nair. Nair at first slip is wide. I'm sure that's partly to do with the older ball. But in terms of placement, and Bartlett can't cut that one off for 4. So there's 2 boundaries in this over.
I mean, I talked to Dan. You just stepped out that we should have a third man in. It's the second boundary that's gone down there in the last 2 overs from Luke Proctor. He's getting a pat on the back from Siddharth Kaul and saying, "Well bowled, mate." But you've got to take those chances. You have to take those chances.
Absolutely. Hey, it's been tough going for Northamptonshire, hasn't it? And the scorecard proves exactly that. Hammond was superb, but haven't created an abundance of chances. I mean, if you're Graham Van Buren, you couldn't have placed that slip drive much better, could you? You completely split the difference between the wicketkeeper and first slip.
So on that, we talk a lot about this, don't we? About placement of slips and the keepers and what's keepers and what's slips. I know David Ripley would say to me, there is no reason why first slip can't catch it to his left. And I get that.
Yeah.
There's no reason why he can't. But they will have talked about that gap. That's not just happened. They will have talked about it. And for me, what it says, you can have your keeper's view.
Yeah.
I'll write a reply. For me, having never kept wicket, when there's a gap there, and as I say, that will not have happened by accident. I think the keeper has said, "I'll go right. I'm coming there. I can make it," and that's what you need. You need that clarity, so that first slip doesn't flinch and put the keeper off. What's the keeper's view?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah.
I would imagine that's what the conversation would have been.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get a little bit claustrophobic with first slip if you feel like they're a little bit close. And I think sometimes if they get too close, then I think it becomes confusing as to whose catches whose. Yeah. And almost to the point that first slip becomes a touch redundant if you have a keeper that's athletic, mobile, and prepared to kind of take those catches to the right-hand side. So I would agree. I would guess that's what that conversation is. It always looks bad when nobody even goes for it.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's true. Oh, nice little arm ball from Patterson White. So where are we? 80. This is the 80th over. Scoring rate has got away from Northants. It really has. Even more so there. It's a nice orthodox square, just behind square sweep. Timed it very well. Graham Van Buren. That brings up the 300. The second batting point for Gloucestershire.
I've enjoyed Gloucestershire's batting performance, though, Rowie. I know, obviously, you're...
Yeah, credit to them. Yeah. They've played well. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, they've played well.
Hammond was impressive. Bancroft impressive. Up top against the ball that was doing plenty. Van Buren now is just shy of a 50 for himself as well.
Geez, he's got there pretty quickly, eh?
He has.
66 balls.
It's only really Ollie Price that just struggled, didn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he did.
But other than that,
Although we bowled well at him.
oh,
I mean,
no
what
doubt.
he did well, he didn't get out, did he?
Yeah.
So, what did he end up with, Ollie Price? Something like
11, 12?
Yeah, but he faced a
10.
lot of balls, didn't he?
10 off
which
61.
got wear into the ball. So it was probably worth a lot more than that. And we did bowl well at him. So perhaps that was a better innings than it actually might appear. Well, it was certainly a better innings, having watched it, than it might appear to be if you were just looking at the scorecard. Okay, so that is the end of the 80th over. The second new ball is due. Ben Sanderson is going to bowl. And I guess he's going to bowl with a new ball. He has to bowl with a new ball.
Yeah, I would say so. I haven't seen it just yet.
I haven't.
I don't think he has. That ball's just come back from Patterson White to Sanderson. Maybe there's the school of thought, have a loosener with the old one and then take the new one. You'll be pleased to know there is a Gloucestershire member of staff at the ice cream van as well.
Oh, that's brilliant news. Love that. Well done.
Not sure if they're purchasing. I guess they must be.
That's good to know.
3 slips for Ben Sanderson. Which just runs back into Tom Price.
Okay, so this is the new ball now. Yeah.
So 1 ball with the old one.
Yeah.
What's the logic behind the
1 ball?
Yeah. Is it just to kind of have a loosener?
Yeah, I think it's simply that. Yeah. It can be difficult to control the new ball, so get you loose. Oh.
Yeah.
What happened there?
The pigeon.
Oh,
the pigeon flew across the middle of the pitch. Do you know what? You don't see pigeons at Northampton very often.
You don't.
There's been a few loitering about, freeloaders watching the cricket.
There's been a bit of seed down, I think. They've been at the end of the old wickets, haven't they? Not a big fan of pigeons. Big fan of this guy, though, Ben Sanderson. Stay there, Ben. That's where you live, top of off. Number 1, top of off Avenue is where Ben Sanderson resides most of the time. I'm worried about Wendell. It's quiet.
Well, it looks like he's
on the phone.
engaged in a conversation here.
Yeah.
Wendell, are you available tomorrow? We've got 10. Where do you need me to be, Skip? Don't worry, I'll be there.
Oh, played around the front paddock. He came down a wicket a little bit there, didn't he, Tom Price? And he did well, actually, very well in the end. He got his head forward and accessed the ball. It nipped back off the seam, the new ball. He played it comfortably. I suspect he has got an incredible hand-eye skill, coordination.
Been a bit of a common theme for Gloucestershire, actually, against Ben Sanderson. They've been quite keen and proactive to actually take a step forward and try and kind of push Sanderson off his length. Certainly a tactic that I think Gloucestershire as a unit have spoken about.
Yeah. And I think at the Lynn Wilson end, based on the limb bring up, we're going to see Siddharth Kaur, who I've really enjoyed watching bowl today. So very happy to see him with the new ball. Nicely played into the offside. Played well, Graham Van Buren. Obviously, a lot of the chat has been about Miles Hammond with his fourth first-class 100, and rightly so. But the captain's played nicely here. He's looked to be positive. He showed good intent. Not just settled in and let Northampton bowl at him.
No, he's kind of taken on where Miles Hammond left, really, isn't he?
Yeah.
Kind of taken that role over. It's been quite a clear partnership between each of the Gloucestershire batters so far. One's been proactive, the other's been watchful. And Van Buren's now just allowing Tom Price to start, isn't he? He's 15 off 27.
So this will be interesting. Tactically, physically, mentally, to see how Siddharth Kaul goes about this. He's bowled. This will be his fourth spell, I think, maybe even his fifth. Certainly his fourth spell. His third spell from the Lynn Wilson end. He's got the new ball in his hand. Northants need wickets, and they need them quickly. They also need to go for as few runs as possible. He will have 3 slips. He'll have a cover, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a deep backward square. Can't call that field a fine leg because he's not fine. I mean, I could call him fine leg, but that would not be true because he's not. What are you calling him, Dan?
I'd say that's a deep backward square, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Long leg.
That's another phrase that kind of feels like it's gone out the game a little bit.
It has.
That's not what you want to do with a new ball, is it?
It's not. It was a drag down loosener, and Tom Price, in his own style, seeing the replays, there's a lot of weight on the front. Well, he just sort of shifts weight back, drops his back knee a bit, and slaps it very well through backward square.
That's hit the hoardings pretty hard as well, isn't it? So hopefully that's not taken a scuff off one of the sides of
It was hit hard.
this brand new one.
It was hit very hard. Needs to respond quickly. And does so. Slips cordon looks very tight, very close together, which I guess is always going to be the case when they're closer. It is a new ball.
I think you just said that. I think Vasconcelos might have just taken a little shimmy
I think he did, yeah.
to the side.
But yeah, it's been a difficult day for Northants because it's not as though things have kind of got massively away from them. But at the end of the day, oh dear, that's been dropped at second slip by Emilio Gay. It was a full swinging ball. It was a big drive from Tom Price, and it went very comfortably. And actually fairly slowly, really, to Emilio Gay's above his left shoulder, basically. He got his fingers pointing up to that ball, got a good hand on it, but it actually, his head, I think he thought it was coming faster than it actually was, or he didn't pick it up early enough because his head came away from the line of the ball. He fell backwards, and the ball did similarly. And that's disappointing. That's 2 clear chances for Northampton in the last 20 minutes. One was Graham Van Buren, who edged Luke Proctor between the keeper and first slip, and neither of them moved at sort of knee height. And then that drop there, Emilio Gay at second slip, and that could have been both of the in batsmen would have been gone. 7 wickets down. Bowling with a new ball at the tail is a different proposition, and that's disappointing.
Do you think where that's kind of just starting to feel like a long day in the field? Possibly would be a different mindset if Gloucestershire had won the toss this morning and elected to have a bat first. But I suspect the decision to have a bowl first is just making those 82 overs just feel maybe slightly longer than what they are. I suspect a lot of the Northants kind of players and backroom staff would have looked at it and put a bit more grass on it, a bit more life. The ball's done plentier. They possibly would have had aspirations to be batting themselves later on or about this kind of time.
Yeah. Would never have voiced that, but would have certainly been thinking that. Yeah. No, without a doubt. And actually, that could have been the case, couldn't it? You know, if we'd taken our chance, could have nicked a couple, we'd taken our chances. We could well have been, 2 chances in the last 20 minutes, catch those. Then we're 3 short of batting again. No, not out. That's not out. No. But we didn't catch them. And ifs and buts, isn't it? I do feel, I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting to chat to Emilio about it. He's a pretty honest guy. We're going to see a replay of it. It just looked to me that he didn't quite. Oh no, we're seeing a replay of the LBW appeal. On the catch the attempted catch that went to ground, it just looked like he didn't pick it up quickly because he pulled his head away from the line of the ball as though, where is it? What? He got both hands on it. That was the instinct there, but he wasn't confident, and it went to ground. Disappointing. Would have been a 4th wicket for Silith Kaul on debut as well. As it is, he's 357 off 18 overs. Ben Sanderson now has responsibility to try and get one of these 2 out. And he does. With a lovely edge, caught at 3rd slip comfortably by Ricardo Vasconcelos. It was a Sanderson wicket. It was a good line and length. He had to play. It left him off the wicket. Catches the outside edge. Carried nicely with the new ball to Vasconcelos, who catches it very, very comfortably. That's nice bowling. And that's nicely caught.
That's good cricket by Northamptonshire. The new ball works. That's a massive wicket as well, isn't it? The captain's gone for 46.
That was desperately needed because spirits would have been low, having worked so hard. They have worked hard. There's been no lack of effort and endeavour from all of the bowlers and in the field as well. It's been good in that respect for Northampton, but they have let a couple of chances go by, and had that one been grass, then it would have been a very quiet change room at the end of the day. But it wasn't grass; it was caught pouch very comfortably. Just pushes at this a bit. Graham Van, he gives the impression that he doesn't really accelerate the bat, but he almost, it's a punch defence, and that's what enables the ball to carry so clearly so well to 3rd slip. It was nicely caught by Vasconcelos just to his left. And crikey, Northampton needed that. Picking up their 2nd bowling bonus point of the game. I've got a feeling that at the end of this season, that bonus points are going to be really, really important. I think it's going to be a tight table at the top. That's difficult to say. A lot of T's in that.
Yeah, say that after a couple of Galonis. Once you've got sherbet and chocolate flakes and all sorts going on. But no, I think you're right. I think there's and for what we've seen so far here at Northampton, and I appreciate you and I, we haven't watched every ball of Division 2 of the County Championship and since the start of it, but the games have been competitive, and it looks like the teams here, at least anyway, have been really well matched.
Yeah, I think so. I think anyone can beat anyone in this division, to be honest. Or almost anyone can beat almost anyone. I'll just slightly caveat that.
Yeah, I'm sure over the course of the entire summer that will obviously separate, but it certainly feels that way at the moment.
Right on the money, Ben Sanderson. So what have we got? We've got 13 overs and 4 balls to go in the day. There is, and the ball is 2 overs old. So Northampton, they would love, absolutely be delighted to pick up these 4 wickets. But if they can pick up 2, maybe 3, perhaps more realistically 2 or 3 rather than 4. I don't know a lot about the batting capability of Zafar Gohar.
I really enjoy him as a cricketer.
Yeah.
I think he's a fantastic cricketer, and I think he's a brilliant signing for the County Championship, and in particular Gloucestershire. Has played 1 test for Pakistan. I think did we speak, was it last week, wasn't it? The last home fixture whilst Glamorgan were in town, and they obviously had Mir Hamza amongst their ranks. And you said, actually, there's so much talent in Pakistan cricket.
Yeah.
Almost an abundance to pick from.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's absolutely right. Another catcher has come in, sort of 5th slip gully, fine gully. Liam Patterson-White has come into that area. Oh, and he nearly gets involved straight away. It's an edge. It went down. Edge from Zafagoha. It's gone down through the fifth slip line. It was never a chance. Went to ground very quickly, run away for 4.
He's been there for a little while as well now, Zafagoha at Gloucestershire. He was kind of the main protagonist when these teams last met in the championship back in 2022. Northants did go on to win that game by 2 wickets, but Zafagoha took 5 in the second innings just to keep Northamptonshire honest in that run chase.
Uh-huh.
Other than that, you look through the rest of the scorecard. Well, Van Buren himself scored 127 not out to set that up. In terms of Northamptonshire, you're looking at Ryan Rippleton with runs and Tom Taylor with wickets and Simon Kerrigan, and he hit the winning runs as well. It's quite a different looking Northants team from a couple of years ago.
It is. Had a text from a listener.
Sound like you're on Love Island then.
I don't know what that means, but
I enjoyed my own reference.
This one comes in from David Murphy, formerly of this parish. Very, very fine wicketkeeper, who says this, and I'm going to ask him a question if you're still listening, Murph. If you're not listening, you won't hear this. He says the following. He says, "Badger alert."
Oh, I like a cricket badger.
Well, you'll love this guy. And a wicketkeeper, part of the union. Surprised you haven't seen him at union meetings. Badger alert. You shouldn't have mentioned about how well the slips have caught this year.
Oh, no.
Put the mockers on us. So apologies for that, Murph. But you can come in on this one, Murph, on the assumption that you are listening and likely to be watching as well. The catch that went between Lewis McManus and Karen Nair. Be interested in your views on that. My view was that it was the keeper's catch. But Murph will have a view on that, and as a keeper, he'll probably say it was slips.
I think he summed it up really well. I would imagine there would have been a conversation between keeper and first slip, and the conversation would have been, could you go a bit wider, please? Anything that goes that side, I'm going for it.
Yeah.
And I think it was disappointing that McManus didn't throw himself at it.
It was.
It might still have split the two of them. He might not have got there, or he might have got a fingertip to it and not quite caught it or whatever. But it always, as I said a moment ago, it looks silly when people stand there with their hands on their knees and look at one another, doesn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you're certainly not leaving the gap for first slip to go left, are you?
No.
That's not to say first slip can't go left before Mr. Ripley piles in. But back to the action.
Yes, that was a long time ago, wasn't it?
It was a long time ago. Sanderson, 20 overs, 3 maidens. He's now on the scoreboard, so to speak, with the 1 wicket, 54. So he's gone at under 3 and over. Going at almost exactly 3 and over is Siddharth Kaul, 18.2 overs, 3 for 57. And yet the total is 313 off 83 overs. So there's been some leakage elsewhere in the camp. Oh, crikey, I was giving that out OWW halfway down the wicket.
It's been quite a gentle movement through the air, hasn't it, with this second new ball? Certainly not been as lavish as what it was first thing this morning. I'm sure there's probably more factors to the fact that it's just a different Dukes than what it was this morning. But it looks like the way you're looking at your phone, you've got a response from David Murphy.
I've got this. He's typing.
Oh,
That's
okay.
what made me smile. He's typing. Type faster, Murph. Hope you're not on the clock as well. He's a London-based solicitor now, David Murphy.
Oh, my word. This could get expensive, couldn't it? Bill Rowie. I had nothing to do with it.
The attempted in-swinging Yorker. Are we saying that? I don't think he missed his length. I think it was an attempted in-swinging Yorker.
Yeah, it's just that looks like that's just carried on with the arm, isn't it? And just drifted down the leg side. Taken 3 wickets so far, Siddharth Kaul. 3 for 57 off 18.5 overs. And so far, it's looked like a very good signing and a good bit of business for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, he can be pretty happy with his day's work. And I also feel, I think there's more to come from this guy as well. You know, I would imagine he might say after play, yeah, I've not been at my best there, but he's bowled very, very well. It's encouraging Tom Price to play around his front pad a little bit. And it looks to me that that's the way he plays. He gets his head well forward, which allows him to do that pretty well. He's got a very simple technique. It looks like an uncomplicated batter. I quite like those.
Yeah, there's no massive movement, is there? There's no huge trigger.
That's pretty simple, isn't it?
Yeah. It's
Really
like
simple.
quite a tall man from this far away as well.
Could have been gone another day, though, couldn't he? Could have been gone. Dropped at second slip earlier. And well left there. Well played. That's good judgment, that. Interesting, that's good batting. With the older ball, he would have flayed at that, try to get that square of the wicket on the offside. Just try to hit it sort of late. Keep the hands in front of the blade and get it square of the wicket. He played that shot that I'm describing there off Proctor with the old ball. With the new ball, he's saying no because that might nip a bit. And I'll let that one go through. Really good judgment. It looked like nothing. I like that bit of cricket from Tom Price. It also says I backed myself. Actually, it says that. It says I'm not just here to put my hands through any width. I'm going to play a proper innings. This is the matchup that Northants want, though. Sanderson to the left-handed. Zafar Gohar.
Yeah, that slip cordon is packed now as well, isn't it? Glamorgan have nearly bowled Sussex out down at Cardiff.
I've got a response.
Yes.
From David Murphy.
I'm ready.
He says, I don't think first slip is overly wide. No, I don't think he's overly wide, but he's not in an orthodox position. I'll back Rips up on whether first slip can go left. Don't argue with that. I do think Lewis will be disappointed he didn't go for it, as he's a good keeper and would set high standards. But then this is the lovely punchline. Well played. Nice defence up to extra cover. It did go fast, though, and I've left plenty of those.
Oh, we've all left a few of them. I think with the addition of the fourth slip here as well, I think Karen now has just come a little bit tighter, hasn't he?
He has.
Towards McManus. But he did stay on that. Yeah, we're talking fractions here, aren't we? But fractionally wider whilst three slips were employed.
It's a game of small margins. If anyone's got that on their bingo card, they can cross that cliche off. Come on, Ben Sanderson, 313 for 6. We need a couple of wickets here. Oh, that was tight. That's a tight leave. So that's interesting because I think I know how Ben Sanderson thinks about bowling a little bit. And he'll be thinking, he thinks I'm just going to go away from him from round the wicket. Actually, I can come back in as well. Let's see if he wants to leave the next one. Be interesting to see if this one nips back and clips off Bale. I'll be a very happy bunny. Oh, it was on the money, wasn't it? Covered up very nicely from Gohar. Looks like he's pretty organised in defence.
He's incredibly relaxed, doesn't he, at the crease as well? Quite happy to take his time, do a bit of gardening while Sanderson's on his way back to the end of his mark. Looks completely unfazed by the occasion. Has got a first-class 100 to his name.
Oh, has he? Okay. Okay.
Sets up, well, similar to what you said with Tom Price, just sets up nicely, doesn't he? Defends that one into the offside. 2 safe save at point. Yeah, so the other game going on in Division 2 at the moment is the one down at Cardiff, and Sussex, having been put into bat by Glamorgan, are 256 for 9. Finn Hudson-Prentice top scoring with 48. Mir Hamza with 4 wickets. James Harris with 4 wickets and 1 for Mason Crane. So a good day so far down at Cardiff for Glamorgan.
Well bowled, well played. Yeah, I've seen enough of Zafar Gohar here to say he can play.
Then Division 1, Rowie down at Southampton. Hampshire 292 for 4 against Durham. So there, Hampshire going well, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Ali Orr with 126. And Callum Parkinson with 3 for so far. Following his move from Leicestershire over the winter. Worcestershire at Canterbury, 284 for 3, having won the toss and chose to bat first. Gareth Roderick, 109 not out.
Good lad.
And then 2 wickets for another Parkinson. This time, Matt with his move from Lancashire over the winter down to Kent. He started well this year, Matt Parkinson.
He's done well, hasn't he? Yeah.
Trent Bridge. Lancashire won the toss, chose to have a bat first. Now, Lancashire are a county that have struggled so far this season. 275 for 6. Keaton Jennings out on 91. Tom Bruce, the New Zealand overseas, 62 not out. Wickets, 1 for Stone, 2 for Pennington, 1 for Patterson, 1 for Lyndon James, 1 for Calvin Harrison. And the other game in the Championship in Division 1 is that at the Oval, where Warwickshire, having been put into bat by Surrey, are 270 for 7. Ed Barnard, currently 78 not out. 4 wickets for Jordan Clark. He seems to be in a purple patch as well. He had a fantastic game last time out for Surrey. 4 for 44 off 19 overs. Surrey versus Essex. That's going to, if everybody's available for those 2 fixtures, that's going to be an almighty game of cricket, that.
Absolutely. Mid-wicket goes out. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't think Siddharth Kaul is going to bowl in too many short balls to Tom Price to the short boundary on the leg side. You never know. Or he's not. He's bowled him a channel ball that's swung away and nipped off the wicket, and he's played a miss, beautifully bowled.
It's a long follow through there, wasn't it, by Siddharth? Down to join Tom Price at the striker's end.
Bowlers do that, don't they? They beat the edge, their follow through continues.
Yeah.
Gets whacked back past them, they tend to walk back pretty quickly. Truncated follow through. What's this part? Okay. So scoring has not gone anywhere for a while, is it? The last runs were that edge off the previous Ben Sands. So there's been a lot of dot balls.
Yeah.
A lot of dot balls often bring something.
Yeah, 17 of them now.
Oh, well played.
Make that 18.
I just wonder whether Kaul's pace is a little down.
Possibly.
Looks a little gentle, doesn't it?
I know it wasn't exactly recent that he last played first-class cricket for Punjab. Last game in his calendar, I'll just double-check and say for certain, but yeah, that was in February 2024. Obviously not privy to what he would have been up to post that game, whether he's been in training or what's been going on.
In swinger. Yeah, I mean, the only thing we do know is that he hasn't been playing first-class cricket.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't surprise me. He's now into his 20th over, his 4th spell. He's walking back a little bit gingerly. Never really hurries back to his mark. He's signalling for, that's interesting, conducting the band. No one knows what he's talking about. He wants a change in the field. I think he wants to slip out into mid-wicket by the looks of things. I think that's what he wants.
Yeah, it looks like Vasconcelos is going to stay at third slip.
Yeah,
he did move a little bit, didn't he? And then kind of return to station.
So nothing changed as a result of that arm waving. Last ball of his 20th over. Puts Price on the back foot and knocks it back down the wicket pretty comfortably.
If it's going to be a short spell from Siddharth with his second new ball, it's now the 3 overs that he's bowled since the second new ball's been taken. If Luke Proctor's going to take over, I don't necessarily think that's the worst thing in the world for Northamptonshire with the way that Luke Proctor's bowled today. I'm sure he's probably bowled much worse in his career and he's picked up 3 or 4 wickets, maybe even 5.
Yeah.
based on how well he's bowled from those. What's he bowled? 11 overs, I think, maybe.
Proc, no, I'd say 14.
15. Sorry, I forgot the spell at the end of the that first ball. 15 overs, 4 maidens, none for 43.
That's well left. Yeah, I think he was having a little skip. Just come back onto the field, so he's been off for something, whether it's a rub down with the sporting life or a cup of tea or something, change of shirt maybe. But he's back on the field. He's giving himself a few knee ups. So there's some kind of stretching going on. Would like to see him with the second new ball. It's only 7 overs old, 6.1 overs old now. I'd like to see that. It's an effort ball from Sanderson. There was a real acceleration in the last few strides of his run up, and you could kind of think there might be a bumper coming. It's a little bit too high, I think. I don't know if we'll pick it up on the replay, but he really accelerates more than normal. Didn't get that high. So what have we got? We've got 9 overs remaining after this next 4 balls.
Curious how long Northamptonshire can keep this pressure on. That's now 23 dot balls.
And people say the new ball goes quicker. It's interesting, isn't it? Not if you bowl well with it, it doesn't.
There was quite a long conversation between Zafar Gohar, Tom Price, and one of the 12th men for Gloucestershire when Zafar Gohar came out to the. I think Tom Price was having a drink, but it was, I say, quite a long conversation.
But he can obviously play. He averages 22 plus in first-class cricket. He can obviously play. In at number 8, that's a nice-ish average for a number 8, isn't it? 22, 25, something like that. It's a decent average. As you say, he's got a first-class 100, and they don't give those away in Pakistan. He looks very organised. Looks like he's got good time. He's left well, covered up well. Not sure what his scoring options are, but he doesn't need to worry about those. He just needs to pick things off when he can. Oh, there's a run. It's going to be a bye. It's going to be 2 byes. It was a bumper from round the wicket from Sanderson. It passed over the batter's right shoulder and then swung prodigiously. And Lewis McManus was at full length, but there's not much. He got a bit of a glove on it, which prevented it from going for 4 byes, but it did go for 2. The first 2 runs will be extras for 24 balls.
24, yeah.
Wow. Back on it now, Sunday. Yeah, that's good bowling. The bouncer was to put the doubt in the batter's mind. The follow-up was good. And Zafar Gohar was absolutely comfortable in defence. Nonchalantly dropped it down in front of him. So are we going to see? No, we're not. We are going to see a bowling change. It is going to be the captain, who I think has bowled as well as I've seen him bowl for a long time. And I say that from a position of being chairman of the Luke Proctor is a good bowler fan club. And he really is. He's bowled brilliantly today. He deserves to walk off the field with a couple of scalps in his pocket, I think.
Yeah, I don't think you get many people that would argue with that statement. Bro, he's been fantastic. And I think a good decision as well. If Siddharth isn't fully fit and ready, or not fully fit, that's unkind, isn't he? He's had a long day, 20 overs.
And Proc straight on it again. First ball. I think he's bowled 1 poor delivery. I genuinely think that. So it's 91 balls he's bowled. I think he's bowled 1 poor delivery. 1 out and out, very poor delivery in 91 balls. But we need him to bowl 2 or 3 very good deliveries because Northampton need wickets. And there is one. On cue, beautifully bowled, pitched up, swung, caught the edge very comfortably, nicely pouched by Karen there at first slip. And that is just what the doctor ordered. If the doctor works for Northampton Cricket, that is. That's just what Northampton needed. Just on replay there. He's got to play it that. It's angled in, catches the edge. It's not pushed at it. It's just a genuine nick. Enough pace and carry to get to first flip, low down, comfortable catch. And no more than Luke Proctor deserves and no more than Northampton deserve. And now really need to polish off the tail as quickly as they possibly can to limit the damage that the Gloucestershire batters have inflicted on Northampton through the day. They've certainly, almost whatever the score from here, Gloucester have had a very good day.
Yeah, they absolutely have. I think having had a look through batting averages last night for Gloucestershire, they do have quite a long tail with Marchant at number 9.
He can do damage quickly, though.
Do you know what? That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, he can.
Some long levers and a strong boy.
Yeah.
In the mood, I suspect. It's quite explosive, but unfortunately for me, I've been done by the scorers, and it isn't going to be Marchant DeLong. It's going to be Josh Shaw instead.
Yeah.
But Northamptonshire have deserved that. They've taken that second new ball. Okay, there was those 2 byes, wasn't there? But there was 27 deliveries without a run off the bat.
Yeah.
There, which then led to that wicket of Tom Price. Thumbs up out the window from Phil Rowan. A beaming Luke Proctor, I think, back at you. A nod of acknowledgement. It's just squared up and dropped into the offside. It's been that kind of spell from Luke Proctor that you just wouldn't have expected him just to rock through a hat trick there either. It's kind of, and I'm sure Gloucestershire fans are probably pretty sick and bored of us kind of waxing lyrical about how well Luke Proctor's bowled, but he just has.
Well, he has. Yeah, I mean,
he slowed Hammond down.
Yeah.
It's short and well adjusted by Shaw, who ends up defending that one at his feet.
Yeah, what I said just now, just to get away from Luke Proctor for a moment, we'll come back to him in a sec, but having been inserted on a greenish pitch, 315 for 7 with power to add still, yeah, that they've comfortably bossed the first innings of this match. Catch that. Oh, that escapes the, I think it was bat on that, was there? No, there wasn't. It's just byes. Wow. I got excited. Thought I heard a little bit of wood as it went past, but I didn't. So it was the in-swinger from Luke Proctor, just started it too straight and it went down the leg side. And unfortunately, it was a full length dive from Lewis McManus. Oh, yeah, it really went. That was a good effort from Lewis. He got a little bit of glove on it, but it still went for 4 down to fine leg.
Yeah, I think he slowed it down a touch.
When were the last runs off the bat? 30 balls.
30 balls ago, yeah.
Right.
Which was that nick through.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a big inside edge. So I can stop counting now.
Done. Put your pen down.
Yeah. Go back to watching the cricket. Superb over, though, for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor gets the wicket he deserves. There's the replay of the inside edge, which, again, could have gone anywhere, but it was enough bat on it to miss the furniture, and it ran down to the fielder at deep backward square for a single. 320 for 7 off 88 overs. Ben Sanderson is going to continue from the David Capel end. We've got 8 overs remaining in the day. Sanderson has bowled 4 so far. This will be his 5th.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get 9 out of Ben Sanderson at the end of the day. Hard though to get that out of his hand. He starts with a dot ball. Where does Proctor go? Does he go back to Scrimshaw? Does he sit off? Looks like he might be done for the day. I could see Proctor bowling from William Wilson to close.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got that look about it from this end.
But they are going to have to find a couple of overs from the David Capel end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scrimshaw's bowled some wicket-taking deliveries.
Yeah. Well, I think it has to be Scrimshaw. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, where's that ball gone? Wow.
Well adjusted. Lewis McManus. It's lucky Scrimshaw looked like he didn't particularly want to throw that, did he? And kind of just floated it down there. Fortunately, without enough pace on it to beat McManus, but maybe with a harder ball against the tail, maybe Scrimshaw can get one just to kiss off the surface that bit quicker, just panic or rush one of the Gloucestershire lower order.
I think I would go Scrimshaw. He will know he's not bowled particularly well. He's bowled some good balls. He's bowled too many release balls.
That's our Pierce. It's driven through the covers past Proctor. That's going to be 4. I think Proctor's got a long chase. It's actually going to stop about 3 foot inside the boundary. Proctor, who's bowled 16 overs now, just added a few more steps to his pedometer as he's. That was a gentle jog by Proctor, wasn't it? He's normally a bit quicker than that across the outfield, but it's been a long day.
Yeah, I think from George Scrimshaw's perspective, desperately would want to bowl. Okay, so he's not bowled as well as he can. He's bowled some good balls. He's bowled some potential wicket-taking balls, and he got a good wicket early on too. But he's bowled too many release balls. But there's a chance for a bit of redemption.
Oh, that's a good bumper from Sanderson.
He went to duck that initially, didn't he? And then realised he didn't have time. Ended up wearing it. So, yeah, this is where you find out about players, right? So, and it's interesting to see how this unfolds. I suspect, from the little I've seen of George Scrimshaw so far, that he would be in the captain's ear. You know, if you're thinking the change there, Sando's, get me the ball. I want the ball.
Yep.
I think he's got that about him, which is just what you want as a captain.
Well, I think that bumper from Sanderson that's kind of got Josh Shaw into a bit of a pickle, I think should give George Scrimshaw just that little bit extra encouragement if he needed it.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I mean, based on the very kind of small sample size I've had in conversation with him, I mean, it just sounds like he loves playing cricket and he wants to play and he wants to be involved. He was gutted at the start of the year that he couldn't get on the field.
Yeah. You can't fake that. Well, you can, but not for long. And the fact that he's out there, as we've said earlier today, he doesn't just want to rock up and pick up his white ball money and play franchise cricket. He wants to have a proper career in the game.
It's nicely timed by Zafar Gohar round the corner down to Patterson White, who's doing the fielding at deep square.
Sando, I think, has run his race.
It's a 5-over spell from Sanderson with that second new ball. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9.
There was a little check-in there. There's a brief check-in between the captain and Ben Sanderson. Proctor's just having a little chat with Siddharth Kaul there. I don't know whether he's suggesting he replaces Sanderson. I think he might be, because Siddharth Kaul started to get loose. Okay, so no Scrimshaw by the looks of things.
No, change of end for Siddharth. And it's the end that he's looked most attacking from, isn't it?
Yeah.
The David Capel end. So not a bad option by any stretch. Sanderson, 23 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 60 for the day. Proctor just pinning Zafar Gohar off on the back foot. He's 8 off 20.
Yeah, the debrief will be a lot more pleasant if Northampton can pick up 2 before the end. 6.5 overs in which to do that. That's well played, actually. Really well played from Zafar Gohar. He left it. But initially, his initial thought was, I'm going to drive that.
I was certainly tailed. It moved in, didn't it, from the hand of Luke Proctor. Obviously got the seam, stood up, and as it seemed, it nipped away from the batter's off stump.
Who knows whether he'd have edged it. Had he driven that, he wouldn't have hit it. He might have edged it.
Yeah.
But it did move a lot, and he judged that was going to happen. He judged that he has to play that one because it's straighter. The previous one, his judgment was it's moving. I think I can leave that. And it was a late decision That's a sign of a good number 8 making those decisions. Sometimes, he's got a couple away, hasn't he? In the last couple of overs, he's driven a couple of balls, a few out of the middle, and with a lower order batter, sometimes they get on a roll. Oh yeah, I'm hitting it well. I'm hitting it. Oh, snick, I'm gone. That's a sign you don't want to see as a captain. Oh, okay, he's willing to leave and build an innings properly.
Change of angle for Proctor. Zafar Gohart defends that one into the offside. Just over 6 overs left for the day. Still the 3 slips in place for Northamptonshire. I guess the tactic from Luke Proctor here is just to run one across Zafar Gohart, invite the drive, and hopefully take the outside edge of Zafar Gohar's cricket bat. Oh, and that's an absolute beauty again, isn't it, from Proctor? My word, is he bowled well.
Got a message from a listener. It says, every time I've put YouTube on today, Phil Rowe has said, ooh, it would be nice if such and such got a wicket today. They deserve one. Then about 3 balls later, they get one. That's happened 3 times for your information.
Do you know what that says to me?
Ooh.
That whoever that is that's messaged you needs to keep tuning into the live stream.
Yes, it does say that. Very good. Very good. It'd be nice if Proc got a wicket. Oh.
End of the over, dot ball to finish, 326 for 7. And that is 90 overs bowled by Northamptonshire today, having won the toss and elected to bowl first against Gloucestershire. There are 6 overs remaining in the day. There will be a change of bowling from the David Capel end. Ben Sanderson is finished for the day, and Siddharth Kool will take over from that end. He's picked up his wickets so far in a Northamptonshire shirt. Still haven't really heard Wendell yet. It's obviously quietly observing from down in front of the score box.
Yeah, that's never good, is it? Wendell's quiet. It's never good news.
Testament as to how well Gloucestershire have batted, I think.
Yeah, well said, yeah.
So quieting down the Northants Ultra. 3 wickets in place. That's comfortably defended into the leg side by Josh Shaw. The bicycles are in their ice. They were at the ice cream van, but I think they might have given up.
It's a lovely evening, isn't it?
It's absolutely cracking, Rowie. Feels like the perfect evening for... Oh, that's why they've given up at the ice cream van then. Because it's off.
Because it's off, yeah. Oh.
Well, it's trying anyway. There's still chance, chaps. Get there quick.
They're all in there somewhere. Give them the shuffle. Find one that works for you.
Defended into the offside. Good trade today, I suspect. Always was a decent cue, wasn't there, out the corner of the window?
Their ice cream is worth queuing for. It is a good ice cream, that.
Yeah, completely agree. It might even have sold out, which is...
in a way, let's hope they have, but not if you're next in line. You probably wouldn't be thinking that. Just looks a little bit weary, I think. Siddharth, now into his 21st over, hasn't played first-class cricket for 3 months. He's entitled to feel a little bit weary. He has bowled very, very nicely. It's nicely driven by Josh Shaw. Top of the bounce, back down the ground. Big lad, isn't he, Josh Shaw?
He is, yeah.
Yorkshireman.
Strong shoulders.
Yeah. Well, I think he was on the staff with Yorkshire for a while. I think, if I'm right, I'll just try and verify that before I get it completely wrong. I think he's been on loan, I think, with Gloucestershire on and off a couple of times, and they ended up securing his signature. Yes, that is approximately right. Okay, good. Oh, that's well left.
Yeah, just nicely shaped away from Josh Shaw.
He has a first-class batting average of 13.5. What's he on now? 3. Okay.
Do you know, I'm not surprised, but I am a little bit surprised with the way that he kind of played that Sanderson short ball, that Proctor didn't have a look at Scrimshaw from the David Capel end with Shaw out there.
Yeah.
Because I think Siddharth is probably now bowling a gentler pace than what Sanderson was in that last spell. I mean, hopefully Siddharth just nicks him off anyway, and it doesn't matter. But just wondered whether there was chance to kind of send one up the nose of Josh Shaw, see if you could get him fending off and pick him up in the cordon or at short leg or on the hook.
Yeah. It's a really, I mean, I don't, yeah, and there's no right and wrong here. I probably don't argue with you with your suggestion. Proctor, which way does he go? Does he go with the experienced international quality guys? But he probably knows he's a little bit weary. That's well played. Or does he go with the inexperienced guy who's gone at 6 and over, but we know that he can bowl some. He's got a bit of gas still left in the tank. He wants to come back and sort of get some redemption and contribute to the game at the end of the day. It's a very difficult decision that, and he's gone that way in terms of going with the experience, and I kind of get that. If he'd gone the other way, I'd have got that as well.
Yeah, there was no real wrong answer.
No,
was
I
there?
don't think so. No, it's a close call. We have got 5 overs remaining in the day. We're going to get them all. Light isn't an issue. It's a beautiful evening. Gloucestershire have had a very good day. They're 327 for 7. Josh Shaw is on strike on 4 not out. Luke Proctor, who has bowled beautifully, encourages a 4 defensive shot. Josh Shaw walks away. He's wearing number 5. We know that's James Sales' number. We know that's was David Sales' number. And David Sales used to do exactly what Josh Shaw is doing. Play a lovely 4 defensive shot. Walk away to square leg. Unfasten and refasten his gloves. Pushed at that one a wee bit. It looks like he wants to drive the ball. He's a keen driver of the ball, isn't he? You can see that already. That one wasn't there. He just about checked his drive. But let's stay there. And as you said a couple of times, he has had a short ball from Proctor, Josh Shaw, and he didn't play it particularly well. It was from Sanderson, wasn't it? He didn't play it particularly well. We don't want to waste this ball, but a good high bounce here would be a good ball in any event. Just lost his run-up. And that's exactly the right thing to do. If you've lost your run-up, pull out.
Yeah, I think the last thing you want to do for Josh Shaw and Zafar Gohar is kind of just let them feel a little bit easy at the crease.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, that's lifted. Oh.
Wasn't far away from Sanderson, was it, at mid-on?
That seemed very close to Sanderson.
Maybe earlier in the day, maybe there might have been a dive from Sanderson.
I'm just looking at the slips there, Dan, because they were in line with that ball, and they don't seem to be reacting particularly, so it must have been further wide.
I think he timed it pretty well.
Yeah.
Did Josh Shaw.
Vasco Celis was hands on here, but yeah, I think I got more excited than anyone there.
Yeah.
He did time it well. And actually, let's have a bumper. Let's push him back and see if he wants to get forward into the next one. Or even 2 bumpers. How many balls left there? 3 balls.
3 balls, yeah.
Yeah. I think it would be a good option. Oh, that's also a good option, though.
It's a beauty, that, isn't it? Just drew him across the crease.
I've got a feeling that he didn't need to play at that.
I think you might be right.
But that's why that's at number 9.
Yeah, it was one that just left him and just carried on going, didn't it?
Yeah.
After that trigger across, ended up a long way outside off stump and just had a little poke at it as it went past. Still no bumper. Still not there either. That's a great save by McManus. think that's just flicked the pad, isn't it, on the way, or the thigh pad on the way past.
Something, wasn't it? Yeah. No one's getting excited about that.
And it's almost like where it's decelerated so much, McManus has then almost had to try and catch that with the ball going down and his gloves coming up.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good save. One that Joe Hart would have been proud of. Or whoever keeps goal for England now.
But not Gary Sprake.
R.I.P.
Mid-wicket's gone back to the boundary for this last ball of the over. Oh, it's been run nicely off the back foot behind square on the offside. Saves in pursuit. They'll get 2.
Comfortable 2 to end the over. 92 done. 333 for 7.
Oh,
Triple Nelson. I tell you what, they've done really well here, Gloucestershire.
they have.
333 for 3. On a pitch with plenty of grass on it. That's done plenty against the skill of Sanderson, Siddharth, and as well as what Luke Proctor's bowled.
Yeah.
I mean, that 100 by Hammond is as good of an innings as I've seen so far this year. Emilio's got 269. It's hard to top, but in the conditions, it was fantastic.
Yeah, I know he's played brilliantly. It's been, as you say, it's been a great effort. They've comfortably won the battle of day one, having been inserted. They'll be very, very happy, and they've still got power to add as well from 333.
Short ball from Siddharth, which Zafar Gohar is comfortably underneath.
There's a helmet coming on.
Liam Patterson-White's getting loose.
Ah, okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Maybe he's going to have a couple of overs then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Interesting that helmet, unless that is McManus, it must be McManus's, isn't it?
Yeah, I was interested because Karen Nair was actually calling for it.
Well, because there was 2 out there for a while, wasn't there? And a short leg or a silly point was never employed.
Yeah.
Down the leg side. Good take by McManus. Would have been unsighted for a little while. I always find this angle quite difficult as a wicketkeeper. You're unsighted for a long time, particularly when it does just trail down the leg side. You end up having a short period of time just to find it, don't you, as it comes past the hip of the batter.
So the keepers that I've spoken to about this say you get all of your information from the offside. So you've got to get as much information as you possibly get. And when you go, then you go fast and late. If you go early, you're actually unsighted for longer. So it's about getting the information into the brain. And then the movement is better, is more accurate because you kind of more likely to know where it's going. If you go too soon, you miss the line and the bounce of the ball. You're effectively unsighted for longer. And that's what those that I've spoken to have said to me.
Well, yeah, and that judgment and that movement becomes, well, subconscious, doesn't it, at that point, as to how far you might have to go or whether you do have to dive or whatever that might be. It's not kind of I'm down the leg side, I'll figure it out now. It's I know roughly where this is going to be. I know how many steps I need to take to get to where I need to be. Defended back off, or almost the back foot there, past Siddharth Cool to mid-on, then Sanderson.
Oh, Siddharth Cool deserves a 4th wicket.
Bowled very well, hasn't he? He's bowled very well.
He has bowled well. I think his pace has just slightly picked up during this spell. Maybe just a slow starter, possibly.
He's looked more comfortable from the David Capel end.
He has, yeah.
And I'm not surprised. There is a marginal incline here at Wantage Road, and traditionally you do tend to see the bigger boys running in from the Lynn Wilson centre end just to get that benefit of the uphill gradient that is in place. Wow, that's incredibly well stopped by Patterson-White.
Hit that hard.
Yeah, Gohar's kind of backed away from that and then cut it incredibly late.
It's the first time we've seen Zafar go hard at the ball.
Oh, here we go.
That's not bad, is it? At 10 past 6. Well, it's pretty bad, but
hey, I think you've done Done well there.
Come on, two late wickets, Northants. There's one.
Got it.
Oh, you beauty. Fourth time it's happened today.
He said he deserves a fourth. It's worked again. The commentary would get a bit dull if you kept going for it. But 8 down now. Gloucestershire and triple Nelson has worked. 333 for 8.
I think we'll see on replay what a good delivery this was. Yeah, it's angled in and nipped away. He's played very nicely, Zafar Gohar. It feels like he got more than 8. And, yeah, he pushes at that ball. Okay, so he has played nicely in defence, and he definitely pushed at that ball. The previous ball was really well fielded, wasn't it? It was a hard cut shot, flayed it away off the back foot. That was really nicely stopped by Patterson White at backward point. Had that ball gone for 4, would he have pushed as hard at the next ball?
Yeah, it's hard to.
It's hard to know. It's an impossible. But you know what I'm saying.
But it's hard to argue with that point as well. Yeah. You get that release shot. You traditionally don't then go for another shot afterwards. But then also Zafar Gohar is a number 8. And it is late in the day. It's a incredibly psychologically tough sport, isn't it? Cricket.
That's a nice little thing, though, isn't it? And from Patterson to he's not going to go around saying, I got that wicket, because clearly he didn't. It was a great delivery, by the way, as well. But those things add up, and you do enough of those basic things really well, that adds up. That was really pleasing to see. And also for Luke Proctor, he had a decision to make. Does he go for Siddharth Kaul, who might be feeling a bit leggy, or does he go for George Scrimshaw? He went for Kaul, and he's got him the wicket. So good bit of captaincy as well there. That is a lovely delivery. Lovely delivery.
Well, he's safe 4, and he's back into the attack. He's going to take over from his captain, Luke Proctor.
Nishant Delang with the short leg side boundary to the slow left arm. He is not going to be able to resist that.
No, 3 overs left in the day. And he's hit that pretty hard. Josh Shaw through the offside. Yeah, this feels like this could be a matter of when rather than if. There is one fielder down at just in front of square on the leg side. Not anybody down at big mid wicket, or what would be commonly known as cow corner.
That's Delang corner. That's where he goes. He can hit the ball miles. He is a huge man. And he swings the bat very fast and very effectively.
There is that tempter. It's again not far away from Ben Sanderson. He just finds himself in at short mid wicket. They're going to take on George Bartlett for a couple.
That was close.
It was again, wasn't it?
That was.
Felt like it hung in the air for an age as well, is it?
If there was a postcode lottery, Ben Sanderson would be getting some money, because it was definitely in his postcode, that one.
Arm ball again, an appeal for RBW. As the umpire shakes his head pretty quickly. It looked like that was just drifting down the leg side.
It did.
Chance here for Northamptonshire just to wrap this up before the end of the day and get out there first thing tomorrow morning.
A little caught and bowled. A little leading edge caught and bowled.
Flatter and shorter from Patterson White, which is defended off the back foot by Josh Shaw. Both of these batters, you've been talking up Marchant Dalanga's leg side 6 hitting ability, but it feels like Josh Shaw quite keen to tee up that angle as well. Steps across, doesn't he? Dot ball to finish. Bale's taken off by McManus. 2 overs left in the day, and it's 335 for 8.
I'm going to see a replay of. This is a replay of. Oh, the LBW appeal. Yeah, it's comfortably going down the leg side. It's Patterson White at 15 overs. So he's dragged that back, hasn't he? 15 overs, 58. So he's gone at under 4s, and his first over went for 12.
Yeah, I think after that first spell, it's 5 1/4, I think.
Yeah. Oh, good for him. He'll sleep a little bit easier.
Well, he came up against the Miles Hammond, who was very much in the mood, wasn't he, today?
He was.
Picked up his first 100 of 2024. Siddharth Cool then to bowl the penultimate over of the day, DeLonge on strike. And that's poked off the back foot out to short cover. George Bartlett. They would have been Somerset teammates, wouldn't they, for a while?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Would have crossed paths.
Well spotted, yeah, that's true enough. I think Bartlett's giving him some encouragement there. I'm not sure I'd be doing that if I was a batter. Giving Merchant DeLonge a little bit of encouragement.
I think Bartlett might be kind of just conveying the message that you've been speaking about his keenness to show everybody his power and his six-hitting prowess.
In-swinging Yorker. He's got it. We've seen him bowl it a couple of times.
That's nicely played, isn't it? Timed that really well down to Sanderson. He fields that with a tumble. I was talking to Ben Sanderson actually about this game and about Marchant DeLonge yesterday. He said, obviously they're going to bring Marchant along and bowls rapid and he said, but he is probably about the nicest bloke in world cricket that can bowl quickly.
Right.
To the point that if he bowled a short one and he'd kind of apologise afterwards, he said that doesn't make me want to face him anymore.
No. That's nice to know, though, isn't it?
Mm.
Mid-wicket's gone back to deep square leg to put the doubt in DeLonge's mind that it might be short. It is short. He gets under it. Well, that was a good bouncer.
It was. Skiddy, wasn't it?
That was a good bouncer. It was well directed.
God, someone's got a barbecue on, haven't they?
I love a barbecue. Oh, yeah. Oh, that smells good, doesn't it?
Mm.
That does smell good.
Doesn't feel fair, does it?
Made me feel very hungry, actually. No. But not unless we're invited. Given we don't know who it is, it's probably unlikely.
Yeah,
Rock
probably
up.
wouldn't be top of the list, would we? 3 slips in place. Short ball again, and that's slightly wilder, isn't it, from Siddharth? It's going to be 1 for the over. Good take by Lewis McManus. 8 balls left in the day's play, and a day that's been a really good and even contest, I think, between bat and ball throughout the course of the day, but one of which that Gloucestershire has taken the plaudits for, particularly adding the context of being asked to bat first here at Wantage Road. Are you seeing that the same way that I'm seeing it, Rowie?
100%. Yeah.
Oh, it's gone down. Marchant DeLonge just chased a wider one from Siddharth, and that's gone to Emilio Gay at second slip. He's just grasped that one. Is that his second of the day?
Yeah.
1 off Tom Price.
He goes late for it.
1 off Marchant DeLonge. They've got an extra couple. Well, Marchant gets a life.
You can see that he goes late for it for a number of reasons. One of which is his head doesn't go towards the ball at all. It's just all arms. The arms are thrown late. Now, if you see that early, you go with the head and you catch it with bent arms. His arms are very long and his head hasn't really moved. So he hasn't picked it up. Oh, wow, that was a wind-up. He was going to hit that ball.
Just restrained himself just to finish the penultimate over of the day. And a round of applause from the Northants faithful who have enjoyed watching Siddharth Cool bowl for the first time here at Wantage Road and for the first time in a Northamptonshire shirt. He finishes the day 23 overs, 5 maidens, 4 for 58. He'll be eyeing up a 5-fer, assuming it goes, well, it will go through to tomorrow morning now, won't it? But he'll be eyeing up 5 if given the opportunity. And then Liam Patterson-White, the man on loan from Nottinghamshire, will bowl the final set from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 58 for Patterson-White. That wicket, the man that made the 100, Miles Hammond. Great catch by Vasconcelos in at short mid-wicket. How would you say Northants kind of evaluate the day, Rowie, now that you've had the full 96 overs?
Yeah, well, I think my sort of bullet points would be Gloucestershire have played well. The other team are allowed to play well. They have played well. I think they were very tight at the top of the order. Bancroft left well, scored when he could. I thought Northampton were decent with the ball, but no more than that, and a bit patchy as well. But then Hammond came in and has played the outstanding innings. There's been other contributions as well. The captain played well as well. So, but yeah, first bullet point would be Gloucestershire have played well. The second bullet point would be we lacked a bit of consistency at times with the ball, but not terribly, but a little bit below the best. I would say a couple of points below best, more towards sort of an average performance with the ball really on the day. There have been some outstanding performances with the ball. Sidaf Call, 4 for 58 on debut would be the main eye catcher, and I thought Luke Proctor bowled brilliantly as well. But you'd also have to talk about chances missed. I'm afraid you would have to talk about that, and we dropped 3 catches, and we should be off the field by now.
Yeah.
And they're not difficult catches.
That 3 that you're including, the one that's gone through.
I am sorry, that wasn't a catch because I didn't get skin on it, but yes, it was 3 chances.
Yeah. I think that's completely fair.
So overall, that for me that equates to a sort of a missed opportunity. Having won the toss, got first use of the green pitch here, which has been left long for a bit more carry and bounce. It has provided that. It has provided movement, but Gloucestershire have really dominated that day, and well played Gloucestershire. Yeah,
well, a good day of cricket and a great day for Gloucestershire. They finished 338 for 8, just to run you through that score for absolute certainty. Cameron Bancroft, 53. He was bowled LBW by Sidaf Call. Ben Charlesworth made 16 with Scrimshaw's first wicket. Ollie Price made 10, batted for a long time for his 10. Miles Hammond, ultimately, definitely the story of the day with 112. Smart catch by Vasconcelos to remove the Gloucester number 4. James Bracey adjudged LBW for 33. Graham Van Buren, 46. Tom Price, 23. Zafar Gohar, 8. The not-out batters, Josh Shaw, 14. Marshant Dalanga, 1. Sanderson, 1 for 60. Sidaf Call, 4 for 58. Scrimshaw, 1 for 71. Proctor, 1 for 50. Patterson White, 1 for 61. And Safe Save, 0 for 18. Anything further you'd like to add at the end of the day's play, Rowie?
The first half an hour tomorrow, if Northants are going to try to win this game, obviously they are going to try. If Northants are to win this game, I feel they have to go bang bang first thing tomorrow. There will still be movement in this wicket when we bat, so we need to bat equally as well as Gloucestershire have batted. Thought they batted very, very well. I judged the pace of that innings well. We'll have to match that. So it's a bit of an uphill battle, but let's start the morning well and then get stuck in and bat long.
Yeah, absolutely right. Well, as I say, 338 for 8 at the end of the day's play. Thank you for your company, and we'll see you at about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.